Tinubu dance. Are you ready to give me that dance? Oh yeah, everybody go say Tinubu dance. We go the dance. 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 Tinubu dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Oh yeah, Baba dance. Oh yeah, Baba dance. Say, oh yeah, Baba dance. Wait, oh yeah, Baba dance. Listen, Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu dance. Voila.
Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
Okay now.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Tí o bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹkún kọ́ lélẹ̀ àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré ó dẹ̀ gbà àtijọ́ tó rẹ̀ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà mi ò gba contract mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀ mi ì tọrọ gàrí mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ mi ì dẹ̀ yàwó ń bẹ̀ ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà èmi ló kàn.
Tinubu Ahmed of the APC, 8,794,726. Miadi Peter Nana Chukwudi of Abga, 61,166.
Thank you.
You have to be fast. Of the APC. Is hereby declared the winner and is returned.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be it's no second. Everybody can pay up. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, I be the master. Oh, man, I go drop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in the bed. The refinery, the contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring up. You be the Mugu, I be the master. I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my therapy, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. Refinery, the contract that you want, but you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. Let me be the master. I hear you.
And there it is right there. He hears you. Hopefully you hear me.
So he hears you. Hopefully, you hear me. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. All that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So we start it off with that. How about that? Do you remember this song? Anyway. Let me not even. Do you remember a song called "How's That"? If you remember, then you must be an OG. If you remember a song called "How's That," then tell me in the comment section that you remember it, and tell me the artist that sung it. It goes how's that? I'm not going to sing, because I don't have the voice for it. But if you remember a song called "How's That," tell me in the comment section. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. All that cozy, funky stuff. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, cascading, crescendoing into yet another session. Your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man. That is me. One man went to mow. One man went to mow the eagle lands again, as it does with some somewhat predictable regularity, if not with the otherwise reliable consistency. But it lands certainly today. So hopefully meeting you in good health. I've been doing these things for a couple of years now, and still, I'm still flying by the whatever of my pants. It's never rehearsed. There's really the only thing that is prepared are the stories that we're going to discuss. I just the music stops, my Monica appears on the screen, and then I just cling on for dear life. I open my mouth, and then just whatever utters. If it's consistent with coherence, then all the better. But maybe it's never as you can tell, it's never scripted. The way I fumble and bumble through it, but we fumble and bumble nevertheless. Protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as I invite you to do so. Do so. Click on the like button just at the direction of my invitation. Do exactly that. Click on the like button. Let that reflect in the numbers going up. And if you're watching and watch back, still do that. We should be consistently. We average about 1,500 with every stream, both in the live watch and the watch back. Often instances we average around about that, but we are averaging the likes about 40, 50. So that's not consistent with the viewership. Even the people watching in spite, even accounting for the people watching out of spite, it still doesn't account for why we are not hitting why we're not hitting at least a baseline of 100 likes. We should be hitting a baseline of 100 likes, and your like sets us on that way. Your subscription sets us on that way too. So like and subscribe if you have not done both. So do that. I know maybe some people are watching it on a big screen. A lot of people actually interact with these sort of spaces via their smart television, and they are too lazy, too fat. They're too fat asked to be asked to make the effort to click on the like button. They just lie down there as though they're doing me a favor or something. I am the one doing you a favor. I'm the one, and I'm only asking you to reciprocate by not even expending your wallet, but just a micro flick of a like button. That's the totality of and people are just so lazy sometimes. I wonder why. Maybe I shouldn't even be saying that. Maybe I should be persuading them, but it does get irritating sometimes. So click on like, click on subscribe if you are not already subscribed. If you want to come and join me on the screen, come via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It should be I'm going to send it again so that it is then the first line item in the comment section on whichever platform you're engaging us with. So it is there now. So if you want to come and join me on the screen, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. It takes me roughly an hour to do the presentation. So once I've done the presentation, I'll let you onto the screen and then I'll engage you in conversation. So if you want to be an active participant, it's a participatory sport. If you want to be a driver, not a passenger, then click on that. Then come say hello to one man, and come say hello to one man also in the comment section. say hello, tell us where you're joining us from, and then of course, so say hello, tell us where you're joining us from, etc., etc., and I'll acknowledge you and say hello back. Of course, the dollar sign at the bottom of the screen is there for a purpose. It encourages you to super chat towards the screen. So click on the dollar sign as well and empty the content of your wallet into mine. So all those nice and funky things, like, share, subscribe, uh, um, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen, super chat towards the stream, all of that. So people saying hello so far. So has Valiant right there. That's our son, of course, one of the favorite voices on this platform. Anytime he comes on, the audience delights in both his craft of language. I'm yet to hear anybody. Maybe Wale Soyinka speaks language better than Hassan, but I don't know quite that many people that can use language to craft a narrative quite like Hassan. And with the brain to back it up, it's just they call people like that. They call them spellbinders. You are spellbound anytime you hear him speak. So that's Hassan right there saying hello in the comment section. That's Sheson Fashia right there, a regular stalwart of the platform. That's AB right there with YouTube playing funky with his name. So keep on saying hello in the comment section. That is professional saying watching from Somalia. I doubt that very much if you're watching from Somalia. I don't think there's a human being living in Somalia. They don't even have internet connection in Somalia. But all that. So keep saying hello in the comment section, whichever platform you're joining from. That's a Dana right there. So that's Adana right there. So keep saying hello in the comment section as you're coming in, and I'll acknowledge your presence and say hello back to you. Of course, use the dollar sign as well, super chat. Use the stars on our Facebook to do all that as well, and do the necessary on TikTok as well. Although we're not streaming to TikTok today, it's too much of a palaver. That takes, TikTok doesn't let you link via one portal. So if I want to stream to TikTok, then I have to do it via my phone, and then it distorts the coherence of everything. So we do that. But we are establishing a presence and a name on TikTok now. So we're becoming somewhat known on TikTok now. So if you're not already following us on TikTok, actually, let me send the link in. We need to get the numbers up to a certain threshold so that it can open up even further features for us on TikTok. So that by the time we get to 2027, then we have the muscles to punch at the political space. So if you're not following us on TikTok, the link is right there. Go click on it and follow. So all that, shall we just get started? Maybe we should just get started. Why don't we get started? So now, there is an elephant in the firmament of the entity called Nigeria. So that's the best way I can put it. There's an elephant in the firmament of the entity called Nigeria. Everybody can see that elephant, but it's so frightening and it's so foreboding an entity that nobody is willing to take it on. What am I talking about? I am talking about Dangote trucks, otherwise known as the killer of our innocent Nigerians. Every single week, this particular truck mows countless people down, up and down the country, and nobody can take it on. The government is too afraid of Dangote. Everybody is too afraid of Dangote. Even Tinubu is afraid of Dangote, and Dangote is not addressing it as well. So yet another incident of this. Actually, let me start it off with a clip because people are starting to push back somewhat against the excesses of the Dangote drivers, and enough is enough. It has now to be addressed. Let me play this clip first. We kick it off with this one. Do I have it? I did have it. Yes, let me kick it off with this.
Fina sister don't eventually buy now. Everybody don't wear their garment of pity. But you see my own opinion here. Show how this whole process this lady passed. I did not really see it. Fina sister don't eventually buy now. Everybody don't wear their garment of pity. But you see my own opinion here. Show how this whole process this lady passed. I did not really see a movement that was seeking justice for this girl. I saw people who were trying to display their might. I saw people who were trying to take advantage. Maybe very dark man was close to seeking justice. But you see that Fina, I'm sorry, in my own opinion, that girl was just trying to take advantage of that situation. Because if Very Dark Man's claim was true, that Fina said, did they fear you? Now why I say make I no carry you go? Then think about it. That sounds like a greedy person who has seen green light. That time the way you don't be like, say the 1 billion where you write, it will come out. Truly, if they were scared of Very Dark Man, that should be the more reason why you should go with Very Dark Man. Because nobody who they fear, when they see who they fear, now you go make them drop the money. That crooked move by Fina exposed a lot, but that's not even the bone of contention. Nigerians, are we going to pretend like this is the first time Dangote truck is claiming the life of Nigerians or rendering people disabled? Even Fina, in one of her videos, she said she graduated from the same Auchi Polytechnic and she knows that many of her departmental mates, they buried this same Dangote truck issue. And that's how it happens across Nigerian tertiary institutions. People's parents will send them to school to go and chase their dream. Dangote truck will cut short that dream. But you see Nigerians now, they took special interest in this one. Why? Because ex-Big Brother Naija housemate and Very Dark Man is fronting it. And to some people, it is starting to look like a movie series. So let's follow. I know some of you now go talk, say that time we Fina they talk, see they bury some of her departmental mates because of Dangote truck accident. That time she doesn't have a voice yet. She was not a celebrity yet, so she could not speak up. But 2024, not up to a year ago, Fina was already Fina. Very Dark Man was already Very Dark Man. But this same 2024 year, we passed. Around that time, we said that board and Blessing CEO, they dragged themselves. Dangote truck accident happened for a pair. Over 50 people die at once. Accident way brutal like mad. Accident where they cut people into two. Internal organs, they flew for ground. Including children. How many of these people report them? Now it is only out there because it is more like a celebrity-based thing. It is not about humanity. And guess what? Dangote truck is not done claiming the life of Nigerians. Forget all this press release where Dangote group they drop. The only reason why they are doing this is because somehow this one made it to the media and it has got people talking. The Ekpa incidents where the press release where they drop. The ones who don't they happen across Nigeria all these days where the press release where they drop. You see, say they don't know. Dangote truck has been buying people long time. And the saddest thing is this. First, they are not taking measures to curb all of these things. No, they don't care. If they claim they are taking measures to curb all of this, the measures are obviously not working. Because people still keep dying as a result of Dangote truck accident. Secondly, you see, if Dangote truck by person or a wound person, they know they take responsibility. Last year, somebody still reported a Dangote truck incident to me. This girl treat herself for hospital, finish. This girl now, somehow she's disabled because her hand still dey affected. 1 naira Dangote truck no pay for treatment. They carry the matter go court after that time. Guess what? Court say make they pay, make Dangote group of company pay 20 million in compensation. This is an accident that claimed the life of 2 people and rendered this girl disabled. Guess what? Dangote group of company talk say that money too much and they appeal 20 million or 21 million. They say it's too much for accident wey kpai 2 people and render 1 person disabled. And our politicians are not left out. Look at the top 3 presidential candidates in the 2023 election, which would most likely be the top 3 again in 2027 election. You don't see article come post. As this matter trend reach for social media, you don't see article talk about them for Twitter. I don't think so. Even Peter Obi will say any small thing will happen. You don't go Twitter. I'm sad. Is that breaking? You know, post time. Have you heard anything from President Tinubu? This does not mean I don't love I love President Tinubu. Pa. I believe in him. Pa. But let's talk humanity. You see, when you reach Dangote matter, all these politicians, they don't get opposition. No? There's no opposition when you reach Dangote matter. And a Nigerian youth I blame on this matter because if we feel unite and not let politics divide us. Me now, I love Tinubu. I believe in his policies. But I carry my Tinubu, I put am for my pocket. You carry your Showore, you put am for your pocket. You carry your Peter Obi, you put am for your pocket. You carry your Atiku, you put am for your pocket. we can't unite, we can't let the whole world know. See, this man wey dey parade as Africa's richest man, at the same time is Africa's most deadliest big businessman, legally deadliest man. Because why I say legally deadliest? I don't know if there's anything like that. His business are legal. Dangote truck dey legal, Dangote group of company dey legal, but how many legal business for this Nigeria dey claim people life as much as Dangote group of company dey do? If we can come together like that, tell me if we will not have a solution. Of course, accident is accident is bound to happen, it's a mistake. But then if we can unite truly and do this, we would have a solution that will reduce all this accident that happens as a result of negligence, inexperience, carelessness. All of this will be reduced to the barest minimum.
You know, there's a Chino Achebe book called A Man of the People. A Man of the People. It wraps around a village where there was maybe a shopkeeper or a chemist or something. So the narrative of that book, Chino Achebe, A Man of the People, it wraps around the narrative of a village, a community, with the shop owner being the central main character. So I can't recall the full details, but something happened, and then the communities then rallied around that shop, and they were trying to force that man out. And then somebody came and asked what the man did, and somebody responded to that person that he has taken enough for the owners to see. So that was the phrase that I took out of that. It's been a long time since I read that book, maybe even when I was in secondary school, thereabout. But it is the one phrase that I took out of that book. He has taken enough for the owners to see. So these Dangote trucks, they have fired enough people now for it now to be addressed. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. And because we know that the government or the great and good, they could never really have the brevity to go after Dangote, then a citizen's action is needed against this group, especially the truck drivers. A citizen's action is needed against the Dangote group truck drivers. We have to do something, because if you are waiting for Tinubu, Dangote will fire all of us before Tinubu ever even looks in his direction. So that was a story being presented by that guy. This is yet another story now. Dangote group trailer reportedly crushes entire family in Enugu. So it's not even a matter of knocking somebody over and disabling them now. It just wiped out the whole family. So I think the headline tells us all we need to know. A trailer reportedly belonging to the Dangote group on Wednesday crushed an entire family at Four Corner Junction in Enugu State. Eyewitnesses said the victims, who were inside the vehicle, did not survive the accident. A video circulating online shows the car completely flattened by the truck. Should I take that again? A trailer reportedly belonging to Dangote Group on Wednesday crushed an entire family at Four Corner Junction in Enugu State. Eyewitnesses said the victims, who were inside the vehicle, did not survive the accident. A video circulating online shows the car completely flattened by the truck. The development comes days after Ruth, sister of former Big Brother Niger Fina, died of injuries sustained in an accident involving a Dangote Group truck. Following Ruth's death, the management of Dangote Group said arrangements were underway to fly her abroad for treatment before she passed on. Activist Very Dark Man has been campaigning against the reckless attitude of Dangote Group drivers on Nigerian highways. He also claims that the driver involved in Ruth's accident had no valid license. As of the time of filing this report on Wednesday, neither the police nor Dangote Group has issued an official statement on the Enugu crush. So if the searchlight is focused on our Dangote Group's trailers are crushing people, it could be reported every single day. it could be reported every single day. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. It cannot be that this is what obtains. And they do it, the company never responds, the family is never addressed, nothing ever happens, and then the next week they do it again. So maybe they are drunken, maybe they are untrained, maybe they are high on whatever, but whatever and however, enough is enough. The Dangote trucks should stop please piling Nigerians on the streets. It's as simple as Dangote, please. You know, I'm a fan of Dangote, but if this carries on, I will turn against Dangote. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Kwankwaso has not closed the door on APC return. This is Jibrin, one of the stalwarts of the NMPP, coming out to address that matter. He had a big outing in the media just earlier on today. I think it was with Shenwa Kimbarloye. Kwankwaso has not closed the door on APC return. This is Jibrin speaking. A member of the House of Representatives for Kiru Bebeji constituency of Kano State, Abdul Mumin Jibrin, said on Wednesday that former Governor Rabiu Kwankwaso has not jettisoned the idea of joining the All Progressive Congress (APC). Rumors of the former governor's switch to APC gained ground in June following the resignation of Abdullahi Ganduje as the party national chairman. There were also reports that President Bola Tinubu had resolved to pick the new Nigeria People's Party chieftain as his running mate in the 2027 election. So this is something that we have been speculating and discussing on this platform over the last few weeks, months. That Kashim Shettima's seat is not guaranteed, and the expediency leans towards Kwankwaso. But how do they compensate Shettima then that they don't lose his vote, but bring Kwankwaso on board and they gain his vote? So that's really where the permutations are. And that permutation permutates towards Tinubu handing over to Kwankwaso. But I'm not even sure that Tinubu will want to hand over to Kwankwaso because it's too ethnic. But there it is. It's taking somewhat of a snail route back to the APC. It's been moving back to the APC going on a year now. So whatever needs to be negotiated will probably have to be concluded within the next few months because we're getting towards the thick end now of the politics. A member of the House of Representatives for Kuri Bebeji constituency of Kano State, Abdul Mumin Jibrin, said on Wednesday that former Governor Rabiu Kwankwaso has not jettisoned the idea of joining the All Progressive Congress APC. Rumors of the former governor's switch to APC gained ground in June following the resignation of Abdullahi Ganduje as the party's national chairman. There were also reports that President Bola Tinubu had resolved to pick the new Nigeria People's Party NMPP chieftain as his running mate in the 2027 election. But Nigerians began to doubt the authenticity of the claims when Kwankwaso accused Tinubu's administration of neglecting the North in its development program. So that criticism by Kwankwaso, that was about 2-3 weeks ago, there about 4 weeks. That criticism by Kwankwaso might well be an orchestrated, subterfuge. I'll line them up, you bat them off, sort of a thing. I'll line them up, you bat them off. That criticism of Tinubu that he was neglecting the North, it only then opened the window for Tinubu to reel out all of the projects and activities that his administration is carrying out in the North. So he may well have opened that window to highlight Tinubu's impact on the North. A lot of people felt there was somewhat of a sleight of hand in that criticism. There were also reports that President Bola Tinubu had resolved to pick the new Nigeria People's Party chieftain as his running mate in the 2027 election. But Nigerians began to doubt the authenticity of the claims when Kwakwanso accused the Tinubu administration of neglecting the North in its developmental programs. Jibrin, a member of NMPP, spoke on Channels Television's Politics Today. He said there are chances the NMPP presidential candidate in the 2023 elections would join President Bola Tinubu in the APC. He stressed that the former governor's Kwakwasiya movement is a strong group which cannot be pushed aside in the country's political permutations. As far as joining the APC is concerned, he, Kwakwanso, has always maintained that his doors are open. Our doors are open for discussions. Everything is a possibility, Jibrin stated. So, if and when Kwakwanso announces for the APC, it is good night. It is good night. What is it? Good night, Charlie, or bye bye, Birdie. At least it is bye bye. That is game over. If and when Kwakwanso announces for the APC, the election ends there. That's just the end of the elections. So let's go on from that to the headline piece. Banditry. I have to create state police. This is Tinubu now looking to take on that space, which is one of the thornier spaces uh, uh, within the Nigerian space. What am I even saying? I can't even get the words out. So yes, he's looking to take on that space now. Sorry, I'm looking for another article that probably presents it better. All right. Yeah. Okay. Let's go with that. Banditry. I have to create state police. This is Tinubu now. Um, President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed the President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed that the establishment of state police is unavoidable as part of efforts to strengthen security across the country. Speaking on Tuesday at the presidential villa in Abuja during a courtesy visit by a delegation of prominent Katsina indigenes led by Governor Diko Rada, Tinubu said the federal government is committed to confronting insecurity head on. The president directed security agencies to reassess their operations in Katsina, which has witnessed a spike in banditry, and disclosed that advanced military equipment and surveillance technology would be deployed. He also revealed plans to enhance the capacity of newly recruited forest guards in the state. Tinubu stressed that while the country faces serious security challenges, they can be resolved with determination and strategy. The security challenges we are facing are surmountable. Yes, we have porous borders. We inherited weaknesses that could have been addressed earlier. It is a challenge we must fix, and we're facing it, he said. So that weaknesses that could have been addressed earlier, that was an acerbic, it was an acerbic remark in the direction of the Buhari administration. Right. The security challenges we are facing are surmountable. Yes, we have porous borders. We inherited weaknesses that could have been addressed earlier. It is a challenge. It is a challenge that we must fix, and we are facing it. He said, I have today directed all the security agencies to energize further and look at the strategies. We have approved the additional acquisition of drones. The president further I'm not quite sure why drones are not already being deployed as part of the military accoutrements of the Nigerian security forces ages ago. You know, they say all these bandits everywhere. You can just send a drone into the forest and see where they are, and then send the troops in to go and see them off. Uh, I mean, is that not even the most basic? Or why is it even? Why do they not have hundreds of thousands of drones already? Is the question. Um, I have today directed all the security agencies to energize further and look at the strategies. We have approved the additional acquisition of drones. The president further instructed that uh, he be given daily updates on security operations in Katsina. I am reviewing all the aspects of security. I have to create state police. We are looking at that holistically, he said. We will defeat insecurity. We must protect our children, our people, our livelihood, our places of worship, and our recreational spaces. They cannot intimidate us. Tinubu reminded the delegation that in February 2024, the federal government formed a committee to study the framework for state policing. The initiative has since gained wide support, although as of March, 20 states had yet to submit their reports. According to Vice President Kashim Shettima, the president also paid tribute to former President Muhammadu Buhari, assuring that his legacy would be preserved. So the visit was actually essentially from the CPC bloc to pledge the field of that space to Tinubu, which then, of course, counterweights against Abubakar Malami and Atiku Abubakar. Uh, the time we lost our brother, President Buhari, is a loss for all of us. It is the will of God Almighty, but he has left in a good way. He said he did not hand over a defeated country, a battered political structure, but a legacy of success, and that is the most important thing. So it's not as though Tinubu is not aware that Buhari destroys the country, but he's politicking to his pace, choosing to use that language. It's not the same language he used when they were talking about Fulani bandits and they were saying, where are the cows? It's still the same narrative. It's pandering to them for the political expediency of it. He knew that Buhari was the worst president. He still knows that Buhari was the worst president we've ever had, but he has to pander to his base. The time we lost our brother, President Buhari, is a loss for all of us. It is the will of God Almighty, but he has left in a good way. He said he did not hand over a defeated country when he did, a battered political structure, yes, he did, but a legacy of success, he did not. And that is the most important thing. Well, that is, Governor Rada expressed gratitude to Tinubu for his consistent support. Mr. President, I would like to thank you very much. And I want to say before our elders that Mr. President, I would like to thank you very much. And I want to say before our elders that there was never a time I came to the president with a request that he rejected. Rather said, other speakers include former Governor Aminu Masari and Ibrahim Ida, the Waziri of Katsina, commended Tinubu for honoring Buhari and investing in infrastructure projects in the state. Ida, however, urged the federal government to prioritize the upgrade of Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport and intensify security in southern Katsina. So there it is right there. So that's where he opened up that narrative then of our state policing. So we go on from that to the next one. Oh, I think there's there's another article that speaks to that space as well. So let's see. No, not this one. Tinubu orders security review in Katsina back state police. That's what we just read. What else do we have on that space? All right, yeah, we have this one as well. Tinubu seeks National Assembly's backing to fast track state police. So yeah, we have that. Hold on, am I being too loud? I'm getting a text that sometimes I'm shouting when I'm speaking. And then I get the text to say, "Can you tone it down, please?" Because we're in the dead of night where I am. All right. Where were we? Where were we? All right, Tinubu seeks National Assembly's backing to fast track state police. So yes, I think this may well be within the course of this particular uh, term, this particular tenure. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Wednesday said his administration will work closely with the leadership of the National Assembly to remove the political and bureaucratic bottlenecks stalling the operationalization of state police in Nigeria. Speaking at the State House Abuja during a visit by members of the Northeast Governors Forum led by Babagana Zulum, the president said the time had come for a clear collective path towards community-based policing that reflects the peculiar needs of different regions. I have been looking at the security situation more carefully. I have seen the civilian JTF react to the security challenges, finding so many creative ways to protect neighborhoods and communities around you. And that provoked my thinking about state police again. Our politics aside, we can discuss with the National Assembly leadership to really look at a critical part to that again. See how we can eliminate or douse political alliances from state police that will be indigenous to the community and provide the additional safety buffer and effectiveness in the area. We have to look at it collectively together, Tinubu said. Pardon me. The president stressed that while political concerns will always surface around the issue, they must not be allowed to derail urgent security reforms. He said his government was committed to ensuring that the proposed structure will be installed from partisanship will be insulated, not installed. I can't read today. He said his government was committed to ensuring that the proposed structure would be insulated from partisanship and designed purely to strengthen safety across communities. So there it is. It's going to tell what's his name, Gospel Akpabio, to sign it off. Essentially, is what he's telling us there. So now this now next one, reason behind Tinubu's reversal of new appointments at NTA. So there's some sort of controversy going on in the NTA. I saw it in passing, but I'm not really fully up to speed with what is going on there. It says that details has emerged on why President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Tuesday reversed the leadership changes he had earlier approved at the Nigerian Television Authority (NTA). The president had announced the appointment of Rotimi Pedro as Director General of the state broadcaster, replacing Salihu Dembos, alongside three other senior executives in the organization and its subsidiaries. However, a week later, Mr. Tinubu cancelled the appointments and reinstated Dembos and the previously displaced executives. According to presidency sources, the reversal followed complaints from the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, who supervises the NTA, but was reportedly unaware of the changes until he saw them in media reports. The development was said to have embarrassed the minister, particularly as Dembos and other NTA management officials were, at the time, accompanying him on a federal government citizen engagement tour of Enugu and Ebonyi states. Investigations revealed that a presidential aide with a background in broadcasting had directly influenced the initial appointments, telling the president that the NTA leadership was underperforming, losing audience share, and failing to project government activities. This narrative, however, was later challenged by the minister. Upon his return from from the southeast tour, Idris reportedly sought an audience with President Tinubu to present his findings. The minister also requested the permission of President Tinubu to investigate the situation at the NCA, especially allegations upon which the leadership changes were made. According to a senior insider, pardon me, according to a senior insider, the minister's report concluded that the allegations against the NTA management were spurious and orchestrated by vested interests seeking to capture the agency. Following this briefing, President Tinubu ordered the immediate reversal of the changes, reinstating them both as a director general and recalling other executives who had been replaced. So that is yet another. That's a faux pas. That's an unnecessary amateurish something or the other right there. But then of course, Tinubu has to rely on a lot of people to give him a lot of feedback, and of course, he well, probably misadvised there. But should he even have carried the minister along before he made major changes in the marquee parastatal that minister oversight? So it's somewhat of a slight on the minister. At least it's sought to address it. Nigeria's non-oil revenue hit 20.59 trillion the presidency. So I think that would be a record for the country. I'll only give you about two, three paragraphs from this. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has expressed satisfaction with the unprecedented growth in non-oil revenue disclosing from January to August 2025, total collections reaching 20.59 trillion, a 40.5 increase from the 14.6 trillion recorded in 2024. That's a quantum leap, actually. The road to the $1 trillion economy is now starting to look like a superhighway. Tinubu made a pointed reference to this positive growth trajectory in Nigeria's non-oil revenue mobilization, whilst addressing a delegation of Buhari organization led by Senator Tanko Al-Makura. Special advisor to the president, information and strategy, Bayo Ononuga, in a statement on Wednesday in Abuja, said the president made reference to this when he hosted a delegation of the Buhari organization and was unfortunately reported out of context by a section of the media. The statement reads in part: the president welcomes the latest revenue figures for January to August 2025, showing that Nigeria is achieving unprecedented growth in non-oil collections, a direct result of reforms to improve the government fiscal position, strengthen compliance, and digitize tax administration. President Bola Tinubu made a pointed reference to this positive growth trajectory in the non-oil revenue mobilization yesterday, whilst addressing a delegation of the Buhari organization led by Senator Tanko Al-Makura, which a section of the media has reported out of context. The president highlighted the significant growth in non-oil revenue accruing to the federation, federal, state, and local governments. From January to August 2025, total collection reached 20.59 trillion, a 40.5% increase from 14.6 trillion recorded in 2024. This strong performance aligns with projections, placing the government firmly on course to achieve its annual non-oil revenue target. The president also said the federal government is no longer borrowing from local banks to buttress the strong fiscal performance since the start of the year. The president commented on tax revenues, which do not include dollar receipts, where targets are not being met because of the slump in oil in the oil market. So I think Tinubu sometimes makes the mistake that he's speaking to a sophisticated audience. the audience are not sophisticated enough, so they have to break down the narrative even further. So what is telling you here is that the localized collection of revenue, because of the reforms, the digitizing of our processes, etc., the streamlining of our operations and all of that, that is now yielding quantum amounts in terms of localized generation, and is telling us then that they have generated more than they anticipated within even what they were anticipating to generate in terms of local revenues for this year has already been surpassed as at August, and we still have a few months left in the year. So that was what he was highlighting. That is distinct and separate from international trade. Even though international trade is in the surplus, is in the positive leaning towards Nigeria because we export more than we import, which balances then a credit of the dollar, but we're nowhere near where we should be there. If it's targeting a $1 trillion economy, then we cannot be anywhere near we should be until that has been achieved. So they're two separate and distinct things. But then, of course, it's quickly conflated, and by the time it gets into the hands of the obedient, it becomes like raw meat to be cannibalized. Uh, the president commented on tax revenues, which do not include dollar oil receipts, where targets are not being met because of the slump in the crude oil market. As part of this administration's inclusive growth policy, resources are being directed closer to the people. Therefore, increased revenues have translated into record Federation Account Allocation Committee disbursements. For the first time in history, monthly allocations to states and local governments crossed the 2 billion naira threshold in July 2025, providing subnational governments with greater fiscal space to fund food security infrastructure and social services. Notwithstanding, these increases in revenue do not yet match the president's ambitions for expenditure on education, health, and infrastructure. Therefore, all efforts are being made to address these gaps, is stated. Commenting on the figures, Bayo Ononuga, spokesperson to President Bola Tinubu, stated, Nigeria's fiscal foundations are being reshaped. For the first time in decades, oil is no longer the dominant driver of government revenue. The combination of reforms, compliance, and digitization powers a more resilient economy. The task ahead is to ensure that these gains are felt in the lives of our citizens in better schools, hospitals, roads, and jobs. Ononuga added, what you need to know, Nigeria mobilized 20.59 trillion in 8 months, the most substantial collection in recent history. I don't think it's the most collection in the history of Nigeria. When have they ever collected that much internally ever in the history of the country? So it's the highest collection yet in the history of that country. It says that non-oil is now the engine. The 15.69 trillion collected, with the 15.69 trillion collected, non-oil revenue accounts for 3 out of every 4 naira, showing a fundamental shift away from oil dependence. Beyond inflation, so yeah, anyway, you get the gist of that. So let's just leave that there. Let's go on to other matters. What else do we really? Is there anything else that is big and heavy hitting? Let's see. What else is big and heavy hitting? Oh. Let me bring you this. You know, for all of the speculations that Kwankwaso will replace Shetima, Tinubu has now felt the need to reassure Kashim Shetima. Shetima, of course, recently turned 29, so No mistake choosing you, Tinubu hails Shetima. So that is not to say you are my ride and die, oh, but no mistake choosing you for this 10 or it means, of course. President Bola Tinubu has celebrated Vice President Kashim Shetima on his 59th birthday, describing him as a loyal partner and dependable ally in the collective effort to build a more prosperous Nigeria. He said he did not make a mistake in choosing him as his deputy. This was contained in a statement issued by the president and shared by his special advisor on information and strategy, Bayo Ononuga. Today, September the 2nd, 2025, presents me with yet another unique opportunity to celebrate you, my brother, partner, and vice president, as you mark another birthday at Tinubu statement began. He commended Shetima's courage and resilience since joining him on the journey to reposition the country. Since we embarked on this journey, united by the shared vision of building a more prosperous nation, your courage, sense of duty, tenacity, determination, and belief in Nigeria's greatness has remained unshaken. You served the people of Borno, your home state, excellently as governor for 8 years and later as senator representing Borno Central at the National Assembly. In both roles, you showed that leadership in service. In both roles, you showed that leadership is service, not privilege, even in the face of immense challenges. However, your service to Nigeria, fueled by your passion for democracy, good governance, and economic development, has been even more remarkable. He continued. So that's Tinubu then. It's still going to stab him in the back, of course, but at least you celebrate people on their birthday at least. So it's giving him that day, but he will still stab him in the back. Here is this one that came in, trying to out Abike Dabiri Arewa as somewhat of a closet bigot. So this came out of the Twitter space. Abike Dabiri Arewa shares post calling Igbos monkeys. So so Abike Dabri Arewa, she is somewhat Igbophobic. There is Chioma, you've taken time off booking down. Do you want me to show your clips? If you want me to show your clips, you can tell me, then I'll show them. Abike Dabri Arewa is somewhat of a closet bigot, I wonder sometimes. Because she barely disguises it as she points fingers always to the southeast. Abike Dabri Arewa shares posts calling Igbos monkeys. Abike Dabiri Arewa, chairman of the Nigerian in Diaspora Commission, on Wednesday amplified a derogatory ex-post that referred to Igbos, Nigerian citizens of Southeast extraction, as monkeys and gorillas. Mrs. Dabiri Arewa had earlier posted a video of a trafficked girl she identified as Mercy, who was rescued from Libya on Wednesday. In reaction to Mrs. Dabiri Arewa's post, an ex-user, Wale Akere, posted via at Akere something or the other, lauded the NITCOM boss for her work, whilst berating Igbos as monkeys, children of gorilla and bastards. My sister, you are doing well. My sister, you are doing well. Allow these monkeys to continue to make unnecessary noises. They are unnecessary noises. They are born to be ungrateful people. These animals are tagging you. Those animals tagging you. They are children of gorilla, etc., etc. But then she retweeted. I don't think she retweeted it, but she posted a laughing emoji in response to this tweet, and I think that is what they are leveraging it, because if she's posting a laughing emoji at just the vile language being used against Southeasterners, then that's to tell you then that she endorses that language. So that's where she is, Abike Dabiri Arewa. So that's all I've got. Let me send the link again. If anybody wants to come on. If you don't want to come on, then a few. No, I should say that, should I? If you don't want to come on, then that's fine. Let me send the link again. If anybody wants to come on, you can come on. So let's play the clips that we have, and then we see what happens after that. Let's play the. Oh, let me start you off with this one. This one was actually something I wanted to play you yesterday, but I never got around to doing it. So this is my response to seeing this clip is essentially to say welcome to the real world. Your heart yields to this guy, but you are familiar with the story he's about to tell you. What it is.
Ọmọọba mo kanra jí ni o, wàláì. Ọmọọba mo kanra jí ni o, wàláì. Mo jí láàárọ̀ ẹ̀ lásán, para ló bá dé o, mo kanra gangan, like I'm just in a very bad mood. Ní 2 weeks ago, wọ́n san wages mi pé níbi iṣẹ́. You know, wọ́n sì ń jẹ mí bí owó bí 2 days. You get me? So last week, mo wá ṣe 5 shifts mọ́. So pẹ̀lú èyí tó ti ń jẹ mí tẹ́lẹ̀, ó wá jẹ́ 7 shifts that I'm expecting them to pay for. You get me? So ìgbà tó máa di àárọ̀ yìí tí máa ní kí n wo pay slip mi bóyá because they will send your pay slip first before your salary comes through. Ìgbà tí máa wo pay slip mi lásán. Ọmọọba, these people literally pay me £1,600 and wọ́n yọ over £600 bóyá bí £620 in tax and NI. So all I'm getting is about 980, 990, something like that. Imagine how much they took out from the salary. Yeah. So at the end of the day, you will just be asking yourself, okay, kini koko ere to answer kiri go because you want to make money, because you are working to earn money, to earn living, to pay your bills. Okay, so what on stuff for me here? Kini fe for yes somebody, gbèsè ti wà nle, àwọn èèyàn ti wà nle to like some other people that I need to sort out. They took over £600, £620 ni wọ́n yọ ní wages here. Yeah, that's just for 1 week. So imagine pé wọ́n yọ bẹ́ẹ̀ for 4 weeks. Do you know how much you'll be paying in tax and NI?
Not sure how much of that you heard, because it's quite glitchy my end. Hopefully it wasn't glitch in the broadcast. But he was speaking in Yoruba language. But the upshot of what he has to say is that so he was working. He is working, and then he worked about 3-4 days shift, which he wasn't paid for, which is to come through then in the next set of wages. So the opportunity then came up for him to take on additional shifts, which he then went on and took. So just to increase the money, he took an additional 3 more days to pad out the already 4 days that was being owed him. So now when his pay slip came through, which was about 1,500 thereabout, the taxman had sliced about 600 and something out of it, and he ended up with just roughly about 900. So he's lamenting at the level of tax that he has had to pay. So welcome to the real world. It's just the simple answer to that. So welcome to the real world. So that scenic route that Kwankwaso is taking back to the APC is been described by one of his stalwarts here. So let's watch this.
A Tinubu man in NNPP. I'm a Tinubu man. Call it how you want to call it. I'm a Tinubu person. What was your? I like him and he likes me, and I think it's also very important. Even in a working environment, it's quite important that you have a boss that likes you, or you like him, and so that's the point. Irrespective of party affiliation, it's been a great relationship. So you will choose Bola Tinubu ahead of Kwankwaso in the presidential election? No. I would choose Kwankwaso and Bola Tinubu to work together. But Tinubu as president. Who did you? Because I actually believe that the South should finish the remaining 4 years. That's what you believe. Yes. And we're just having the conversation before I walked in here with someone, and we're talking about the argument. I heard someone making an argument in one of the TV channels yesterday, talking about the fact that the North has been shortchanged in terms of the rotation of the presidency. Shehu, I feel terribly embarrassed when I see knowledgeable Northerners of high standing in the society saying that the North has been shortchanged in terms of rotation of power. The North hasn't been shortchanged. The North has had power for 39.5 years. The South had 28 years. Nigeria did not.
Where are you calculating it from? You are calculating from 19. Hold on, no.
Listen.
So that Nigerians can understand. Is it from 1960 or when?
Listen. So that you can ask your question. Nigeria started from when? Independence, 1960. That is it. And so you cannot count power from 1999. I think I can look at anybody and tell him that whoever you are, I can look at you and tell you that it is unfair. And you know the danger in it? The former head of states is an insult to them. When a Northerner goes to national television and says Nigeria starts from 1999, Gawan has been was head of state for 9 years.
So there it is right there. So that's somewhat of a pandering presentation by Mumuni Jubrin, living up to his Mumuni name. Let me play you this Tinubu clip that is speaking about all of the monies that is given to these state governors and asking them what they're doing with it.
Dear brothers and sisters, yes, I am in charge here today, but you are running a constitutional democracy. And we are put to you to summon the governors. Some of them call them up. I'm doing my best to improve the revenue of the country and giving them their due. But they must equally be sympathetic to the populace, and they must consider the need of the local people. People reside in the local government. People are in the local community. That is where they reside. That is where they feed. That is where they garden. That is where they cook. That's where they farm. If the local government are not free, and the leaders don't hang on to the number. We have 774 local government. It's just a number. Is it effective? Is it reaching the real people? Who is being held accountable for this money? Maybe we should look and recalibrate one version that was good 4 years ago might not be good today. And when we want the votes, we go to the locals. When we get the votes, we move to Abuja. I think we have to collectively join hands. I need for you to get us a committee of people that can really embark on the campaign for value to change. Our brothers and sisters, it is disheartening watching the TV and see the number of people in IDPs. No sincere leader in this country will be happy seeing that. We have to pull together to rescue Nigeria from banditry. Yes, we know we are making progress, but we want to eliminate that one completely. If food security cannot be achieved without putting in place the needed security. And we must work on that together. For example, there's a big economy that is being a problem to Nigeria. The livestock and animal husbandry. Ordinary dairy farm can grow an economy. Not to talk of yogurt and many other things that can come from animal. Talk to the governors. Let them make lands available. Talk to others to collaborate with, the state. The lands are in the hands of the state governors. They can make provision for it. We are ready to put funds in place to help the herders rear the animal in a very, very, very polite way. We can do it, and we are going to do it. If Brazilians are doing it, if they are doing it in Holland and other places, we can do it. Yes, I hear you about the gas plant. The cash flow is a problem. We are taking revolutionary, steps to really improve our gas output. And that is why we separate gas from oil. Our flaring is.
All right. So that's Tinubu then asking you to hold the state governors more to account. They need to be held to account now. So let me play you three more clips. This one is Julius Malema in South Africa calling for the arrest of the Israeli president and explaining why he's making that call.
How do you bomb a hospital? Even if the president of Hamas ran into that hospital, is hiding in that hospital, you can't bomb that hospital. How do you bomb a refugee camp? Even if Hamas ran into that refugee camp, you are in no position to bomb a refugee camp. Comrades, those guys are involved in ethnical cleansing. They want to wipe off the Palestinians. This is a genocide. It's an international crime. And ICC must issue a warrant of arrest against Netanyahu. Why do you issue warrant of arrest on Putin, who has not done worse than what Netanyahu has done to the people of Palestine?
All right, so I endorse in totality what Julius Malema said there, as I endorse in totality also what the Chief of Army Staff Chief of Army Staff whatever his position is, Christopher Musa, I think it's the Chief of Army Staff. I endorse in totality also what he has to say in this next clip.
Will not react, and I do not want to hear that I was not giving any command. As long as you are deployed, your task is to secure your community. You are all aware on what condition you are supposed to shoot at the enemy. When your life is at stake and you have no other means of protecting yourself, you are allowed to fire. When your colleague's life is at stake and there is no way you can stop, you are allowed to fire. And when the community or any infrastructure you are protecting is being destroyed and you have no other means of stopping them, you are allowed to fire. So do not be afraid to take out any criminal or any enemy that is destroying or is doing any acts of killing. Is that clear? Yes, sir. But like I've told you, the communities you are protecting must know that you are there to protect them, not to go there and infringe on their human rights. I'm going to hold every commander, from the sector commander to the company commander to the platoon commander to the section commanders responsible. If anything happens within your AOR and you do nothing, you will be court-martialed. That I guarantee you. But again, our policy is to reward hard work and punish indolence. When you do well, we'll commend you, we'll give you awards, and then we'll take care of you the more. You will be promoted. Is that clear? Yes, sir. With the new concept, all armed forces personnel will be withdrawn from within the towns and will go out into the bushes. All checkpoints to be
So that's Christopher Musa right there, giving them their marching orders, like they like to say in Nigeria. Hopefully, we start to see some results out of all of this. Here is Senator Sheozani slamming his favorite punching bag, the diminutive from is it diminutive or diminutive? Former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai. Watch this.
Which is sad as a governor of Kaduna State.
All right, then,
Anybody
Senator.
in Kaduna knows about.
I mean, we're talking about a man who was in power for 8 years, and you've just called him an angry man. You have implied that his administration laid the groundwork for this current situation. I have also implied that El-Rufai is now tasting the same medicine he once served others, I mean, especially given the accusations of political repression during his own tenure. But based on what you had tweeted earlier, do you see any similarities between how he governed and what he now criticizes?
Well, he should be grateful that we're in a democracy and freedom of speech is being respected and also being upheld. But in Kaduna State, for the 8 years which he served as a governor, there is no freedom of speech. And if you freely express your opinion critical of his administration, he either threatens you with thugs or threatens you with courts. And I can give you a typical example. Journalists were arrested and jailed for doing their simple work. My dad, Joseph, is from Leadership newspaper. He was arrested and prosecuted for writing a story critical of Nasir's government. Luca Biniat of Vanguard newspaper was arrested and prosecuted for writing reports about Nasir's government. Anthony Jacobson of Authentic newspaper was arrested and prosecuted for doing his story. Even others who are not journalists, like Mekori, the CEO of Chocolate City, was brought from Lagos and prosecuted in Kaduna. Several cases like this exist. The leaders of Southern Kaduna of Kajuru, local government, when they came to express their anger, frustration over the killing of their traditional ruler, who was the Maiwada, they were arrested and they languished for over a year in Kaduna prison. Islamic clerics from Zaria, who came out to pray against him over the sacking of their members who are members of Nigerian Union of Teachers, he arrested them and took them to the court and remanded them in Kaduna prison. I was the one who supported the legal team that brought them out of prison. He's not a man who respects the rule of law. In Kaduna State, there have been rulings, injunctions, and judgments given against Kaduna State government. He never respected or obeyed one. There was a ruling given that he should not sack civil servants, he sacked them. A ruling that he should not sack teachers, he sacked them. A ruling that civil servants who were forcefully retired should be paid, he refused to pay them. So he is not a Democrat. He is not a person that embraces freedom of speech. Now he's even claiming to be a Nostradamus who can predict the elections of the future. Right. But we know that he was a sitting governor in Kaduna State when he couldn't be a good mathematician. He wasn't a good mathematician when Tinubu lost to Atiku. He couldn't be a good mathematician when APC lost all the 3 senatorial seats. He couldn't be a good mathematician when APC lost 9 of the 15 seats to the opposition PDP in the state. Someone who was in power, he couldn't deliver his party, he couldn't deliver his presidential candidate, he couldn't deliver his senators, is today turning into a false prophet of what is going to happen in 2020. He couldn't even be a good mathematician to predict that his party cannot win the by-election in Zaria and in Chukuna and Kajuru. So he's today trying to predict something.
We'll come to the political angle of that conversation.
So there it is right there. Senator Shehu reminding us just who El Rufai is. El Rufai back in government is the country reversing back to the Buhari administration. It's just as simple as that. So if you want Buhari Mark 2, then vote for El Rufai Mark 1. So the last clip now, I'll just make this the last clip. There's still several, but I'll make this the last one for today before I play the Kegite music. Here is your first lady canvassing for money. I wonder how much she will raise from this canvassing for money as she turns 65.
Through the grace of God, I will be turning 65 years old on the 21st September 2025. And this happens to be a Sunday. This is why I have decided to dedicate the day to God for all His blessings in my life and having a quiet birthday. I wish to appeal to those who would like to send a birthday card, cakes, flowers, greetings in the newspapers, or gifts. Should please send the funds to the designated account for a special project close to my heart, among many others. The completion of the National Library. This will be the best birthday present I could receive. My love for education has informed my decision to dedicate my birthday to this worthy cause. This fund is coordinated by the Federal Ministry of Education under Oluremi at 65 Education Fund, Zenith Bank PLC. Account number is 131-031-4977. Thank you for joining me in this building project. God bless you.
Another monument in Abuja, but well, it's not altogether a bad thing. But we'll see how that goes. I'm particularly interested in seeing how much she's going to raise. I can bet you that she'll raise the better part of 100 billion, as all these political whatnot, they do rank a day by paying into that account. So we play the Kegite music, we see what happens after that.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide sodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu Waila ti keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de.
ṣe o. And there it is right there. Ikoko Neruwa Agbesheme, that have nothing to do with us. I was just about to say no takers for the conversation tonight. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow. But just in the nick of time, Prince Daddy pops in. So Prince Daddy is you and I. That's the prince right there. The prince and the pauper. So the prince and the pauper. Let's see what His Majesty, His Royalty has to say. Prince, you there?
Hello, Oma. Yeah.
All right.
Well, I didn't know. I just saw the link and now, like, let me go into the studio. And really, nobody in the studio. Anyways, yeah.
Hey,
How you doing?
nobody in the studio. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. You sound like you sound like you're out and about somewhere.
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah.
All right, because I can hear the woof of like you're out in fresh air or something like that.
Actually, in a car. I'm about to. Yeah.
Oh, all right. You're about
But
to.
yeah.
How is the basketball thing going? How are we doing there? Are we winning? Are we winning laurels? Or
Well,
how are we doing with that?
the season's been over. It's about to start again, anyways. It's about to start in the next month or so. Yeah.
Is there any prospect of going professional, or is it just like a hobby?
Professional, no, but more like college basketball.
Oh, all right. Okay. Okay. I see what you mean. All right. Brilliant. I mean, did you follow any of the, or did you just, we were talking about Dangote trucks that keep on crushing people up and down the motorways in Nigeria. We're talking about
Right.
Kwankwaso making a slow walk back to the APC, and Tinubu insisting that we have to have state policing, things like that.
Yeah, well, I thought that the Dangote trucks, you brought that topic up like a couple of days ago when myself and Simbad and Isaac Black were actually talking about it. Did you bring up that topic? I thought you did, or maybe you didn't.
I'm not sure that I did. Maybe that was after I
Oh,
left. And you guys just just but
right.
it's
I think it was
becoming quite
Isaac Black that brought it up.
it's becoming quite a thing now. You know, every other day there's always some. Maybe they should explain to them that they are meant to drive on the tarmac and not on the people. Maybe that wasn't explained. Maybe they thought the people were part of the motorway and they're allowed to drive over there.
Oh man, the problem is not even though the other day Simba was trying to defend Dangote that people like to sensationalize stories that it's more so the Okada drivers and other drivers on the road. But I was able to debunk that kind of assertion. But at the end of the day, however, it's not about Dangote is not a problem or his drivers, his truck drivers. The problem falls in the hands of the government. At the end of the day, they are the regulators or they are the people to keep our roads safe, right? So, yeah, what are the rules? I mean, of course, you live there in the West, in London. Um, they have certain requirements for commercial drivers, from their licensing to drug testing, um, and making sure they're up to date on the rules of the road and certain requirements. And the onus falls to make sure the drivers are in compliance by the owner of the company, of course, Dangote in this case, to make sure that drivers are up to date on everything. And of course, if they violate, they get fined and face other charges as needed. So yeah, it's
Also make sure that they're not drunk or high on Igbo, which is probably the reason for half of the incident.
but that's what I'm saying. To make sure they're not inebriated, and they test. Sometimes depending on the company, they can randomly test these truck drivers, or they have a mandatory testing for alcohol and drugs or any other substance. They do that because they are commercial drivers. Unlike the other day, Simba was trying to make a case that Okada people are reckless, which of course is true. We see the Okada people how they drive and how they maneuver the roads, that they are reckless. But the point here is that a one Dangote truck accident is more disastrous. Well, 500 times, maybe 50 times more dangerous than that of one Okada, rider that probably by himself and his passenger, right? Not that that is not bad enough in itself, but a big truck, driving on the roads, going off road, crushing cars, crushing people. It's more and they are commercial drivers. See, again, Dangote should be responsible. His company, of course, I'm talking about, should be responsible. And the only way they can be held responsible is by the authorities. The only authorities can do it. So are there laws out there on the books to control commercial truck drivers? If there are none, then they have to. I'm assuming they are, as big as Nigeria is. But assuming they're not, then they have to, make the laws to make sure, or make amendments, or bring about new laws to make sure the laws are up to date on these truck drivers. Okay. Of course, Dangote must have insurance on his trucks, and if they find people, they sue the insurance company, or the insurance company has to pay up. And like in the West, there are requirements for injuries that you have to carry per person. If they pay one person, maybe they get 101 million naira, for example, or 2 million. And other, if it's bodily injury, they have that also. So it's at the end of the day, it comes down to the government, the officials. What are they doing? And I think you made a comment earlier that Tinubu is scared of Dangote. Of course not. I mean, if Dangote, if I'm not mistaken, anybody can correct me, perhaps is 60-70% of his revenue, of his profit or whatever, comes from Nigeria, inside of Nigeria. So he's a billionaire on the backs of Nigerians. So who's holding him accountable? He has to be held accountable. Nobody's scared of Dangote. The government, if they want to, can crush Dangote overnight. They can put being a multi-billionaire to just a millionaire overnight if they wanted to. Dangote does not have that much power. He doesn't have any power. He has money. There's a difference between power and money. But if you have power and money, that's another thing. But Dangote is not that strong. Come on, Tinubu is not scared of Dangote, and nobody's paying attention to Dangote anyways. And the notion that Tinubu, I've never been a president before. Not yet, but a president of the country like Nigeria, for that matter, he has a lot of stuff on his plate. He's not worrying about Dangote trucks crushing people on the roads. Come on. He can only hear about such things when they bring it to his attention, and that has to be the list of things for him to worry about. So it's not about Tinubu scared of Dangote. That's not an issue at all. Nor any other politician for that matter. Be it Peter Obi may talk about it, but Kwankwaso or Atiku they don't know what is going on to that degree. No, it's only us on the internet to listen to one man show and maybe other shows that nobody cares about truck driver finding people left and right. Now it's up to the here in America, if you go from one state to another, sometimes they have slightly different requirements for these drivers, and the drivers have to be compliant all the way through. If, like, for example, if Ogun State or Lagos State say, hey, Dangote drivers, I have like reckless drivers, they are not allowed in my state to cross, maybe they can go on the federal roads, but to go in on state roads, they can be banned, completely banned from doing so unless they meet certain requirements. Or when they get to the border of the state, then they have to pull over. Here we have what they call truck stops. They pull over, go into the truck stop, they get a check-in and make sure they pass all the the requirements for them to drive in that state. That's how they do it, and that's why I love the notion of each state being strong as an entity, so they can enforce the laws within their own space. Then depending on the federal laws, all the states are not equal. It's quite clear they're not equal, be it by the IGR or the revenue they generate. And that's why I'm always concerned about immigration. When I talk about immigration, even internally and externally, immigration needs to be addressed. We can't say that anybody can live anywhere in Nigeria. That is fine; they can do that. But you don't collect allocation from the government from the central government to take care of your own people in your state, and your people are not there, to enjoy the benefit. They go to other states and they wear down the infrastructure, the healthcare system, the school system, and every other amenities. Okay, those things cost money. People don't know that it costs a lot of money. That's why immigration has to be it has to be central to Nigeria's problem. People can move around, but they have to be approved to move around to where they're going, so they don't overwhelm the resources in that space. But anyway, to Dangote issue again, it's not a Dangote issue at the end of the day. It's the authorities, the people in charge. They were supposed to be taking care of the roads and making sure everyone has license and insurance. Those are the people failing the Nigerians, not Dangote and his truck drivers.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Do you want to go to the state policing, which Tinubu is now looking to inject some urgency into it? Do you think it's right to push in that direction? Do you think state policing is the panacea to this insecurity that the country is not able to shake off?
Yeah, state policing, to localize policing. I mean, that would be ideal, of course. And I think I've heard the pros and cons about this, about state policing, that the governors uh, would abuse the police unit to their own advantage. Um, we all are abusers in Nigeria, so that is true, I guess, to a certain degree. But I think, yeah, I believe in state policing. I think it should be instituted. Um, and it's up to the states and the governing authorities to make sure that they have laws in place that doesn't allow the governor to be this. I guess they say the governors are what? They are the security um, leader in each state. So, but each state can that they can carve their own laws to make sure that no governor is able to abuse the police for their own benefit and oppress the people. And state policing, of course, it's ideal. The police unit is close to the people. It's close to the people, and they're gonna have people that live in that community being a tribe or ethnic person from that
Good morning.
community. From that community, it's secondary.
Hello?
But
Can you hear me?
no matter where the
Yeah, we can hear you, but Prince Daddy is speaking, so maybe
Yeah,
still muted.
I
Mute your-
want to ask you a quick question. I want to ask you a little question, please. Don't be annoyed.
Yes, you can ask it after Prince Daddy finishes. Thank you. Sorry, carry on, Prince.
yeah, I was the state policing, yeah. Um okay, I can lose my train of thought. But anyway, yeah,
Yes, I do
of
know.
course,
Sorry about that.
it's
Carry on,
better
please.
to localize the state policing because again the police. I think there was an issue also raised about well, it doesn't matter if you're an Igbo person or a Yoruba, whatever, that lives in, for example, in Lagos, right? If you live in that community, you've been there for 10, 20, 30 years, you are part of that community. Okay, so you know, hiring people into the state police should not be based on where you were, where your ethnicity lies. It should be based on your residency in that place. Maybe they can have a minimum of 5 years, for example. They could. Then they hire people locally that can police their own communities. Okay, because we know, for example, in Lagos, there are certain people, certain ethnic group that dominate certain parts of that state. Then you hire police people that can address, that live from that are from that community, and they can be best suited to address the problem there, or they are familiar with that community. Yes, state policing makes sense. I'm not sure any other country really that has the Nigerian model of a central police system. Even here, where I live, state the police is so localized to the granular level. Okay, that's how much that's how far they go, and it only makes sense. you have to connect the people in the locality with the police and people that understand, the psyche of the people that live there, their ways of life, their culture. I mean, that's just the way it goes. Police is not about oppressing people. It's about being a resource. It's about being a service above all to the people. That's what it is. Protect the people, of course. So it has to be localized. That's the ideal way to go. Regardless of all the other opposition to it, I think if it's well done, well crafted, the people can buy into it. It's a good system. It would be a good system.
All right, brilliant. And the Nigerian non-oil revenue hit a record 20.59 trillion. So what are you making of that? Because for me, if they are able to generate internally, then they can use that money to service internal matters, which then protects the dollar even more. They don't have to change dollar then to administer the country. If they have a proper revenue system, then the country can self-sustain. So what are you making of that, Prince? A record revenue generation from non-oil activities.
Yeah, it would be nice to actually have a graph or a data that shows the trend over time. It's nothing new, one man. Oil revenue as a percentage of the overall revenue for Nigeria has been gradually declining, if you ask me, or has less impact on the revenue generated maybe from the ports and from a big place like Lagos State and Ogun State. I mean, they generate a lot of money from in non-oil sources in that country. So it's not a phenomenon. It's nothing new actually. One man, it's well known for those that pay attention actually, and we are in the age whereby pretty soon, if not yet, remittances from overseas is going to outstrip oil revenue. Yes, if we're not there yet. So it is a good thing actually, not to be. It is a good thing. Of course, the oil revenue it's a good source of foreign exchange, right? So too is the remittances that come to the country. So yeah, the better they invest in more investment in Nigeria, maybe the road from Lagos to Calabar they're building, all this internal economic activities will help generate more revenue and make the country stronger and gives opportunity and make things more competitive at a different level, different states, different local governments to know what they have at their disposal or what they can work on or how they can be creative and innovative to generate revenue. I think personally, many of the states are super lazy. You can tell they're super lazy because if they were hardworking or creative, many of the citizens would not be leaving their space, their own states, and go elsewhere. People go places where they have opportunities. Okay, that's the bottom line. People go to places where there are opportunities and they can improve their standard of living. Nothing magical about it, and that's why sometimes it sounds so ridiculous when people make an argument that America is an immigrant country. That's why people should come here or they should open their borders. That's such a lame argument. If America was an immigrant country and it's like an S-hole like some other countries, trust me, nobody's going to come here. Nobody's going to come here. So it's about people go to places where they have opportunities, where they can advance themselves, their family, educational wise, and do business. I mean, that's what people care about. So it is a good thing that non-oil revenue is growing. It's showing a sign of a strong economy. But at the same time, I would like to know where what the trend is and where exactly the majority of this non-oil revenue is coming from. What sector, what region, and what state? Data helps. I mean, numbers don't lie, but it doesn't tell you the entire truth. But if you have numbers, then you can focus or refocus your energy, your resources to improving other things or helping other regions that need help. I've heard a lot about this Niger State and their agriculture program. I think that the governor was with Tinubu in Brazil, and they bought a lot of tractors. Tinubu government bought a lot of tractors, right, to distribute to different states or region. So all those things. I mean, one thing that Nigeria has done so poorly in is agriculture. We I mean, by now, if we are like a serious people, agriculture should have surpassed our revenue from oil and gas, really, because given our volume, we compared to Saudi Arabia and other OPEC countries, we like what are we, a vassal entity in the OPEC organization. That poultry, was it 1.2, 1.8, less than 2 million barrels a day that we're given for a big country of almost close to 200 million people? It's sorry. It's really sorry. It's not helping our cause at the end of the day. You know, we need more. I mean, we need more opportunity to expand, to diversify our revenue, our economy. We do, and agriculture should be at the forefront. Absolutely, we should be like, you know, feeding majority of freaking African countries if we can sell to them.
All right. All right. Excellently put. I think that's the most impassioned we've heard you for a while. So that's Prince, of course, who is packed somewhere to engage with us. So stay with us, Prince. The room continues to populate. So let's move it around a bit, only to bring it back to you very shortly. We were going to move it in the direction of Paddy, who joins us as well. But on our way to Paddy, let's make a pit stop with Chioma, who went to Nigeria and survived to tell the story. So Choma, you are back. Good to have you back. Chi.
Good evening, one man. How are you?
What's that voice? Are you Marilyn Monroe? You are not Marilyn Monroe. So speaking your normal voice, huh?
No, it's just because I'm jet lagged, right? And
Well,
I want
well,
to say hi to all my friends. I want to give a shout out to AB, uh, Olga, Ayo, and you, one man. And of course, Miss Dipsy. You know,
So
I've not.
I know where I am in the hierarchy. Was I the number 4 mentioned or number 5? Okay.
No, even
All right.
guy, I don't know why I mentioned him first, but his name is easy to say. But you know, my mind is not all the way there. So, but you're always number one to me, you know. So
All
don't.
right. Talking about your mind not being all the way there, there's something that struck me as curious, and you are the one to give the explanation to it. So it's either you ran out of money or you ran out of materials. So, but what exactly is going on here? Did you not have enough materials, or you ran out of money? Hold on. This is what I'm talking about. So explain yourself. Did you run out of money or material without barely the clothes? Is that even a cloth? That looks like a nine. There's more flesh on display. There was actual clothing. What's going on? You went to Owambe in Lagos, Abi. You went to Bookie.
So, you know, there's a backstory to it. It's supposed to be a surprise birthday party. It was short notice for like, well, I knew ahead of time, but I already have the plan. You know, there was no material where it's like, you know how they have like, there's color code, right? But there was no specific material like I should be, you know. So they just say wear yellow, gold, and white. So I already had this in mind to wear. And then last minute, I told her that I cannot tie gele because my outfit looked too hot for gele, you know. So, but it was fun, you know. Everybody loved my outfit, by the way, one man.
No, I didn't quite know where to look. I didn't quite know where to look.
You know,
Eh?
I sent you the clip where I was hanging out with K1's PAs outside before I even entered the party. It was so fun. No, the party was really live. Obasanjo was there too. Obasanjo, patient, Jonathan, the first lady, was the one that cut the cake.
We played a clip of Obasanjo at that. Was that the same event where he was dancing with Patience Jonathan?
Yeah,
Was
that's
that
the
the
same.
event?
Yeah, that's the same event I was in. And who else was there? Man, there was so many like VIPs. Even what's his name? Peter B's wife was there. But it was so crowded, one man. And I just like my table. My table was like lit, okay? I was seeing everything, but the crowd was too much. It was just too much crowd, you know.
Was that where you went? You went specifically for the party, or what is that? Was that related,
First
or
of all,
you
I
just
went
happened to?
specifically to see my friend and for the party, of course. You know, there's always an incentive for me. I don't just go to Nigeria for parties. I do have, people there. So yeah, it was fun. It was fun. When I played the clip, I was like saying hi to the crew members for K1. When I saw them outside, I'm like,
Well,
oh
it
my
wasn't
god,
K1
K1 is
now. You're saying hello to K1's driver. I'm not quite sure that covers you
no,
in
that's
glory.
okay. Play the other clip where the crowd. I think I sent you the crowd, right?
Yeah, let me play this
How
one.
crowded.
Now, wow, the lifestyle of the rich and famous, Abi. Is this the? Well, I'm not even sure what to think.
One man, that
You,
party
you,
was it went hard. It was awesome. And then,
but
oh
they're
my
not
God,
allowed to do spraying anymore now. They're not allowed to do spraying anymore. That's the thing.
they weren't spraying. They were spraying in a basket. And one man, they kept bringing food after food. Oh my goodness. I mean, I told this. Well, I didn't eat anything because I already ate before I left the party. But I mean, before I went to the party, I already ate, so I didn't eat anything. I was just giving it to my assistant. So yeah,
Who's your assistant? Your assistant? Who are you? What are you? Are you Madonna? What's this one? My assistant.
one man when you're in
Was
Nigeria.
that was that the person? Was that the person doing the camera work? Is that your assistant?
Listen, my woman, when you're in Nigeria, you need to act accordingly. You have to have your shit together, like for real. So I was just handing the food over to my assistant, because so that hall is a civic center, right? They have it has 3 floors. So the first floor is where like the regular people are supposed to stay because the hall was over like where I was, where the VIPs are, it was over capacity. So the regular folks had to stay on the first and third floor and they watch the event on big screen TV. Can you imagine that?
I find that ridiculous, actually.
No, because I went to look for my assistant because his battery was dead. So he already told me where to look for him. I went to the third floor. I'm like, what the? They had a full table of people watching the event on screen. And I'm like, oh my God, this is kind of sad. Like you couldn't even get into the main event.
What exactly was the who was the person in play? Who was the celebrant? Of what relevance is he or
It's my
she?
it's my family friend. She was having a birthday party.
And then they invited more guests than they knew.
No, because they know people. You get what I'm saying?
You know something, Choma. I don't envy things like that. You know, I will feel out of not in the company of whoever was there because I feel I can hold my own with anybody. But I just feel out of it's a different world from my world. I find no joy in just sitting around. The music is too loud. You can barely have a conversation. You don't even want to. It's just it sounds like work. It looks like work even.
Actually,
You
it is.
you didn't look like you were enjoying yourself anyway. I don't think.
So I was enjoying myself, but then it is work because actually I was outside of my element. And the reason why I said that is, I mean, they had oil magnet on my table, which I know the person. And there's another big shot, like lots of big shot on my table. I kid you not. So I was really out of my element, but then I'm used to it, right? So there was no twerking going on, basically. You just like really have to just have low-key fun. I don't know if I'm making sense. You get my point?
So you didn't know. So is it just random people sitting at the table, or are they sitting people in groups? Like you come with friends or people who know each other, they sit them together. How is what's the
It's
format?
basically your important guest sit on the front table. So I was one of the important guests.
Or what makes you important? Yeah, I just your
I
man.
mean,
What makes you important?
that's the problem.
What
You
makes
play
you
too much.
what makes you important?
I
Eh?
have to introduce me to you, okay? You play too much.
Look at this. Look at this
Remember, I
girl.
told you
Important.
cannot sit where I be sitting. Don't play with me.
All right. It sounds as though you enjoyed yourself. You were there barely a week when you it was barely.
Yeah, but that's usually my trip. If I have to honor an invitation, I'm in and out. You know?
But you didn't take your boy with you.
No.
All right. Which one did you want me to play? Okay, is it this one? Is it? Is
Yeah.
it? Okay, this is K1 song.
Is Wasu here? It's Wasu performing. This was outside. Is Wasu here? One man, like, you know, people can't even enter their car because like the parking spot was filled up. You literally have to get dropped off and your driver have to leave. That's how crazy it was. But then one thing I hated, like, you know, when you're leaving, there was just so many people. Auntie, like when you're entering too, they're like begging for money. Those Amajiri people, they're
Yeah,
like walking.
That's the dichotomy that is the Nigerian experience now. So you see them rolling in Rolls Royce, etc., and they pass through like a like a funnel of people that have not had meals in weeks. You know, it's
I
just
know.
that's the dichotomy of Nigeria.
Yeah, and then you know, no, one man is so seriously bad because like there's some drivers. My driver is very humble and respectful, but there's some drivers that almost ran some of them over. The way they speed up the SUV, like boom, like he almost crushed one of the Marjorie's leg. Like
Should I tell you why they did that? Because most Nigerians don't care about poor people. They don't even see them as human beings.
I felt so bad. I'm like, bro, that boy was standing.
Even some of them on this platform.
Yeah, it's crazy. I was so shocked that the way that how do you speed so fast in a crowd of people, even if they were beggars? So it was so
It's not to
crazy.
intimidate them now. It's not to you know
It's not
Nigerians
to
like to
intimidate them.
hold on.
If they are done alive, some of those people, I promise you, they will even stop to check.
Were you there? It's Choma's narrative now. Let her have a moment.
I'm telling you, this is my experience.
Your experience.
You also were not there. In fact, I think I've lived in Nigeria more than you.
Have you ever been to a Nowambe party? Yeah, and when was the last time you were even in Nigeria?
One man,
You know,
really, a Lagos boy. And you're
a
asking me
Lagos
if
boy,
I've been to an Owambe
a
party?
Lagos boy. Look at this guy. When did you become a Lagos boy?
I've attended more one best that you have attended. Guaranteed.
How would you know that?
How many years did you live in Nigeria?
Most of my life. Huh?
You lived in
carry
UK
on.
most of your life.
The good thing is that there's like these type of parties, you require an entrance pass always. So you just don't get in anyhow. I mean, there's 2 different security checkpoints before you can enter. You get my point? And then they put certain people on different levels. When I tell you there were 2 levels of regular people, I was shocked when I went to look for my assistant. I'm like, bro, because I'm like, I told him to stay at the back because there was no seat in the front. That was only 1 seat for me, But then when I went to check on him, I mean, it was a bunch of people on that floor watching the event from the screen. So I ended up getting him inside, and then he ate a little bit, but he was uncomfortable because of the caliber of people on my table. One man, there was oil magnets and different, even a prince and different type of people on my table. So it can be very overwhelming. You get my point? But it was crazy fun. Like it was fun. Like just watching people have fun dancing.
I have a clip of your table. I thought they were. I thought one of them was your, was your
No.
partner or boyfriend or.
No. I don't know which clip you saw, but no.
No. I just saw you sat next to a whole bunch of people, and there's a guy next to you. I thought you were there with him and all that.
Oh no. I mean, people are coming in and yeah. The guy was not my no. But it was fun. But you didn't play all the clips, one man. There was one clip you missed.
Which one? Is it the one that you are in some mansion showing off?
No, that mansion where you're not supposed to play. That's a private something.
All right. All right. Is it this one?
Is it no that
K1. This is K1's assistant, right?
PA.
This one.
Okay, I think this one too. Oh no, this one I was walking into the event, right? Okay, it's loading really slow. Oh yeah, this is the event. You see that on the right is they check your entrance pass. Well, man, I was not naked, so don't play with me. I had full clothes on.
Well, you said it. You say you didn't even need me to say it. You said it. Some barely there outfit.
It was super.
If you're not careful, I can send these clips to your mom, and then I will see. It will get you in trouble.
I was the best dressed at that party for sure.
According to you.
Yes, definitely. So I mean, I'm talking about there was a clip of the event.
Yes. Let me see. Is it? I'm thinking maybe this. Is it this one?
Yeah, this one where K1 is actually.
One man. One man.
Actually, this is the one I was referencing. Is this one? This one here?
That's why.
Okay, so I thought you were there with that guy sat next to you there. So that's that.
No,
I thought that's what you were trying. You were showing me. Huh?
That's my friend too, but no, that's not my partner. No, I know him. I know most people on the table. That's the thing. When you're an important guest, you're supposed to know the friends too. You get what I'm saying?
So what makes you important? Like we are important because we are a society girl or society lady, or what's what's the basis of your importance?
Because I'm family, duh.
All right, all right. I think I get where you are. All right, brilliant. Well, is there anything else you want to add before we go on to Nigerian politics?
I was going to add that I mean, so far, Nigeria seems calm and safe, I didn't have any problems.
Actually, what feedback were you getting? I know that you were interacting with the upper echelons of society, but what feedback were you getting in terms of where they felt of things were in the country? What feedback were you getting, or did you
What
get any feedback at all?
you mean from the locals?
No, no, from the people you interact. Okay, from the locals and the people in the upper echelons of society. What were they saying in terms of where the
So
country was?
one man, I kind of feel bad because I got into a fight with immigration officer and I cursed her out. Like, and I felt so bad. Like, the lady is old enough to be my auntie, right? But I almost cursed her out, and it's so sad. Like, I did that. You know why? So the situation was not even my fault, but it's just like they do like dumb shit. You get what I'm saying? Like, you drag a situation that doesn't even need to be escalated, and then you end up looking stupid. Literally, I ended up going to the comptroller officer's office, which is like on the third floor. So I felt like I had to walk 6 flight of stairs, and I cursed everybody out, and they didn't do nothing. Literally, I took a video of them and say, "Do you know who this person is? I'm gonna send it to them." And they're like, is that a threat? I mean, there was just like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, I know in the US, if you do something like that, right? They're gonna like detain you and stuff like that, right? But I don't even know if they're real officers. But I just felt like
It is people like you that make that country lawless. But I was really
I mean,
speaking to, yeah.
did something stupid. They know it was stupid. That's why they couldn't even react. Like they do.
So you took the law into your own hands.
No, because they think you can bribe them. They want you to like kind of slid some money, And I'm like, no, boo boo, it's not happening. So like they know they were at fault. You get what I'm saying? But then I gave it to them hard, verbally. And I was kind of like shocked that they didn't do anything. In fact, they were scared of me. So I'm like, are these real officers? And that's why, like, I feel like professional Nigerian um immigration officers, they need to be like take their job seriously, right? And like don't do stupid stuff. Like if you know it's something that doesn't need to be escalated, why drag it? And then at the end of the day, they let me go apologizing, you know? So that was one of my situations that happened. Other than that, Nigeria is fun, you know. In terms of feedback, nobody was complaining around me. Everything seems good and dandy so far, you know.
So can you move there since it's good and dandy?
No, I can't move there because I have to
Oh,
get used to I have to get used to the environment. I'm not used to Nigeria yet,
it's good and dandy now. So you enjoyed yourself, you partied, things were looking good, it was feeling safe. What more could you ask for?
So that's the thing. I don't have like enough friends in Nigeria.
You can make friends.
No, I don't make friends like that.
No,
Nigeria,
no, no. You can make friends. In
no
fact,
matter.
it will be easier because those are your people.
Yeah, but the thing about it, you still like, okay, so when it comes to socializing with certain people, a certain caliber of people, you have to take things slow. You get my point? And then in Nigeria, it's not, you don't just make friends with just anybody. You really have to be careful how you move in Nigeria, if you know what I mean. You get my point? So,
I don't get them. If it
okay.
is safe, if it is good, then it should be good enough to move back to.
No, I'm not moving to Nigeria.
Like you see, so this is my point. Everybody that says it's good doesn't want to move back.
No, because I that's what
It's
I don't
not
have
that
the
good.
friends to move back. You know, like I just like
No,
my
no.
TV.
Sorry, Chaba. What she's saying is that it was good for that moment in time, but that was a moment. She went for an event. She prepared for it in terms of how she was going to finance it, etc., etc. So it's a heightened state of experience. It's not every day something. So it's that heightened experience that she said she enjoyed. But what she's saying to you is that when it comes to the domesticated everydayness of life in Nigeria, she may not necessarily be ready for that. But that's not because of the security or whatever, whatever, because I think she's insulated herself sufficient enough in all of those parameters. But it's not the lifestyle of choice for her at the moment. That's what she's saying. But she's not referencing the concerns that you have.
Exactly. You put it right. That's
I,
exactly how I
I bet you wish you had my articulation, Choma. If only you could craft language in the manner that I can.
man, I don't even need to. Okay, I'm good. Okay, my life is gonna be all right. I don't need to learn anything new. Okay, I'm good.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Choma. Let's move it. Did you want to poke at her a little bit? Sorry, before we go to Paddy, because
No,
I think
Woman, I already
you are
know
eating
what
to
you were
poke at
trying
her.
to put. I already know what you were trying to portray, and I wanted to fight back, but I'm too tired. But let me just ask my question before we get to Nigerian politics. Do you think Ukraine is a finished country? Do you think these people are just going to become nomads now? Because
Who?
I don't see. I think that country is done. I don't think they'll
Ukraine.
be in Ukraine after a few years.
Where did that come from? What's happened?
One man, their fertility rate is low. At first, Russia didn't want to destroy their country, but these people have started going deeper and deeper into Ukraine, and they don't even care anymore. They are just blowing everything up now. After that meeting with Trump, they just started blowing everywhere. They didn't even care where they were blowing again.
No,
So low fertility
I
rate,
don't think I don't
destruction
think
of their.
Ukraine. I don't
Sorry.
think Ukraine is. I don't think Ukraine is done. What will happen ultimately is that their president Zelensky, he will fall. Somebody else sympathetic to Russia will replace him, and then they will just and Russia will keep the regions that they've already taken, and that will be the end of that.
But
One
I
of the
thought
issues
Vladimir
is
wants to take
one.
control
One
totally.
of the issues is that their president is a very hard-headed goat. As long as he can keep getting money from all this crisis, that guy is not going anywhere. He's going to
Yeah,
destroy that country. It means that he's going to keep getting money.
yeah, but Trump is signaling that he's no longer fully behind him. So if he doesn't have American backing, then he will just yield. He will just
Okay,
fold.
if Trump is saying he's not behind him, these Europeans, I don't know about the British people, but these Europeans, they will not, they will continue to because they are all benefiting.
Yeah, but what
This
will he fight? What will he fight with if he doesn't have American muscle, bow and
That's what
arrow?
I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. These guys are ready to destroy that country just to keep on pretending like they are winning. That's how
No, no,
Europeans do.
no, he will buckle. He will be
It's not going to
internally.
buckle.
No.
That guy is not buckling.
No, don't worry about that. It will not be. It won't be in his hands. They will just do a military coup or some. They will remove him one way or the other. That's just what it will be ultimately, because he stays stumbling block in that whole thing now. Russia has taken the victory. They could destroy that country. They just don't want to. Ultimately he will have to either buckle or just they'll just get
One
rid
man,
of him.
one man. These Europeans are different from British people. They don't know. They don't know when to. For them, it's all about image. For them, it's all about
No,
image.
it doesn't matter. Look. Anyway, what can I say? It's a former Soviet country. The same things happen. It's not that dissimilar to an African sort of space. Anyway, they have a history of military coups. They can assassinate him or whatever. The people are fed up with the war. They're just putting on a brave face. If America stops sending weaponry, then then Putin will just overrun them in a week. So they don't have the muscles to be stubborn. They don't have the muscles to be stubborn.
The
You know, so
Europeans
you keep saying the Europeans. I've lived in Europe longer than you now, so don't keep telling me who the Europeans
your
are.
own Europe is different though. British people
All
are
right.
different from this
All right.
European, and you know
Okay.
it. You know it. You know they are different.
And they are not different. Everybody has their peculiarities. There's nothing unique or they have their peculiarities, but they still fall under the same. They're human beings, you know, and the format is still the format. You don't have okay. What would they do if America removes its muscles from that war? What would they do? What would, they can't do anything.
They'll rather go down with the country pretending like they are winning.
What do you mean pretending? Then Russia will just roll into their capital and take it.
Yes,
Yes.
until that happens, they will keep on pretending. These
But
people
they
don't
can't
know
carry
how to admit loss.
forget all that now. They don't want to die. You know, you
How many of them have already been unalived and they are still pretending to be winning?
yeah, because they are being backed by Western muscles. You know,
Okay,
they are being backed.
because they are being backed by Western muscle, they are pretending to win. These
Oh,
Europeans,
no,
maybe
they are
US is
holding
not
their own
fighting
now.
anymore.
Look, they are putting up a fight. They're not winning anything now. Russia has taken several territory from them. They are not on Russian soil. Russia is on their soil. So what are they? They are not winning anything. Every time that war goes on, they lose. I think they've been able to throw about what 5 missiles into Russia in the whole of the 2 3 years, and Russia has decimated, devastated the whole country. If they want to overrun them, if Russia brings out bigger weaponry, they will end that thing, but they don't want to be genocidal in the manner that they're persecuting that war. That's why it's going on. They have the muscles to end it in 6 weeks now, Russia, but they don't just want to use overwhelming force. You know, so forget, stop. What are you even talking about?
If you ask the average person, they will tell you that they are winning. No?
They are winning. How are they winning? Russia wants
That's what
them
you're
at will.
asking. From
Russia
their own
wants
point of
them at
view,
will. Their infrastructure destroyed. You know, they are constantly under the cosh. So and they lose territory routinely. So what are they winning?
one man, this thing that you are saying, if you say it to them, they will get offended. Though.
One minute, I was
They,
going to say something.
Good.
You, Dangote's truck, you rarely see them like in places like Lagos, like as in like Lekki and Ikoyi. You know, you see them mostly in the mainland, like all the local areas, and it causes a lot of traffic. It's almost like they run out of fuel, and they'll just get stuck and cause so much traffic on the road. And that Dangote truck is a big problem in the mainland. Mostly in the mainland, you know. So
All over the country, even not just Lagos. You know, they're always it's just something that needs to be addressed now. All right. I think we've kept Paddy waiting long enough. Sorry about the long wait, Paddy. You know, it's always the case. Yeah, been a moment since we last saw you, Paddy.
Yeah, hi, woman.
Fele, is that sleep in your voice already?
Yes, yes, yes. I was already catching it up, but
Eh,
thankfully, someone came to wake me up just about the time you were going to call me.
all right, brilliant. So to the conversation, we were looking at Choma's life of high society, whatnot. She's been to a usual Owambe something in Lagos. You're not an Owambe person, are you?
I mean, I'm Yoruba. I'm Yoruba now.
Look at that.
Oh,
That
thanks.
Wadabole.
I mean, I've kind of noticed that. Well, maybe this is the second time though, but I think each time Choma goes back to Nigeria, she always comes back excited, and he somewhat has good tales to share. You know, so it's good that the doom and gloom that's been expressed to diasporans is not the the absoluteness of the case. Of course, there will be people who will be hungry and want a better life. But those kids will always parade the parties. They've always been there, you know, for almost for every party There are always people who will come in there to do Moya. I mean, there's for Yorubas, we know them, we call them Moya. They'll come in, they'll gather around, they ask for money, ask for food, so it's part of
And
the
there's
state.
always this or righter guys at the
Oh
gate,
yeah,
you
I
know.
mean,
Yeah.
a party on the Lagos Island would have the vast majority of them because I believe she mentioned that the event was held at Civic Center. That's the island, so it's pertinent that we would have all those people gather around and asking for something together. So it's Lagos life, you know.
All right, William. So back to the politics, which almost seems like an anticlimax now. The excesses of Dangote trucks, Kwakwanso moving ever closer to the APC, Tinubu telling us enough of the banditry he wants state policing, and internally generated revenue reaching an all-time high. So all upward trajectory, all of it. But what's your reading of all that, Paddy?
Um, I share the vast majority of what Prince Daniel had expressed a little while ago. I mean, I was listening at that time, and there's really, I mean, there's not much for me to add. He pretty much covered some of my talking points. Um, I believe that this Dangote trucks, the entire haulage system itself, not even Dangote alone, is a big concern. It's a very big problem back in Nigeria. I remember one time on the mainland, if you will commute from on that Western Avenue, they used to park on the bridge for so long, and then they will cause accidents. They don't have that care. I think driving itself in Nigeria is a big problem. Each time I go home, I don't know how to drive anymore. I can't drive in that chaotic way, so I will just always get a driver. Not because you obviously can't get into behind the wheels, but the way the way Lagosians, the way Nigerians drive, even in Abuja, as basic as driving within your lane maybe it's almost as though people see those lines as the middle, so they always put their cars in the middle of the line, not in their lane. You see clips, so it's one of the even my it's one of the things that people tend to struggle with. So that driving, how many people, when we don't have that driving etiquette, we just get a license, there's somebody doing checks. How much more a class C driver, a commercial driver? I know that one time I did see ads posted by Dangote for their drivers, and they're asking for people to come drive, and it was like a very big talking point then that some sizable number of PhD holders went to apply as Dangote truck drivers because the pay was very decent. Um, but to hear that, to also know that whilst there's a high quality in the level of education of these drivers, we still have this kind of mishaps or unfortunate situations that happen every now and then. But one thing that is good to notice, not all those trucks belong to Dangote. So there's also the Dangote haulage side company that people will. So if you can own a truck and add your truck to the fleets of Dangote haulage company, and I mean they could give you a branding, they could put like a banner on your car, so you belong to Dangote, but the drivers are usually on you. So many of them just bring in small boys, small very young boys to become drivers. Sometimes that the designated drivers who will be tired and need to take a nap, so they have their conductors joining the fleet, and those are the ones that would be in the ride. And maybe those might be the ones that will cause the accident. I mean, whichever the case is, nonetheless. But one thing that I know that's been done in America, as an example, is that they have like lanes you can drive. So let's say like if you're driving on any of the highway roads in America, trucks cannot drive on the far left. You have to drive in when we all the lanes bust the far left. So there's always that free pathway. But Nigeria is small. Every most lanes are two, three, maximum you see four. And those ones are very, very rare. And of course they also have times when they commute. They have certain routes that they apply. but the roads are even bad. And I think that's almost one point that Prince Daddy also mentioned, that government is, people that we also need to call out. The conditions of the roads, there are no checks on those trucks. Trucks don't pass emission tests, they don't pass, safety tests, there's no road safety. Nobody's checking their brakes, checking their horn, there's no proper rest for them. I mean, so it's a big circle of chaos. But one thing that should have been a mandatory is insurance. I think maybe if there's a strong call on insurance, those insurance companies will find a way to ensure that those trucks, by the time insurance companies start paying hefty, claims, you will see how the insurance companies will be ensured that those trucks are put in check. If they mandate that every truck should have a comprehensive insurance that covers for accidents, that covers for, human or car or motor accidents, and maybe they are paying a premium of 100 million per life. So by the time you crush into 10 lives and you're paying 1 billion, no insurance company will, you see how they'll ensure that those trucks will have cameras that will check the drivers when they're sleeping. They will have GPS trackers. They will have those monitoring systems, in place, because they're not just regular trucks. Each of these trucks are carrying properties of goods in high value of millions. So protecting the life of people that that are passerbys on the road, it's something that we shouldn't even be arguing about. It's quite painful. Just when we were dealing with the young lady that are passed on, another one again happened again in Enugu, where a truck, I mean, they say it's Dangote truck, I don't know, I didn't see the clip, but again, a Dangote truck colluded with um a private car, and there were passengers, and many of them did lose their lives. So it's a very big thing. It's something that I'm really hoping that there will be systems in place to mitigate for such situations.
Sorry, Paddy. Are you saying that currently the commercial trucks in Nigeria, I mean, those 12, they're not insured? I'm not aware that. I thought they were all insured. If you're
No,
carrying,
they're insured, but most of that. So remember, most claims don't go through insurance. Yeah, if a clear example is this one that Very Dark Man was involved with, because in a very normal day, yes, there could be bad PR for Dangote. There could be someone from the Dangote comms that will make a case or something. But it's the insurance company as well too should have come out. But there's no insurance company. People just want to own. So I know sometimes some of them will have like third party insurance just enough to get away from the police or
I
more.
mean,
Or
like,
maybe,
Paddy, I
yeah.
mean that in terms of if they have insurance, America here, you
Yeah,
cannot use your regular driver's license class C to drive.
of course.
So there's different class.
Yeah, classes
So,
of
so they will mandate that before you can drive for this company or before you can insure you, anybody driving for you has to have A, B, C, or D to even get insured. So I'm asking that, how come they have insurance and that they're not doing that due diligence to check to make sure that they even comply with the requirements to even get insured in the first place?
And so the kind of insurance you're getting, what does it cover? Does it cover the truck alone and the goods on the truck? Or does it cover every mishap that happens to the truck? So it depends on
You can't
what's
have
covered.
you can't have liability insurance on a trucking company. Like, you can't have liability insurance and say, "Oh, it covers this one," but it has to cover everything. Like,
No, you can. Okay, for instance, like let's use your own motor insurance now.
Sorry, Paddy.
Yeah.
Paddy, I'm going to drop to the background. I'll be letting people in and out. You have the floor. Zit after you. BT, of course, with you as well. So just talk amongst yourself. I'll drop to the background. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Back to you, Paddy.
All right, man. Have a good one, woman. Yeah, so I mean, even your personal, there are things you cover that if you, like for instance, I use all states, right? So they will tell you, oh, for every accident, maybe it's $50,000 or $100,000, But I feel like if people have started making more claims by themselves, and if insurance companies start paying heavy claims, okay, case in point, the one that happened today, so there should probably be like about 20 to 30 lives that should be affected. So imagine you are claiming something your claims are very heavy on each life. Nobody will teach insurance companies
Well,
to ensure that those trucks start doing the right thing. I mean, it's just
yeah,
my
quickly.
thoughts, anyways.
Hey, what's up, Patty? BT, yeah. Um, Great points made. earlier, woman said even Dangote or whomever was trying to negotiate the 20 million naira to pay to the victims of the accident. So something tells me there's something wrong there. Obviously, just like you said, Patty, if there's a claim for or a settlement for bodily injury, car damage, and whatnot. So it is a standard amount to pay per injury. There's no negotiation right there. You just pay it out. So it shows that the insurance that the Dangote or the truckers carry is not comprehensive enough. It only
Yes.
probably covers the truck damage. So the people are not getting paid. And to your point earlier about the reason why it's incumbent upon the authorities more so than Dangote is that you mentioned independent truck operators. I think that's what they're called here, right? So they
Right.
carry their own insurance. They have their own. So it's their own business. They just have a partnership with Dangote, right? So that's why it's the authorities have to step in and evaluate and audit what is going on here to make sure these people are accountable.
I really agree with you, and it's quite a shame that Dangote, the company like Dangote, would struggle to pay 20 million. It might end up being the adjusters who are trying to find a way, or maybe the insurance company who might be the ones who are trying to find a cheaper way, a cheaper amount to pay out. But you realize that even the insurance company might be focused on paying less than that 20 million. But imagine if such claims and they have to pay for court and everything, you know. Whilst Dangote needs to be held accountable, insurance needs to be held accountable, government, state, local government, because you'd be surprised rather that most of these state government are more particular or more about the branding. So for each branded truck that plies a state, there's a fee that you must pay. So for every time a Dangote truck is plying through 13 states, as an example, there's a fee that they pay the advertising commission of that state, if they have any, on the Dangote branded logo on those trucks. Those are what they hold them for. They don't press them. They don't check other things. They don't check whether those trucks are well maintained or well managed. In America, you must do your emission test almost every time you want to renew your tag, because tags are renewed every year. But in Nigeria, tags is once you get your tag, or your plate number as they call it, you have it. So there are no like continuous checks. I mean, and I know we had this MOT thing for a while, but it's not very effective. And of course, in that same roads, we still have police officers, we have constabularies, we have military who just want to bribe and collect money. So, and those should be places where many of this, compliance should have been checked. But I feel like again, there needs to be a much louder voice, of people around. Unfortunately, we have a divided community where once you are divided on politics, there are different people that will hold each other accountable. But haulage system, haulaging, commercial driving, cars, those things, irrespective of who the driver is or the company, everyone needs to be, need to be held accountable. I'll give a quick one before I end on this point. I remember one time recently when the president passed a bill and said every house that is over two-story buildings should be insured, so that in case anything happens to the house, people within the property of within the who have properties in the house or who reside in the house will get protected. And almost every now and then we hear a house has broken down, a house has burns, and people lose stuff. Nigerians were complaining and said, "Oh, that is a burden on the poor man because the landlord will increase rent, so they shouldn't insure." But when something happens, they're still going to blame the government. So it's a reform, it's a mindset, and I feel like once you are able to separate political biases from actual common sense laws, maybe those are things that can that will further improve. I mean, nobody will say what Dangote did was right, but but then if they're not put a law in place, we Nigerians will still be able to say, oh, that law is not right. Why are they taxing people? Why are they mandating insurance? When you go up, transport fare will go up because they're saying everybody must have. I mean, every commercial car in Nigeria, either you're a boss or you're keke napep, almost by default, your insurance should never be a third party. Your insurance should be full coverage. But people say no, it's going to be burden on the poor people because the people put money on this. But if something happens to those people, who caters for them? So I think I'll end that point on the um Dangote piece. What other topic again? The one man mentioned about.
State policing, state policing.
Yes, about time. I mean, without doubt. I feel like right now many of the states are in decent places. They can start to pay some fair share of salary. I know recruitment will be a very big problem. I believe that now that the president has said it, Peabody has mentioned it. This might be probably one of his campaign wins. So I'm pretty much sure from next year we'll start seeing something pop up. We will have states that can,
Paddy, please, just a
yeah.
quick question to you. I'm not. So, if they introduce state policing, what happens to the current arrangement of the federal policing system? Does it change from what it is, or is it an addition to what we already have?
It depends addition. It's not gonna. There was the federal police, then there'll be state police. Federal police will have its jurisdictions. They will have things that they can coordinate. In fact, the federal police is already understaffed. I think we don't have up to 300,000 policemen or something very ridiculous of that amount for the entire 200 million people who live in Nigeria. We don't have up to half a million police. We are very underpoliced in Nigeria, very underpoliced, and it's a burden on the federal government. So, in fact, that's why many of them are the ones who cater to themselves. They have to buy their own police. I mean, one thing that many people don't even know, so that constable, many of those constabularies are somewhat they're like quasi state police. So they're not heavily funded. They're like vigilantes ish, state police ish. But then what they cover is very little. Domestic settlements, they're like beliefs. They can drag it to police. They can jerk you. So but you know. But imagine when they are now properly funded. States have that resource now. I mean, those are probably some of the wins of in ending subsidy. So there's money that can go into the sector. We're having a reform tax bill. There's some funds that can be that can placed into that. States are able to now recruit people. I know that of course there will always be some states that will win. So people rather, I mean, so someone like Abuja now will be a federal police. So the Nigerian police force will still be the ones to protect Abuja. But Lagos can now have whatever they want to call it. So you can call it a police department, you can call it a police commission, you can call it police federation. So you can have LAPF, Lagos State Police Force rather, or or Lagos State Police Department, or Lagos State Police Corporation, whatever you want to call it. So there'll be that. But and then they can only, so those people they can make arrests on federal roads. So maybe if there's something that happens on a federal highway, it'll be the Nigerian police force that'll go there. But if it's the states, and then you can have some wealthy local governments who can also have their own county, something like what we have to in America. They can also have their own local government police, departments, and then those ones will mitigate, normal intercity police. But once there's a detailed constitution that guides them, it's not going to be. I mean, we have Kai in Lagos. We
Yeah,
have
but Paddy, that would be
yeah.
unfair now. Like let's say VI or Ikoyi with their stable electricity, rich people that can afford policing. Then everybody wants to move there, and then the demand will increase, and everybody has to suffer on the mainland. There has to be fairness here, for God's sake. Come on now.
I mean, personally, I don't see how that would be so. Let's put it like this. I won't if I'm able to move because you have a good police. It means I can afford the rent there. It means I can afford the quality of life there. So there are more factors that I think maybe where you would find bigger problem is almost like the judiciary of Lagos. So Lagos State Judiciary is states have their state judiciary. Kind of like so there's the federal high court, there's also the state court. So we already have it in our justice system. So you can implement similar in our policing system. So Lagos State Judiciary if I once you're a judge or whatever it is, or once you're at that level, you get a car, you get a house. So many people always find ways to transfer themselves to states in Lagos, even teachers. But so teaching itself too is state based. So there are state teachers and there's also federal teachers. So we have it in our teaching, we have it in education, we have it in our healthcare, we have it in our judiciary. So what we are doing now is to expand it and also have it in our policing. So states are in charge of paying their teachers while we still have federal schools. So we have the federal government college of this, federal government college of that, King's College. So all those schools are federally inclined. They have their federal curriculum. And then we also have the states as well, so that governors are paying. But what you have is maybe states like Bayelsa or Delta, or maybe Enugu or Imo rather, and then maybe Lagos, who would pay well. You find that more people want to join the police force, or want to move them more because the benefits are more solid.
I know, but by the it's the point I'm trying to make. If you have state police, because one of the issues we've had is that when states create a law, no, they don't have their own system to enforce it. So if you create a police system now, okay, they have police that can enforce, but if you're going to enforce, you must also have your own state prisons as well.
So
because you can't use federal prisons to enforce your own state law. So who pays for this? Because it's more expensive than we're looking at it. There's more to it than just having a police service. You must also have like a prison system.
And so to make prison so first of all, I think we've stopped prison in Nigeria. What we have now at our
Correction.
correctional
Sorry,
centers, yeah.
correction, yeah,
Yeah,
whatever.
to get a correctional center is not hard now. I mean, we have them already. So for every station
That is
there's a
federal
small
now.
cell. I
That's
know.
federal.
But it's not to allocate land and allocate a place where you can create a correctional center. I mean, it's not like we have the kind of advanced correctional centers like Guantanamo Bay where we need an island
You
and
might
we
need
need
one
tight
in that Lagos,
fences.
though. You might need one in that Lagos.
No. So here's the thing. Remember that in fact, many of the majority of the things that our police solve, not so of course we have the normal civil unrest, we have the kidnappers and co. But the vast majority of what our police solve are civil disputes. Landlord slap tenants, go police station. You don't make money, go police station. So just when they just put it behind counters, they spend like a few hours there, they release it next morning, you're gone. So that's the majority of the actions of our police. So the ones that are now advanced, where we need them for banditry and co, the president has already created the forest guard. So we have those ones, and then when it's like proper highway robbery or kidnapping, so there's now a quicker response. So remember that once we are going to have those advanced forces, and in fact in those regards, the state police can now also rely on joint forces from the federal. So the federal will have less burden on themselves. They can do much more informed work. But then when it comes to like the normal domestic disputes, your state will, even in America here, two people are fighting, they call police will come. You hit my car, park on the road, you call police will come. So they have more civil disputes, in fact, much more than they even have the criminal ones. But the only thing is that so the governors will not be the custodians of the police. It's going to be each state assembly that will be in charge of the police. So the governor cannot call police unless there is maybe approval by the speaker of the house or something like that. So that way we shouldn't worry about what happens when this governor starts to
I
command
have more
police.
questions, sir, because
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
because this came up on this platform last year. So when it comes to recruitment, because people have said that they prefer people from that area, the indigenous of that locality, to be in the police service. What is your opinion on that? Do you believe that it should be open to all, or that the policing service should only recruit from that state? I mean, those that are born in the state, as opposed to opening it up to everybody from all parts of Nigeria to apply.
So policing should be like every other civil service work. It should be based on residence, not necessarily indigent. Of course, there'll be certain states like Osun State now, as example, or maybe Enugu or Kano, or so that you have majority of them would happen to be, local residents or be indigents. But I mean, they won't base it on. In fact, you remember that indigents in Nigeria, they only have two benefits. One is the one that they've inherited based on land. And then the second one is, if I think that's about the only thing that they even benefit, and then chieftaincy. So, which is like you become maybe a chief, or not even a chief, you become like a king. So it's a monarchy. Those are the only two benefits that quote unquote indigens enjoy Nigeria. Every other right benefit, as long as you're a citizen or you're a resident, so they wouldn't. So like every other position, like every lawmaker position or teacher or what or nurse, they won't narrow it down. As long as you live there, you're able to apply, you qualify. Of course, they'll give it to you. You join the force. I mean, so in fact, you can even have quick early recruitment. So let's say these NYSC people that we have that are always very idle, we can start having NYSC extended maybe into 2 years. So you're part of the local force, like like the constabularies of the states will now be, if you're an NYC person and you don't have any designated what do they call them, place where they've where they've sent you to go and serve, you just join the state police, and
Yeah,
your
Paddy,
work could maybe traffic
sorry.
warden coordination,
One,
maybe when time there's a party, you go and organize them, just some civil dispute, and then you're good. And then if you now choose to reside in that state, you can gain your promotion,
one
and then
more
you can, so
question.
maybe, and if you leave that state to go on to another state, you will need to reapply to join in that state. If you pass your application test, of course they will consider experience and everything, but you can't narrow it down to just I mean, how much indigenship. But if you reside there and they see you as a dim fit, you've done your test, you've gone through your recruitment, they test you, you pass. Of course, you become a staff of the police state in there. But once you are a staff of a police in Edo State, as an example, you have no jurisdiction to go into Ondo State. You can't do anything there,
Okay,
unless you go in and then apply, and then
Paddy,
so it's
Paddy,
going to be the same
Paddy,
thing.
Paddy. One more question on that topic before
I
we
think,
move
let me speak on one more thing, and then I'll drop the
no,
mic.
before
Does anyone? What's the other last thing that
can you hear
I,
me?
I can pick on? I
Okay,
don't know if Prince Daddy is there or Big T.
can
Oh,
you guys hear me?
I think
Okay.
yes. The talking point on that Tinubu made around
Paddy, can you
Nigeria
hear
met
what?
is
Hello, Paddy.
its budget, its goal on revenue
It's like
targets
Paddy is not hearing any
on
other person.
non-oil products. Uh, I think this is something that started even right under Buhari. We've been having rapid growth, or good growth
Paddy.
in meeting our
Hello, Paddy.
revenue for non-oil,
Can you
is
hear
it
us or
income
something?
or exports,
Hey,
or
he's not. He's just talking. He's
revenues
not
that we're
hearing
driving.
anybody.
And I think it was
Simba,
Prince
just
Daddy
put
that
him
was
on mute
referencing that.
and his
And
attention.
yes,
Put him on
agriculture is
mute.
one of those things. Remittances is part of it as well too. We have our people buying their federal bonds.
Yes,
So there's
we can hear
I
you.
remember that many of
AI.
our oils, we've already used them as advanced.
Simba, put
We've
him
used
on
our
mute
oils
and get
to
his
as collaterals for
attention.
loans. So
Write
we've
him a
sold many of
message.
our oil revenue are way ahead. But it's good that we're actually at a place where
Put him on mute and try to get his attention.
Paddy, we cannot hear you. You are just talking. If you can hear us.
He's been talking
Can
for
you
God
bring him
knows
out?
how long.
Okay,
I
can you bring
went out and came
just
back, and then
can you drop him down and bring him back in? Maybe that will work. 'Cause, yeah, I don't know what happened to.
hello.
He's still talking. He's still talking.
I think it's only
I've met him, but he's still talking.
Okay, I'm gonna write a comment on the comment section and you're gonna highlight it, okay? Let me go ahead. Hold on.
producers of its seed.
Wow.
So
Okay.
we export the seed.
Go ahead and highlight it.
Is he still talking?
Simba, are you there?
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
But the guy is still talking. What's going on?
It's his system. Oh, you guys.
Well,
So go ahead and speak.
No, I was actually enjoying his summation. I was gonna ask him about the police service. I asked him one, but about recruitment from the current system. That if he were to have a policing service now, state police service, does he believe that? Does he want like people like Simba don't want them to recruit from the current system. That they have to not have had any prior experience in policing at the federal level. And some have said that they actually prefer people from the current system to transition to the state police service. I was wondering, like, maybe it was for or against that idea that people should be allowed to apply to the state police service if they had prior experience at the federal level or not. But I think is my I don't know what happened to the system, but
Advanced
There's
war
one
weapons
question I
that
wanted to ask about
China
this.
showed today. Did anyone see those clips?
Paddy, can you hear us now?
Simba, I keep telling you, can you highlight my comments so that he can see what we're talking about?
Was I speaking to myself all along?
Yes, Paddy, yes, you were. Nobody had any. We're trying to get it, but I
Is
think
anyone there?
Paddy, go out and come back in. Oh, Chioma or Simba, can you step? Oh dear.
There's one Simba, there's one question I wanted to ask you a question about this Dangote truck.
Me? Question?
Yeah. Do
Yes,
they
ma'am.
have that similar accident in the north?
That's a very good question, oh. I don't think so. And if they did, it's probably not reported.
I want it to be reported because I think acrobatically, the way everybody is seeing that Dangote accident truck over the years is not the way I'm seeing it. Because I don't even know why people are just noticing that Dangote ridiculous truck accident now. It's been going on for years. At first, he claimed those trucks are not his, that those are contractors that buy cement, they own, they transport those cement and they decide to write a name. I was even surprised that he came out to apologize and the company is writing something because over the years, he has never agreed that those trucks were his. So, before I speak on that Dangote regular incident, I want to know how often, because if you've been a witness of those Dangote truck accidents, they are not just. Sometimes I see it as intentional. Look, you people should not get me wrong, I beg you, before Una go start to abuse me. Don't get me wrong. It's just my opinion, my thinking, my understanding. It might not be the truth. When you see those accidents, most times they don't really look like accidents. To me. Hello, is anybody there?
Yes, we're hearing you, Ma.
Yeah, we can hear you, Zita.
We can hear you.
So most times, to me, because I've been a witness to at least 4 of those accidents in the South. One was involved with a share contractor. No, actually 2. If you do the analysis and the incident documentation, learning from incident, they don't actually, to me, look like an accident. You know what is an accident? We all know what is an accident. Although sometimes accidents can be preventable, but a car driving in front and a trailer come from the back to crush them, to me, actually do not see that as an accident. I will see it as intentional. I don't know, but I want to get a report of those trucks.
Zita.
You want to ask me a question?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah. Well, the question I want to ask is, Dangote to me is the most popular company that we have in Nigeria. Every Dick and Harry knows about Dangote. Now, if we make a comparison between, because if we don't know how much of trucks it contributed to Nigerian road compared to other companies, it will continue to look as if it contributed more than every other companies in Nigeria. So what percentage of the haulage trucks that we have in Nigeria is on Nigerian road is contributed by Dangote? And then the accident that involved Dangote, is it more on Dangote's side than other companies that also have a haulage company? That is one.
Okay.
Two, people are talking about insurance. Have we confirmed whether they have insurance or not? That is two. Three, which other question do I want to ask? Okay, if I remember the third one, I will let you know.
Okay.
Okay,
First
then
of
the
all,
training, the recruitment of the drivers, because I know that he has an articulated driving school where he used to train the driver before they engage them.
I want to hear it.
Those are the questions that.
Okay, let me take the first one. You said the contribution. That's why I said I need to know what is happening in the north before I can come here and speak affirmatively on those Dangote trucks. Talking about insurance and then training, they are not actually something that can stop an intent to kill. Let me repeat myself again. Well-trained driver, covered by insurance. You keep people, insurance comes. You had an accident, insurance will cover you. That is not like a stop to an intent to commit a crime. So first of all, my question is, who are those driving those trucks? That is nobody should get me wrong. I see things far before every other person sees it. Who are those driving those trucks? Because I don't even know why it is today. Maybe because the man spoke, or maybe because the company spoke. That's why every Nigerian is running. Dangote truck has been doing this shenanigan for God knows how long. And at the beginning, the man claimed those trucks are not his. I can remember vividly. If anybody go into research, you will come back and say Zita said the truth. At the first inside, he claimed those trucks were not his personal company trucks. And everybody was wondering, if they are not your trucks, so why they've been written Dangote? But it is what it is. We are in Nigeria. My question, my argument is, no matter what anybody is saying or trying to play around all this, the question is there an intent, intentionally, to cause mayhem? That's what I'm asking. Because I've been in a team that went in to investigate two of the accidents that involved a shell contractor. So I know what I'm talking about. Whether they have insurance or
So that means we have to look at the statistics and see
if a particular region in a country runs into another region and commit mayhem and walk away, there is every tendency that they can use the enemies to still do the same thing. You people should not get me wrong. Please. It's not something I'm just.
You kept on saying they should not get you. You are passing you are giving an information that is very delicate. And before we
It is
can do that, we just, because you don't say, you are saying people should not get you wrong. There's nothing wrong. There's no way people will not get you wrong. In the sense that there are so
what I
many
mean by
things that
not
have to
getting
be
me wrong
fact
is
checked before you can make such a.
no, I'm not. No, why I say they should not get me wrong is that getting me wrong is like not saying taking it hook, line, and sinker. That's what I mean.
Yeah, you said that they were intentional. So I really want to know why.
No. That's why I said don't get me wrong. No. I am not saying affirmatively. I said I want to get the statistics in the north before I come here. That's why when I speak, I like people to listen
You
to
know,
me.
AI is just it's turning into another Fulani X-Men.
Like they are killing people on purpose. That's what she was suggesting. And like,
So we have to know the statistics. We have to know the ethnicity, the ethnicity of those drivers. That do we have the more of northerners driving those trucks than the southerners? Because if you are not looking at it that way, because if you say it might be intention to do what, then that means if you are looking at it that way, because you are comparing the accident in the north and the south, do we have more accidents in the south than
why
the
you are
north?
saying this?
And then we have to look at the ethnicity. We have to look at the ethnicity of the drivers also to see where are they from before we can now make such a. It's a difficult and delicate issue.
Listen, before I even said it, the two ones I was involved in, the ethnicity is something mass. Before I said what I said, I don't speak rubbish. In as much as I don't want you to get me wrong, I don't speak rubbish. Because when you look at those accidents, I don't just look at accident. Hey, accident has happened. When you look at those accidents, you will know that most of them, the two that happened that I got involved, that accident shouldn't have even happened in the first place. That's what I'm saying. Those accidents shouldn't have happened in the first place. But they did. Okay? A lot is happening, but if you people think you can argue it with me, no problem. But the thing I'm saying is that I need to get the statistics in the north. Forget about who is driving it, because I know those who are driving those under the truck. But I want to know what is happening with those trucks in the north, because they do go to the north too. According to Shioma, maybe they are not being reported. But I know they go to the north. They go to the north. I will leave that topic for another time. I've set up my machineries. I will come back to this topic for another, because it's going to happen again. When it happen again, and happen again, and happen
Are
again,
you saying they have better roads in the north, or what?
No, Prince, don't let that go away. You said
No. Prince know what AI is saying now. It's just, Prince always want to sound good now. That's what he's saying now. He just
Prince,
want to shift the attention.
You heard what she said. That
He can't tell me that you don't understand what he's saying. That no, there are better rules. I don't. It's not from my mouth that you hear it. If you don't understand, that's your issue.
Prince, you know what she meant. So can you be more specific? Tell us about this intent by these truckers to murder people in the south with the trucks. Just tell us what you know.
Listen, let me tell you. I have seen, anyway, never mind. I said I will discuss that.
What do you mean? Don't do this again. AI, don't do this. You start something. What do you mean? Never mind. We mind. Don't tell me you never mind.
What I'm saying is that okay. Okay. Is it Babati?
It's me again, no. We will go against that. It's me
again. Okay. I said that I will come to that topic. I've asked questions, because that girl they killed, the Edo girl, somehow. That's why I said let me leave it. I've asked questions. I'm sniffing because I love sniffing. It's going to happen again, and it's going to happen again, and it's going to happen again. How many times did I say it? 3 times. And then we come back to that topic. Then I will vomit what I want to vomit. And the time I will vomit it will not be at the background.
Simba, I don't know again. Can you believe what? I don't know. What is your AI doing?
Eh? You said what?
Okay, so we should wait until okay.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's speaking the mind of some people, and it's good for her to bring that to say it out now, so that at
But it's
least now
conspiracy
we
now.
have another way of thinking about it, and
But
then
Simba,
we have
Simba,
to go and check.
but it's conspiracy. Like there's no
BT,
evidence.
let me say this. You know, one thing about me is that when things are happening, my brain shifts. More especially if I've been a witness to a constant reoccurrence. My brain usually shifts. It doesn't go in the line of direction of every other people. That's why people who like me. Those who hate me. But I will say it anyway, I don't care. I want to know. I'm sniffing. I want to know the statistics of those accidents in the north. And I will say it again and again and again. Nobody is going to slap me because I said it. And as I said before, it's going to happen again and again and again and again in the South. Then after my snipping, I will come back and deal with the topic. I will handle it judiciously. Trust me. But for now, I leave it.
Do you think there are more or less accidents in the north, or give us something to work with so we can think ourselves?
When you try to, sometimes when I say something, Prince Daddy, sometimes when I say something, you try to push me to say more. It's like you've not mastered the art of how to get me to speak more. So don't try. Okay? You've not mastered the art of, because sometimes when I say things, you come in an angle, you try to mess it up. It's not that I don't even really do care, but if you throw questions and submissions at me that way, you don't get anything from me. So as I said, and I've concluded that area, among all of you in this platform and probably people listening, I'm the only one whose brain has shifted in a different direction. And I am not relenting. Instead, I am doubling down on that area of my brain that have shifted from every other person's thinking. My question is, most of those accidents shouldn't have happened. Yes, some people will say, yes, there are some accidents that shouldn't have happened. I agree with you. But I repeat myself again, most of those Dangote truck accidents if you study it, I won't use the word is reckless. I will use the word it looks to me, Zita, as intentional. And nobody's going to slap me for doing saying
So,
that.
are you trying to distinguish between an accident? Hold on. Are you trying to distinguish between an accident and a crash, a car crash? Because
I
accident.
have ended that topic.
Uh-huh.
What is important I did this morning is that I shifted the brain one corner from the normal brain of accident happening, a particular company, and why is he always asking me, get them insurance, clear the drivers very well, make sure you put the right person and make sure everything is good so that the accident will not happen again. But that is not the line I'm thinking. Because all these things put together, if it is an intent to commit that crime, it will still happen, period.
But that'd be a poor way
Now,
to
let's
try
go
to
to
achieve
the next topic.
to
The next
whatever goal
topic
you think
is
they're trying to achieve.
the next topic I want to speak on is the first lady. Actually, to me, I don't know why she did that. And I don't even know why everybody is keeping quiet on that. as her position, in her position as the First Lady of Nigeria, she shouldn't make that video, say that in. I'm still trying to process it in my brain. Did she actually do that? Because that's conflict of interest. That's a total conflict of interest. It's not supposed to be tolerated at all. But it's Nigeria, you can tolerate anything. I'm not saying she should not have a pet project where people come to donate money to boost a pet project. That's okay. I don't care, and I don't think any reasonable Nigeria should care. But making that video, it is a call. And what is in it on the acceptance? That's where the conflict of interest comes in. She shouldn't do that. Because all those hawks and vagabonds and whatever you people call them in Nigeria, coming to donate billions and millions of naira into that project, we have something in that call for acceptance. So that is a total no-no for me. I don't care. That's a total no-no. I don't know who pushed her to do that, but it's actually ridiculous and demeaning. Come on, man. Your husband is the president. Telling people to convert your birthday card to money. Running an account number. What is that one now? Hey. Wow. Okay. Let me go to the next topic. It's still my turn, right? I'll go to the next topic. Aerofire. Hello, is everybody still there?
Continue, we can hear you.
Okay. I go to Aerofire. For a long time, when I had somebody I know who lives in Southern Kaduna, that was about 9 years ago. That was when I started calling that man Aerofire. He did all he did, and then he's still walking around Nigeria, saying what he wants to say, behaving the way he wants to behave, abusing anybody he wants to abuse because he's in Nigeria. In most of those countries that Nigerians are in diaspora in, wishing and hoping that Nigeria is like them or that doing better than Nigeria, somebody like Aerofire will be in prison. Cool enough. For all he did as a governor in Kaduna State. Such a person, even if there is immunity for him as a governor, the moment he signed the last paper as a governor, he's supposed to be arrested. But well and good, he's not arrested. And I even see that he's working his way into becoming the president of Nigeria. What a country. That's all I can say on that. Then let me go to Julius Malema. I don't know what he's talking about. But if somebody should have a reason, a genuine reason, that he's still insisting on up to today has not been sorted out. And the whole world is looking at this another direction. It's actually ridiculous and funny that the world is using those so-called, I don't even know whether there is anything called Palestinian, those people living in Gaza. It's actually ridiculous that the whole world is using them as, I don't even know what they're using them for. Is it barbecue or meat or what? Because going from United Nations to streets to everywhere, nobody is making sense to me. Are you protecting Hamas or are you trying to protect the Gazans? That is one simple question I'm asking everybody. You saw those people being
Madam Zita, it is race and religious and cultural dynamics, and the sequence, the kind of cases, the Indian case system that actually exists in the global order, but this time around in races, and there are races who have more privilege than the others, who have more more latitude and are given more green light to behave the way they want to do over other races.
Can
One
you
thing
explain?
I'll just tell you, then I'll leave. I'll let you continue. Lindsey Graham actually unequivocally, how they talk the English on camera, actually said, "How dare can." That is the ICC, chairman. How dare him issue an arrest warrant for Mr. Makowski? You know Mr. Makowski?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So he said, "How dare him that court is made for Africa and poor countries." It should tell you something now. You can continue, man.
Thank you very much. You see, it's actually, I will use the word ridiculous. It's actually disheartening that the leaders of today are doing two things. That they are playing their power tussle with the lives of humans. That is the first thing they're doing. The second thing they're doing is that they are lying and doing all manner of propaganda. I actually pity our very young ones, because the kind of information they throw to them today, when I was their age, if they throw such information to me, I would even probably behave worse than they are doing today. Maybe I would have been different because I do ask questions. But they don't.
It will show when it's time for them to hold power. Things will change.
Nothing will change. Let me tell you why nothing will change. Among all of them, the young people of today, among all of them, there are ones, very few of them, that are learning, asking questions, studying, and training themselves to assume position. The only thing I will have to tell you is that when it gets to their turn, very few of them will rule the rest, and we rule them like the way a shepherd rules a sheep. Because it's very few among them that are something else, very brilliant, very articulate, very understanding, monitoring every situation, separating lies from the truth, separating propaganda from the reaction, separating political words and action from the main thing. Very few of them. And I tell you something, those ones are going to rule the rest of these, our young ones, like a shepherd rules a sheep. I promise you that. They're not going to change anything. Those ones will maintain that status quo and rule them just like a shepherd.
Don't you think you are too harsh on our own people, on our own people, that their future is bleak?
I don't think their future is bleak. If you look at the
you just said
generation,
that they are going to rule them.
You see, there are some generations that will lose leadership. You know, the world is being built in generations. There are some generations who won't touch their hands. because they refuse to learn and train. If care is not taken, these Gen Zs, it might not get to their turn. That generation might jump and enter the one below them from the way they are not trying to ask questions. You see, if you look at Israel, Kazan,
Yes, ma'am.
you will know that when a people have a certain antecedent, you study them. They have a pattern. You study that pattern. When they come with that pattern, you throw a stud. But I have noticed that the world is not doing that. It's either
And
they are technically supporting them.
and you know what, ma'am?
Huh?
Sorry for interrupting.
Go ahead.
Sometimes I like to look at these things purely from a human point of view. Now, if I say human, a lot of people will assume humanitarian. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about actual human psyche and how a human being behaves individually and how he behaves within a group. Group dynamics, the kind of relationship and interactions that groups have with groups, very, very different from the kind that individuals have with individuals. You get me, ma? And this particular set of people that we are talking about right now, they don't actually get away with what that it will catch up with them, but there is a latent period, a very, very long period, because they still hold sway. I mean, internationally. Okay, just look at the United Nations, for example, and look at the permanent members of the Security Council. That just tells you something that this is not a system that can be sustained for long and can be sustained in a world where if they are saying freedom and it is meaning what it means, then the United Nations is an example that we're wasting our time. And if they continue along these lines, they will create the same fire that will consume not only us, but them too.
That is where you got it wrong. You got it wrong. The last statement you made, you got it wrong. But let me say this. I will say it like a question, but I don't need you to answer. What started this madness, apart from every other thing that has been happening? There's been a foundational hatred, propaganda, lies, and everything. But let's leave that one aside. Let's go to the trigger. Let's talk about the trigger now, not the story and the lies and propaganda and everything, and the truth too. Let's go to the trigger. Do you think that from the one that trigger happened, that the demonstration and the call and the breaking of things and the dancing and the wearing of scarf was done in a backwards, like in an opposite direction? Let's assume that those demonstrations, those kind of attack, those breaking of things, those that is even still going on in some places today. Do you think if that was on the other way around, everybody will be screaming, Hamas, Release those people right now, right out everywhere. Do you think that thing will get to this point?
No.
I don't need you to answer. But you see, when I said this, I said that I don't know what the world know about those people in Gaza, that they are not trying to help them. It has nothing to do with ethnicity or race or something, because their race is where they are. But to me, there is something. There was a day I tried to bring it up here. People abused the hell out of me. I shut up. I didn't shut up, but they shut me up, because when they start the abuse, I can't get talking. There is something the world know about those people, that every president enter his Aso Rock, he opens page on those people and they close it back again. Because as I said earlier on, I don't really think this thing would have gotten to this level if it was properly handled. It wouldn't have gotten to this level. Let me tell you something, Hassan. I am an Igbo girl, even when some of my ethnic people in this platform don't believe I'm an Igbo girl. I married people of the nativity of America, although they spread into Germany and the UK over the years.
When you say nativity, I'm sorry. Is it red Indians or usual
the
Teutonic
Shakos, yes.
Anglo-Saxons?
Yes, the acclaimed owners. Okay. I want to tell you something, Hassan, if you will listen. I've told you the place I am from and the people I married. So I will be in a position to explain to you what it means for somebody to fight to survive. It's a very deadly mission. Don't you ever in your life put somebody in a position where that person will be fighting to live. He's gonna fight with everything, because what is in his mind is that I might probably die anyway. I fight, I may live. I don't fight, I will still die. I fight, I will die. I don't fight, I will still die. So that was why I said what I said at the beginning. Do you think that if the world, all those ridiculous demonstrations in the universities and still going on, people were spending billions of oil money, gathering people to break down things in the countries and screaming all manner of enchantment and ridiculous slogan? If that thing has been reversed and everybody went head on and said, no. Whatever be the case, release those people, whether they are alive, hand it over to them. Let's talk. Do you think Gaza will be looking the way it is today? Obviously, no. Because I don't want to talk about the world. Let me talk about the people who are involved. I don't think they are smart. I don't think they're smart. Because if you are smart, somebody is saying, I am slapping you because of this thing. If you are smart, you won't let him continue the slap. Give him this thing. Let's see whether he will continue slapping you.
Rita, sorry for interjecting you. Can we come back to the topic of the day? Because this one that the two of you are discussing is I don't think it's part of the topic and
It's
somehow
part of
boring.
the topic now. It's Julius Malema. Why are you saying it's not part of the topic? You didn't listen when
It's
your
not
man
Julius
told.
Malema that you are discussing now. I
It's
don't even.
Julius Malema now. We're discussing what he
Nobody
said.
can even understand it. What the two of you are discussing. Can we come back to the real topic?
Look, Simba, you never do understand me. So for you to say nobody is understanding me, you should say
It's not.
you
It's
are
not
saying
only me.
it.
The feedback. Wait, the feedback
Yes.
I'm getting from. You can see that every other member of the panel kept quiet. You understand? The feedback I'm getting is what I'm
So, but
telling you
since
now.
I'm
So
speaking now, they have kept quiet. It's
Yeah,
only it's
Mr.
only
Simba, let her finish. Let her
No,
finish.
I
Then
think we should move back to Nigeria
I
matter.
have when it
Hold on,
comes to
Azan.
my turn, I will respond to a lot of these things.
No, hold on, Azan. I think we have to move back to the Nigeria situation, the create of the state police matter, the Fulani bandit, and that of the Nigerian economy.
yeah.
What Simba
You
what
see,
Simba said, actually, I can tell you that what Simba said, Simba is not lying, to be honest.
Ola,
Yeah.
this is part of the topic for today. And if I come into this platform, I decide to speak on it. Can you let me? Please.
at
Actually,
least,
hold on.
and
Let me say this.
mm,
Actually, I am somebody when I speak, I don't really do like interjection. So that you people are keeping quiet doesn't really mean anything to me. Somebody came
but
to this.
you should
Hold
know
on.
that
Somebody
you don't
came
have
to.
unlimited time. Also now, you understand? You don't have unlimited time
I don't have
now.
unlimited time, but somebody came to this platform. I'm the third person in this platform. The second person, asked Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy came in, I came in, but this is now I am speaking. Somebody spoke and spoke and spoke and refused to hear you people and continued speaking for 3 hours. He didn't say anything.
You didn't say 3 hours. How can you exaggerate it? Even the time
It's
that you
8
spend, you have
No,
spent more than the time party
no,
spend in
wait.
talking
Now
now.
it's 9 o'clock, 8
It's
o'clock.
just figure of speech now. She's not meaning 3 hours. It's hyperbole.
Okay.
Whatever it means the longer that the person spoke longer
You
than
see,
her. Whatever you say, whether it's hyperbole or idiom,
let
it
me
doesn't
say
matter.
this. Hold on, Simba, let me say this. I
Mm.
really do understand you, and I understand BT. I really do. I understand the fact that you people want to shift the topic. It's not because it's not a topic for today, and it's not because it's not a topic to be discussed. But I understand why you people want to shift the topic. But the only thing I will say in conclusion in that topic is that too bad. It's too bad. Two of them cannot live together. I rest my case.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Azan, do you have any response to what the questions that Zita submission raised?
Yes.
Simba, nobody's
Good
understanding that.
evening,
What are they even
everybody.
talking about?
Good
What do you
evening,
say,
everybody.
Najaman?
You will understand what we're talking about when I get to
Don't even want to
explain.
understand that.
I will not speak in parables. Please let me speak.
Go ahead.
Go ahead now.
Yeah. So good morning from here, Maiduguri, Nigeria, where it's been raining for the past like 5 hours, on and off, on and off.
Congratulations. This rain, before this one, when was the last rain?
I know actually the last rain was just two days ago.
Because I understand that the other parts of the country is not been raining. So
No, the lack of rain actually is even occurring more to the north central and northwest than it is.
southwest.
Yeah, okay, southwest too. Yeah, and even the northwest. What is actually happening is, um, this our weather patterns usually are dictated by the temperatures in the ocean, and there are these tropical continental winds it's just hot and dense air and cold and dense air and the tug of the moon, its gravitation on the earth that creates these waves, and our CO2 problem, with the atmosphere. So a lot is changing. um, a lot is changing, and what is changing is that we are now beginning to see some certain weather patterns that are not typical to this kind of region, beginning to happen. Like the floods in
Do you
Maiduguri
think so?
last year.
Why do you think
Yeah,
so?
yeah, it's global warming. It's that's just the fact. Um,
I don't
uh,
think so.
Okay, man. Uh, I believe so because I have seen the data and I can back it up. Um, um, it's global warming and that is disrupting the way things usually are. People think global warming means things will just continue to get hot and hot and hot and hot and hot. No, eh, what they're actually saying is that the mean temperature, the average temperature of the whole Earth calculated is increasing, by a certain percentage, that it will get to a point that it's like a runaway inflation, and it's gone. We can no longer have we can't do anything again because of the level of damage that we have done, for us to mitigate or to reverse the trend. And part of what the world leaders have decided to do, is to move from hydrocarbons, to renewables. And these renewables, they happen to choose battery, lithium powered battery.
Azan, I just asked that question. It's not for us. It's not a topic for us to be discussing. So, can you
Which
go
can
back to
person who
your?
be self Simba?
No, we are not talking about global warming now. And it's just
It's just that she disagreed with global warming, and I wanted to make a point, but sorry, I digress.
To me personally, I want to hear your opinion about this police, state police matter, and all these things. So that's at least how to move our country forward.
No,
So
I digress because I was, as I just was starting, the it's just like it's just a common question now that he asked, because he is surprised of the kind of rain we're having. So I'm trying to make him understand that a lot has changed, and then a lot keeps changing. If you look at Nigeria, the past 5 years, there is National Bureau of Statistics has actually estimated that what Nigeria lost to flood in the last 5 years, um, we did not lose it in the last 35 years combined. It's telling
Where
us
was the
something.
statistics in the last 35 years?
In the last 35 years, I think I do not recall exactly the figure they put on the damage, but that of the last 5 years, the ratio is 5 to 1.
Okay, Hassan, I said
Yes.
something earlier on. Just to push you further. because it's your turn to speak. I don't think anybody should be telling you a topic to speak on. You should roam with whatever you feel is comfortable with you to speak on, as long as it's not prohibited. But let me say this. You see, when I came in here, I made a comment about disinformation and misinformation and propaganda and lies and probably truth that are being dumped on our young ones. You see, here in Tromso, in the year 1971 or 72, from what they told me, this is a place that they never get up to 18 degrees. 18 degrees is too
Fahrenheit
hot.
or centigrade?
Yeah, it's too hot. 18 degrees centigrade is too hot. Their summer is 16, 15, 17. Highest
No, 18 degrees centigrade is not hot, woman.
No, I'm staying here. That's the hottest they can get.
Okay.
In 1972 or thereabout, they had 30 degrees centigrade. Every ice melted down one. That is the highest they have had in history. And in 1972 to date, you know how many years it is. And nobody shouted climate change. This year, on August 5th, since I came here, we had the hottest weather. I think it's 26 degrees. And they said it's being caused by climate change. You see, if there is something that changes in life, it's the weather, it's the climate. Are changeable as the weather. It's something that can swing far right, swing far left, come to the middle. It is what it is. But if one people want to put a thing on it and give it a name, that's the fine. But telling somebody that a weather of 26 degrees centigrade is climate change, but a weather of 30 degrees centigrade that was the highest recorded almost 50-something years ago, is not climate change. I rest my case.
Thank you very much, Ma. And here I would have to disagree. I would have to disagree because the world as we know it, as it works, has resources, and these resources that we use as human beings, they appear to us as finite, but they are not. The world has its limits, and there has never been a time in the world where there are so many human beings living, you know, and consuming and the finite resources of the earth as we have now. Now we are not just even consuming the finite resources; we are not replacing them, and we are causing, by our actions and inactions, we are causing harm that may not necessarily, affect us. The actual casualties, I would say, would be the next generation, maybe our children or our grandchildren. Say something like that. Right? A mini example is, if you look at American politics and then you stratify it based on demographics and look at the people who are supporting,
Sorry, Azan, sorry. It's not as if I'm against what people are, but there are some other people that on this platform that have not said anything. So I think it will be better. Yes, Remy is there, and Ekene is there. They have not
His
said
time.
anything
What
on this
is wrong with
platform.
you? Is it not his time? Let him finish his time now.
No, Zita, stop that. Stop that. There's nothing wrong with me. You understand? So don't say that, please.
Okay.
I respect you, respect me.
I'll make it shorter. I have a tendency to explain. It's just my manner of talking. Sometimes that I kind of uh, think I'd have to talk much before I pass the message. So
Hassan, let him give you a topic now. Since he doesn't, he should give you a topic so you speak on it.
No, you gave me a topic now. He asked me actually to respond to the last, positions that you held before I was to speak, and then when I started talking about that, we're exchanging pleasantries, and I was talking about rain. Then the issue of climate change came. Then I had to start explaining, and then we are now coming back here again. So let me just talk small, and then see if I can
Azan,
get able
Azan,
to
can
get
you hear me?
that. Yes.
Can't you just talk about the issue about the state creation and what are the pros and cons about it, so that you go back to the topic of the day and other people can contribute?
Okay. But I'll finish my thoughts and briefly on the
Yeah.
other thing.
Go ahead. Anyhow you like it. I just anyhow. Go ahead.
Okay. Regarding Mr. Makowski, and what Madam Zita said about those people that are not welcome everywhere, and why they are why people do not care about what is happening to them, and so forth. I think majority of humanity, understands what is happening, and justice has a face. As an artist, the statement may sound ambiguous, but when you see justice, you'll know justice, and when you see oppression, he also looks a certain way and behaves a certain way, and it's easy to overlook, you know, the pitfalls, the mistakes, the bad attitudes of a person that you love, than it is to excuse, you know, you know, that it is to excuse the natural tendency of the human mind to make mistakes of your enemy, and it's just human psychology. Most of the time you can do 100 things right. Usually human beings are reluctant to um give you praise, prop you up. The moment you make one mistake, you'll be surprised. It will look like you have never done anything positive in your life. I know a lot of people can relate to this. It happens at an individual level, and it also happens at international level. Majority of Americans are waking up now. They say if you want to know who is controlling you, just know the person you are not allowed to criticize, and that will tell you all that. The people of Gaza are the modern, South Africans, and the Israeli state is an apartheid state. There is no two ways about it, and their method of engagement with these people, keeping them under an open air prison for decades, and keep crying foul all the time, all the time. Be the aggressor and then cry the victim. And then, at some point, the truth has a way of coming back. Reality doesn't really care about your feelings, and it will manifest. It is manifesting. The people of Gaza have been wronged by the world, by the powers that control the world, which is, we all know them, the Makowskis, who are actually control hedge funds. They control central banks, and then because they have already captured the American power structures, such that they're just like their toys. So they do what they want them to do. And here we are with a superpower that professes certain things and then does a completely different thing. Have you guys seen the recent resolutions in the United Nations General Assembly about this thing? And it is always the USA standing alone against humanity, against the fact that it is actually unethical, immoral to keep throwing bombs at civilians, or to deliberately, starve them. It is only the United States at this point that is remaining, and it's unfortunate that this is the country that played a role in a lot of our independence in Africa. People do not understand the indirect role that America played for our independence, but they did actually play a role, especially post World War II. Their post World War II foreign policy. Give yourself 28 days and become the most dangerous person in the room. So let me just leave it at that. Free Palestine. We pray for them, and inshallah, Palestinians will be free. And international world, order, especially this one that they created and put themselves in charge of people after World War II, and manipulating it to their advantage. It has, an expiry date. I hope to see it in my lifetime, and it is my belief that people who come and who carry that skin tone are actually the most aggressive and inhumane of the whole species or races, if I may say. And this is empirical fact. Just look at history. See who has killed more, who has caused more misery, who believes in aggression more, who believes in colonization more, and all that. Because we are speaking their language and we've been colonized, and some of us feel as if they are the bastions of morality and all that. But unfortunately, the idea of America, as it is written mostly in their constitution,
Advan, I thought you wanted to bring it home earlier on. You are still going on the same topic. We, you
Okay,
understand?
okay,
So,
okay. In closing, in passing, I'm just in closing. Free Palestine. Okay, next topic.
okay, can you talk briefly? The other topics of the day is about state police creation, the Dangote truck accident, killing people. So if you can give us just brief.
Okay, okay, yes. Let me start with state police creation. I am an advocate of state police creation, actually. And yeah, usually when we start to talk about state police creation, uh, the general pattern and support for that usually comes from the southwest and mostly the southwest, not the northwest, not the southeast, not the north central, not the south. And I think my experience and the experience of the people of Borno, especially, you know, has the largest influence in, you know, agreeing that state police is important, very important. It's overdue for a federal system like that we have like ours, for it to actually work. For government, then government has to be as close as possible to the grassroots. This top-down military kind of way of doing things, has already gone so deep into our subconscious that we think it's a bad thing to have state police. Of course, there are its pitfalls because we know the kind of governors we have and how our people approach power. And how they yes, so I can see that pitfall, but yeah, it is a hazard that presents a risk that can be well mitigated. I don't know if you understand me. If we are serious about this, if there is a government that has the political will to push it through, and then I think the general notion can be set apart, and the specifics will be focused on, so that a template will be created that will work. And I'm
But
an
Azan, I think the inertia that we have against it will probably stem from the experience of the civil
military.
war. No, the
Okay.
civil war. Do you know? Because you know that even when we were practicing the regional government,
Yes, sir.
the uh, there was no regional police, no regional
Mm,
army. Even that time,
mm,
the central security. I mean, the security was made central. You understand? So
yeah.
we've never had that experience. So to do it, maybe that was why is the whatever the previous government that we have, they been somehow be skeptical about it, looking at the merit and the demerit.
Is sometimes these things are just germane, and when we discuss, we tend to forget that we are even human beings, and then as human beings, certain things, dictates why we behave the way we behave, and then if we behave after those things have influenced us, then there are consequences for those behaviors too. Like, do you understand what trying to say?
Yeah, I understand because me, I still think that most of the even insecurity that we have is
Mm.
self-inflicted, and we created them
Yes,
on our own.
yes, I agree. And change. You see these things that they call change. Our leaders are very arrogant leaders most of the time, and when they want to do things, there is something that we call the management of change, and it is a systematic, approach, to change people's behavior in a managed, structural, time-bound, scientific way that everybody is carried along, such that the possibility of that change actually, working becomes high. Remember when MFLA and God forgive his soul, Buhari, what they did with the Naira thing. That was wrong. That was very, very wrong, because it ended up killing a lot of innocent people. People suffered, and it's because they did not do their due diligence. Usually, if you want to make big changes, you start from pilot. You do a pilot scheme in maybe a place as big as Nigeria. Find one state, maybe the one you think is fragile, then implement the system and supervise it. Give it some time and take feedback of what is actually happening in that state. And yes, give the governor the power, give him the power, and then you will see in 4 years what actually will happen, when all other governors have that same power. So the science of management of change requires that you first do a trial, in a smaller setting, give it time, and collect the data. Let that data feedback. Then you
think
mitigation measures before you expand. Yes.
Do you think we have that time to be doing pilot study?
What is the option?
I think they have been debating about it, and then we look at the pros and cons.
The issue now is that we look at the example of what is transpiring in Kano State with the vigilante.
No, not Kano. No. Kano's example.
Let me finish. I know where I'm going. And we also look at Amotekun. So if some of these guys can be trained and they use them as local government police officers or whatever, and they have to have a clear line of duty between federal police and state police. That there's in terms of there's some kind of crime that this fall in the jurisdiction of the federal police, not the state police. If there's a clear line from the National Assembly, they promulgate a law to that extent, I think everything is good to go, because you cannot be policing over 200 million people with less than 1 million police officers. It's not enough.
I agree.
And that's the truth. Yeah. So
I agree, but I disagree.
And Kano, because in the
I disagree with your Amotekun and Kano.
I know. Let me finish. I'm talking about security now. In the whole Northwest, Kano State to me is the only one secured in that Northwest. That we don't normally have a lot of trouble about banditry or terrorism or something like that. So it's quite secured. I don't know how they do it. I don't know what they are doing, but compared to the rest there, it's one of the most secure states in the Northwest, even in the northern part of the country.
Jigawa is more secure than Kano.
Okay. Yeah, but
And
Jigawa
they are
maybe.
sisters now. How will I put it? What is the difference between Jigawa and Kano?
Azan,
Jigawa.
Azan, do you
Jigawa
know
is a
why
completely
the
different
state?
city.
Do you know why the state police is very necessary?
I
As
advocate for it, oh, my brother.
no, no, there can be level of state police or local government police. Now,
Yes, that
you
too.
know, during the time of Shagari, nobody had problem with the federal police. During the time of IBB, even up to the time of Abacha, as draconian as Abacha was, nobody had problem with the state police.
What truly was it like it for you people that were there? Like the Abacha time with his military, and is it Koboko that they are flogging people with that time, the military? What were they actually doing that was
It's
so
not
evil?
Koboko. Like you are saying, they would have
Point.
given the way I'm
I want you to get the
No,
logic.
let me. So please, Ola is
I
speaking. Let Ola finish.
So I want you to get the logic.
Yes, sir.
Towards 2015 election, some APC politicians, they imported foreign militias. They put them in our forest. At least they self-confessed to that. Even though we learned about it earlier, but later they self-confessed to that. Now, when Buhari was supposed to use the federal forces to flush them out, he was looking away. And that was the first time in the history of that country that people started clamoring for state police. Look at what happened in Benue State. Look at what happened in Plateau State and some other part of the country. Now, we understand when even Fayose used the local hunters to run after those people in the bush. And there was there was no problem until Fayemi, that was thinking he would become the president, came. So what I'm saying is this: state police can just be in the form of even that Amotekun, with
But
the
it's too
sole.
it's not going to handle. I look,
Wait,
and Amotekun is not
hold
going
on,
to be
hold on,
enough for a
hold
state
on, hold
now.
on, hold on. Now you see, if you are afraid of what police, the regular police will do in
Governors,
the city,
yeah,
maybe
that's
you can allow the governors, you understand, you can allow the federal police to still be controlling the cities. But the like of Amotekun, you have to arm them enough and give them power to be able to prosecute any bandit or terrorist they are able to catch in the bush. You know, the problem here now is this: when you see civil defense and police clash, police will be the regular police will be telling you that they are the one that have the authority
yes,
to arrest
yes,
anything.
yes. They
Now,
are.
Amotekun now, as a state police, is just it's a template. You can call it state police, but this state police, but your jurisdiction will be inside the bush. But you want to call it more, make it proper police. Then those police should be in the state governor should be in control, and the federal police should not be able to override them, so that any terrorist, any bandit they got in that bush, whatever judgment they measure up to that's the regular police has no business. Then, if you're afraid of the governor misusing them, at least we know that the territory, the jurisdiction of this police we are creating is to clear our bush of some criminal bandits, some criminal terrorists that, it became worse under Buhari. You know what I'm saying? That Nigeria started even paying bandits. They started paying bandits. You understand? That even Eruvai said, confessed that
In Kaduna State.
he paid bandits.
In Kaduna
Eruvai.
State. Yes, in Kaduna State. But the unfortunate thing with those bandits is that as a government, El-Rufai paid them. That is very unfortunate. That is wrong. But the bandits are still getting money from private citizens. already, that is already bad enough. Then, even the somebody like a governor also, giving them money. So it's fueling bad behavior. It's encouraging bad behavior actually, and nothing else. So I have advocated for state
Answer,
police. Let me give
let me raise a topic before you continue with it.
Okay.
How can we get El-Rufai outside that country and get him tried for terrorism and sponsoring terrorism and banditry outside that country? Can that guy travel to any Western country? Because
He
I'm
is
interested
already.
in the way they can get that guy. That guy need to face crime against humanity. That guy is a criminal.
He has probably traveled to the US several times and the UK
That's the
several
problem.
times,
Those people are
and
not
came back.
consistent. That's the problem.
Yeah. No, diplomatically and jurisdiction, and even if there is somebody that has even carried his case maybe to the Hague or somewhere like that and is actually pursuing it, so many layers for that. There are so many layers. But let's come back to the state police thing. Change. The police are afraid of losing power. The federal government itself is afraid of losing power. People don't really understand that nobody gives power willingly. Nigerians will have to fight for this state police. So you think those exclusive things that the federal government has, they are just going to relinquish it just like that? They are not. So you have to be organized. You have to be.
But Azan, sorry, Remy, but it's not even the federal government. I think the National Assembly has passed it. I think it's the states that are actually reluctant in having them now. Some states have not even
It's
assented.
not the states now. It's not the state.
No,
I
the
think
state
the
are
problem you are
supporting you.
having is how to
It's the
drive.
federal government, Joe.
No,
The federal government has
let
a
me
way
say
of
this.
doing things. Sleight
Let
of
me,
hand. You may not see it. It may not be obvious. So
let
don't.
me tell you something. It is how to draft the law that will limit the power of the governor and how
Yes.
to balance it. That is
Yeah.
the issue they are having. So
Yes.
that's the issue here. It's not that the federal government does not want them to have state police. All the states of the federation, they already agree that we have to have state police. It's also a way. There are two things: creating employment, and two, who is going to finance it. If they are going to do, because they are thinking about changing the revenue sharing formula, maybe the state and the local government will have 52%, and the federal government will now have 48%. So if that way, the federal government, they don't need to fund the state police anymore. That means there are more money going to the state and the local government. But
Are they funding state police before?
no,
They are not.
what I'm going to say, this is the bone of contention. So once they can solve that gray area through the National Assembly, and that is why the presidency is trying to talk to the National Assembly to speed it up, because we must not lie to ourselves. How can we have less than 1 million police for more than 200 million people? No.
You know we are the only country in the world that is like that, ba?
It's just too. Sometimes it's not enough. It's not. At least according to.
You are talking about 1 million. If you how many of the 1 million are even active?
Active, yes.
Let me even tell you something about this police.
They are carrying handbags for our politicians and big men.
Azan, and people keep saying the governors will misuse the police. The truth is this: even the current federal police we have, if the governors want to misuse those police, they misuse them. So let's just not shy away from all those.
But they don't have the leverage as you think they do, Masa.
Let me tell you one thing.
Let me tell you one thing. Wike use police.
Certain extent, sir.
Wait, even Wike use police to harass Amechi as the executive state governor.
Still,
wait, look at how they use police to harass Sanwo-Olu, that Sanwo-Olu could not even take decision in his own state.
No matter how things are bad, they can get worse. Like you are talking of harassment. If the governors have power, we'll be talking of assassinations. Don't joke with these things, so.
I got you. I got
Yes.
your point. For
Yes.
every changes, there will be unintended consequences. I know. But what I'm still telling you is this: we were lucky for Buhari to pass over us. Just imagine if Nigeria should have a person like Buhari. Look at Pobia. Let's assume we have Buhari in a very longer time like Pobia. Look at what could have happened to that country. You understand? And see, I know you said, you understand. When we talk of Fulani herdsmen in that country, we know that the foreign one, because we live with the local one for a very long time, we know them.
Yes,
we know they were
yes.
not as violent as this. But immediately all those foreign ones started entering.
Yes,
everything just went this way. Now, so when you are even when you approach Buhari that time, you said you should learn how to live with your neighbor. And the next thing you want to do is this: you wanted us to start giving land for Ruga. All of a sudden, they started giving Ruga English name as if some of us are dons and we don't even know the meaning of Ruga. Now, Kano State government said, okay, all the herdsmen in the entire country, I have space for them in Kano. No, they won't go to that place. And they were even using soldiers to even harass people as herdsmen were destroying some farmland even in the southwest of that country. So during Buhari regime, they misused the military, they misused the police. So both from the federal government and the state government, both can misuse. What we are saying is this: everybody will not be like Yaya Bello. I don't see a situation where Lagos State will misuse the police. I don't see a situation where Oyo State and Ogun State will misuse the police that we are talking about. At least I can vouch to some extent that
I think there is some naivety in the way you are talking, really, because it has not yet happened. So don't talk in like you are talking with so much confidence.
You know what, Azan, sorry to put it, sorry, Ola. No matter the disadvantage, is a troubled water we have to pass through. No matter what you guys are saying here, we must have it. Because we are talking about the state, the police, the state governor we used to harass. Initially, it should be like
which one, Remy? Which one are we going to take?
Yes, Remy.
The harassment. Is it the harassment, and we choose now? We choose what we want to take now.
So what
okay, what
the harassment
will be the
I beg, make a tell you good morning. It's almost 7 o'clock here in Europe, so I'll be listening to you guys. That I just want to tell you guys that we should stop this. This year. Hold on.
You just jump in like that. You should allow the other people that have been talking to finish whatever they are saying.
Okay,
so
Remy.
What I'm trying to say is this: initially, we have to absorb the harassment and whatever that comes with it. But as we continue to go on, look at what is happening in Nigeria today. Before, there is a lot of police brutality. But after the NSAS movement, things died down a little bit. People are
which one is even worse? Is it the police brutality or the kidnapping and insecurity that we are? Which one is worse?
Okay, let me just.
The kidnapping is even more worse than the police brutality.
Exactly.
Let me say this.
Remy, for letting you, for letting me in. No, hold on. Please, look, now let me just speak. Now, I just want to interject, then I will go back. Please, I want to just say that good morning to everybody. No, you see.
Let me just say this. I want to respond to Remy before you continue. Remy, okay, let's do demolition, okay, but let us do controlled demolition. If you are a business person, of course, before you make money, you will take risk. But what kind of risk will you take? Calculated risk. Let's do that now. That is the rational way to go.
At the same time, you are dealing with humans, and you are bringing a new form of
That's
thing.
why I'm talking about change.
So what I'm trying to tell you is that if there is a clear line of authority, of course they will abuse the clear line of authority somehow or sometimes. But
what is the worst, Remy? Let me ask you, Remy. What
I
will be the
don't
worst?
agree with Remy.
What will be
Me,
the
I don't
worst?
agree with
Azan, just hold on. What will be the worst scenario that a state police can cause? What
I think
will be the
just
worst scenario?
To me, the worst scenario is the governor overreaching their boundary.
To do what? To do what? To do what?
Maybe for political something or against
Can we now trade that one for the kind of insecurity that we have today?
I think we can trade it because if they can curb the insecurity, I think it's fine with me. Yeah, I think it's fine. Because still, I will still continue to maintain.
We usually have criminals in our government household. You guys have to remember.
Looking at it from narrow
a criminal with power. No. Come on.
So I think the problem we should be talking about is the financial part of it. Because if you give the state police and the state police refuse to pay their salary, their state police officer salary, then we are in deep trouble. So to me, I think that is the most important thing. How do we get the fund to make sure that these people get maybe a kind of good salary and benefits?
Is it possible?
Okay. Let me suggest something. See, all this fear, I like solution. Let me tell you one thing. National Assembly will re-amend the law and create a state police, right? What is practice where I am now? The province license the city to create police. When they create police, the province monitor the police and they regulate the way the police act. Right, that's city police. There are some things they cannot do that the province will step in. Now, there are ways to do this thing. Let's give an example. We can form some kind of regional control. That okay, Ekiti State or Ogun State, they have their own police. Maybe there'll be a regional control that will be controlling the structure. So that
say maybe a committee or a board.
You understand?
A regional board.
Exactly, regional. It can even be federal that once you use this particular police for anything political, we can suspend your license, we can suspend your operation for a while, all those stuff. See, all these things can be put in place because even during Jonathan period, police were used, even the military were used to harass opposition. So as we have it now, the state government and federal government can still collude and still misuse the police. So the fear of that misuse will always be there, whether the federal or the state. If Yaya Bello had got a police, I know that it will have Yamutu, Natasha, or opponent. I know. But the question is this.
He will change the state constitution, sir. Is it not that you can change?
I also want to bring, sorry, Sazan, I also want to bring this to the fore. Quickly, you continue. I think the standard or the guideline that a state must follow to create their state police should be very tough. If it's very tough, at the end of the day, you will not have all the 36 states having that state police until they put some parameter or some things on ground before you can have it. That way, things will be more organized. And then, secondly, you must give us what kind of remuneration and training, and how do you recruit your police officer? Do you recruit the minimum? Should have a OND or maybe HND or bachelor degree? Then we are talking. But you cannot just go and take somebody from dropout or school start and the person that don't know the constitution, doesn't know nothing, and you just put him as a police officer. it defeats them. And luckily for Nigerians, all the 36 states are having state police, state university, and the rest. So everybody can boast of at least they can pull out at least 1,000 graduates, put them in the police force, give them good remuneration and
So
good
you mean that all our police should be graduate? Is that what you are suggesting?
I don't mind it. I don't mind
No,
at all.
how can you mind? How can you mind when you
But
don't
it's
know the
not
implication?
practicable. It's not practicable now.
No,
Uh,
it's
Why
not
is it not
practicable. No, Remy, see, you can finish from
Okay,
secondary
what,
school.
okay, fine. What would you
No,
suggest to
wait
be the
now.
minimum
No,
qualification?
yeah,
The
you
minimum
no, you can
qualification.
two
finish your
sats
secondary
is
school.
enough.
Finish
School
secondary
start.
school.
I don't take.
Wait now, Remy. You can finish your secondary school and go to the police college for constabulary training. So
Yes.
maybe you can train them for a year or all those stuff.
Yes.
So, but a graduate, you think graduates who don't misbehave in Nigeria? You've never been to NEPA, my friend. I work in NEPA. Some graduates are worse than Luomo. So don't overrate.
Even in US, can they tell us that all their police are graduates? Where you are living, their police, all of them are they graduates?
No, they are mostly high school. They are mostly high school. Then
So
they
what
go
are you
to
talking
To
about?
me, I still think ONG should be minimum qualification.
I beg you, stop that, Remy.
I want you to stop that. School
No,
start for
high
what
school
reason? I don't.
SSC is enough.
Okay.
Let me tell you one thing. Credit, maybe 4, 5, 6 credits in SSC, including English, will be enough. Because
You don't need to. Let me tell you, Ola, in Nigeria, if anybody has English and mathematics, you will not go for police. You will not go. So once you have a secondary education, irrespective of what you get, I think is enough. I think the training they will give them is actually what is more important than what you have.
That equivalent to your ND, to your NC, whatever. So if you are going to get that ND you are talking about, whatever training they are getting within that police institution should be equivalent to whether ND is what you want. But it's just like when you go for NDA is equivalent to bachelor degree. So let whatever training they are going to have be within the institution. So you expected me to go and read the medicine and surgery, and you expect me to come and join police. It won't happen. So if I wanted to join police, I would join right away from secondary school, and I will attend the training. The training will be 1 year or 2 years. I will join because I know that I want to pick a career in the police, in policing the country, not as an option. Being a graduate and be joining police is an option. That's how you
because you have the passion to protect.
Exactly. So
rather than out of necessity for looking for a job.
Exactly.
That is what you want. Okay, so let me just say this. All of us have been arguing, and I think we've tilted more towards the individual side. How about we zoom out a bit, and let's say we are building. Okay, we are constructing a building. We have to start with the foundation, ensure that we do what is sufficient for that building to last at least 100 years, as the foundation. Then we get building to the lintel, and then we then at some point we'll begin to talk about the aesthetics, the fittings, and all that. So what I'm saying is, how about we first deal with ethical issues, then our next concern should be legal issues, especially around Nigeria's fundamental, human rights, because there will be serious more threats to that when governors have the control that Remy is advocating, especially this fiat that we should just give them. And then on top of that, we will talk about then the financial. In that order, then I think if we mitigate all the risks that will come from all these things, then a clearer picture would emerge, and then a model will be tested in a small place that we know is volatile, take back the data, see what works, see what doesn't, and then we can then expand. Let me just leave it at that.
And
So, so
let me say this. Let me say this. If it's not something that they will just come and say, okay, we are starting, that means there will be a legal framework to whatever they want to put in place. I still think that the worst fear that we can entertain cannot be more than what we are experiencing today. If we think that having state police will provide the solution to the insecurity that we have now, I don't think there's any other thing that the governor can use them for that will be worse than the kind of insecurity that we are experiencing everywhere in the world. Then when you look at the National Assembly can put a legislation on and define their role in the society so that they can actually don't give them a role whereby they will be the normal people policing the normal people within the township, so that the governor will not be using them to witch hunt their political enemies. That is why. Then when you talk about the issue of finance, and since the most of the state, I mean all the states are still getting their allocation from the federal government, I think maybe they can set aside certain percentage, or they can be, because what even the primary education now in Nigeria is actually being sponsored greatly by the federal government. So they can have like a board that will be in charge of the state police, so that it's not paying salary of police will not be directly under the jurisdiction of the state government. If that is done, it will also reduce the power that the state government will also, I mean, the governors will have over the police. That's what I want to say about that.
So basically, like we said, like if that fear is what is the problem, like I said the other time, create jurisdiction. We don't need regular police, no problem. Stay within the city, manage the city and the city alone. But any matter inside the bush, it should be the forest police, and the forest police should have power to prosecute. The other power of prosecution should not be given to police alone, because that is what they use to
No, do
harass.
I don't, Ola, which one is the forest police? Which one is the state police?
No, that's what I'm saying. No, we can say this is state police, but the jurisdiction is to guide the forest for the state. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So now, when that kind of fear people are talking about, at least now the regular police, they take the harass now. It will start from that place. If the police in the forest cannot operate in the city, then that matter of harassment is out of it, because the opponent can ask for police protection from the regular federal police too. You understand? Like I gave an example here now, when Wike was the minister, he used the police to harass even Amechi, that was even the River State governor. But the thing is this: Amechi had his own police, and he too had his own police. So if that case, you understand, even if the state governor want to use the state police that has jurisdiction of guiding the forest, by the time the opponent too can ask for the federal police protection, when you have police countering police, I think that thing will balance. But what I'm saying is this: the criminality we want to solve today is within our bush, inside our forest. So when we carry them into our forest and they secure our territory, that's all I'm after. If we can do that with jurisdiction.
Can I interject you for a second?
Come on, I see all your change management, all those your machines.
I think the way you're talking is a very dangerous way to look at it. The purpose of state police is not to secure the forest, because the state police will transcend the forest. In the near future, any issues of banditry, criminality, okay? Because when you're talking about the forest, the only issue in the forest is not a matter of herdsmen, okay? Because I think you have a simpleton way of looking at this. I'm sorry to say that. The more important issue in the purpose of forest rangers, which is what you should be talking about. I agree with what Mr. Hassan is saying. Number one, you have to have change management, okay? Because you have to look at jurisdiction, you have to look at training. The police is going to transcend the forest. At some stage, we are not going to have criminal arrangement anymore. The dynamics of crime and the dynamics of law enforcement will be different. So we have to implement this properly. I think what might be a good idea is to have a regional command. The regional command then would actually look after the implementation of state commands. Each state domesticates their laws, okay? And also, I think the federal legislative would also be able to look at those laws and make sure that each state domesticates the laws and the laws are in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic. Because Mr. Hassan noted something. Yes, you can have state police, okay? But the state police will be guided by state laws. Each state will have to have their legislative, bring up laws that guide the states. But those laws must be in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We can't have different laws in different states and have the state police, implementing different laws in different states in the same country. I think we have to be very careful when we talk about state police. We have to be very careful. We have to do it properly.
My brother,
we can't be so fixated on this issue of herdsmen. No, the purpose of state police is not for herdsmen.
Just open your mind. Open your mind.
My mind is very open. That's why I'm talking like this. And I'm very concerned because we do this in Nigeria. We implement laws that make the problems even worse. Okay? I'm not against state police. I'm absolutely for state police.
Aro, can you hear Ola? Or you are just talking?
Oh, sorry, I can't hear him. No, sorry, go ahead.
So the thing is this. For every change, people are always afraid. And if fear is what to be considered for every change, there will be no change at all. In fact, as a matter of fact, we still be in the Stone Age. The mankind will never move forward. We are looking at for a solution. That's what we are looking for.
But Ola, Aro is not saying not to change now. He's saying we should manage the change.
Hold on. I understand it's change management, all those theoretical IT and engineering this thing is bringing. This is governance. All those change management does not apply. Otherwise, you have to write change management.
You see the Nigerian problem, right, Aro? You see it back?
No. Azan, that change management that he's just talking about is just one of my tools. So I know that the change management, the way we normally talk organization, it doesn't apply to the government. You understand? You start negotiating with the
Ola, let me ask you people now. When people are not talking now, when are we going to know that what they are saying is actually coming from them and it's not from AI? If people don't, so people are not just being genuine again. People will just come and be giving you things that are.
Simba, what I'm even saying is this: people
Simba, I don't use AI. I don't even know how to use. I don't even have any AI.
People don't even know that last
Simba and Aro, you are outdated. We are in the age of AI. If you like it,
I've never used AI before in my life. In fact,
let me conclude. People don't even know that last man is a police, just because they are not writing police behind their name. So you don't know. People don't even know that forest rangers, they are police. You understand? Because they are not writing police and call them police. You think they are not police.
Because we call them police now, we should call them law enforcement.
Hold on, Baba. What I'm saying is this: Amotekun is a template of police. The problem now is this: when they arrest criminal in the bush, they hand them over to the current Nigerian police because they say they are the one that have power to prosecute. Where they are getting that mentality, I don't know. Because we used to have the Office of Public Prosecution, or what do they call it?
But that's the problem, Mr. Ola. The police does not prosecute.
I don't hear you. It doesn't matter. Let me just make my point. The thing is this: but we know that when Amotekun arrest, the next thing is this: to carry the person to the police. And one person from the federal will say, oh, carry the case to Abuja. We don't want that kind of situation. If Amotekun carry any bandits in the bush, the power to prosecute and get that person should reside within the state. Nobody is taking anybody to Abuja. If you arrest a criminal S-man in Ekiti, or one bandit, one kidnapper in Ekiti, you should not hand that person to the police, especially if they are caught in the bush. If they are not buying during the process, let those people who have power to take all those bandits to the court. You will know that this thing is directly under the state governors, so that they can prosecute. We don't want any Abuja person, you understand, who does not know what is happening in Ekiti, to be prosecuting a criminal court in the forest in Ekiti forest. I don't want that. Don't take them to the police. Then the Amotekun people, give them arms to defend themselves inside that bush. Amotekun is a regional police. So look at that structure. I don't see how governors are going to misuse Amotekun. So the template is there. It's only that just because we sometimes we are stiff when it comes to change. So all this kind of change management jargon that you have to unfreeze, you are applying the for free analysis, all those kind of things we started want to bring. Don't let us bring this down. This thing is very common sense. It's a social issue.
So people should not be bringing the engineering this thing to politics now. To
all those things doesn't work for the government.
Yeah, but that's not politics. There's nothing political about it.
It's not even engineering.
Can I say something?
You want to come and bully me? You want to come and bully me with change management? Change management will be saying that I get those parties there. No, it doesn't work.
Now it's not like you have one of the organizations where change has been implemented now.
We carry knife chook for your own belly now. Haba.
Which one you got the yarn?
You know, Azad, you don't understand. You know, the two of them have been battling with themselves in the comment section before they came on the platform. So don't mind the two of them. Don't mind them.
Well, because it's don't go do engineering now. He won't bamboozle me because he's doing PhD in engineering.
Okay. Oh, yeah, no. Now the way we are seeing now, they talk am.
So that's it. That matter for that forest, because the states were earning forest matter.
Ola, I want to quickly make I want to bring your attention to something. Presently, from the NDDC, not the NDSD, we already have what we call forest rangers. Some of them have concluded their training and they have been dispatched to the forest already. So the state police.
Okay, so that sorry, Remy, you mean what the federal government planned the other time that they said they are going to employ 2,000 in each state? Have they started?
Some of them, yes, they have started. Some of them have been deployed to the forest already, especially in one northern state. I forgot the name. The president mentioned it.
Man o' war. We are talking of man o' war people.
Nobody is talking about man o' war. Nigerian
No, it's not man o' war. It's not man o' war. I mean, I know of it. It's not man o' war.
They carry guns, so they carry real gun. So
the thing is there. The thing I'm saying is this: give them power to be able to take criminal to the court directly. To the
Ola and Azan. Sorry. If they have started that one, so what will now be the need for the state police? Because if they are, most of the criminality. No, wait now, I'm just asking the question. Just let me finish. If the major reason why we are talking about state police is because of the criminality that is going on in the forest, banditry and kidnapping.
That's not the only issue.
Okay, which other issue?
Practical issues, manpower. The presence of
we don't have enough manpower. That's why. Okay, Azad, if let's say banditry, Boko Haram, and then kidnapping stop in our country now, are we going to be talking about insecurity?
Yeah, of course, we are going to talk about that insecurity now.
Like what?
No.
Like what?
Simba, even when there was no banditry, we had forest ranger because you are protecting government assets. Because
those who are protecting trees now, they are not protecting human beings.
Yeah, what we are now saying is it because law is dynamic, right? You have to change your law to adapt to external threats and changes that is happening within your community. So now that kidnappers are now using forests, that terrorists are now using forests now Now you now need some police there that we know those people that are coming from nowhere. You see one thing is this. Let's let custom stay at the border. If those people escape,
You know, Ola, sorry. You know what I'm trying to guide against? Wait now, Azan, wait now, Azan. We know I don't like a situation whereby we'll be duplicating things.
No,
it's not like that. It's not like that. You see, recently the chief of defense staff, actually suggested us walling off our borders. And a lot of people were criticizing him. They want to chop money. Why? But me, I agree with it. Me, I agree 100% with it.
We should wall our borders.
No, just look at other countries. What is the ratio of law enforcement to citizens? Then look at Nigeria. It's not only
how many countries wall with their borders? How can we be talking? How many countries wall their borders?
It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter.
You should be practical. Whatever you are saying now, you should be practical in what you are saying.
If you wall off the country, don't you care about wildlife?
Security is expensive. It's expensive. It's not like you have to spend money for you to be safe.
It should be practical. You should talk about something that is practicable. How can you wall yourself off? You want to isolate yourself?
So you mean the chief of defense staff does not know what he's doing when
the rubbish that guy is talking about? Rubbish. He should tell us what country that does that.
No, it's only one thing that
you don't carry star put for there before.
The only thing that Baba-T just mentioned is the only thing that strike me anyway. That wildlife, okay, but the point is this: in reality, do you think it is possible to wall the country? Of course, absolutely. It's even going to create jobs. Because see, when you talk of such project like that, I feel of think.
Stop that. We don't even want to discuss that. Which project? Where is the fund? And then it's not even practicable.
The fund will be made available if there is political will, Oga.
Where is it? When we have so many other more pressing issues, then warning the entire almost 1 million square kilometers that you want to.
We are not even using them now, and the cost of those pipelines are even more expensive than what will be needed to cover our borders.
Exactly. That's what we are not looking at. You understand? You see, what is fencing the country, like apart from that wildlife issue, is very achievable. Nigeria is not that big like that because we have water area, all those land area that we talk about. So if we want to face that wall that country today, we can wall it. And in fact,
we can. If China wall their country,
no, that's a lie. They did not wall their country. They didn't wall their country. And what the chief of defense staff is talking is not walling the whole of the country, just some section. Probably
border area now.
The idea is the idea of refusing extra. Okay, if you are fiting a disease, do you go and just manage symptoms or you get to the root cause?
Azan. You can see now, no matter how dumb you are, you also have your own followers. I think that is what happened between them and the chief of defense staff.
No.
I'm supposed to sit here and listen to somebody who has no military experience, who has not done anything in security.
What of Western and Eastern Germany? What of
Eastern and Western Germany? Position and say my chief of defense staff is dumb.
Don't mind Simba. How will you be saying the general in the military is dumb?
Don't understand Simba. Simba is abusing Ola and
We put our
No,
one
Simba cannot at
example.
all. Simba cannot agree
Simba,
with me now.
Simba, the border between Poland and Belarus is fenced. Fenced completely.
Western Germany, Western and Eastern Germany.
How many miles?
Yeah,
No.
it
Hold
was
on. Hold on now. How many miles? Give us the number that was fenced.
very long. Even the one between them
How
and
how many kilometers that was fenced? Give us a number.
remember any part of the territory. Wait now, any part of the territory that share border from between Belarus and the EU country, they are all well fenced. And not quite long when they did it because of this
What is
security
even
and
the whole
because
Belarus? What is the size of the whole Belarus that you're even talking about, sir? What is the size of the whole Belarus?
geography. You carry map. You doubt too much. I'm not a geographist, so please carry map. You measure the border there. All of them is fenced, and they are very effective.
It's not visible. Forget about it. Don't let us be wasting our time on that. It's
Let
not
me tell you
visible.
something, Midwest. Most of the European countries are very small. Okay, so it's just that you are talking about small states in Nigeria like Osun, Ekiti, and the rest. They are not big countries.
No,
So if you say the
no,
fence
wait. There are bigger. Wait now, there are bigger countries in Europe, please.
Country in Europe,
Because
so that you
European,
can know.
because don't argue that because of European Union proper arrangement. That is why they don't fence European borders. Places.
I am telling you.
But you can't. The reason Belarus is not an EU country now. That is why it's fenced, and because it's allied with Russia.
It's not big like that.
Yeah.
It's allied with Russia. The reason for the fencing is because it's allied with Russia. That's the only reason. It's not because of any other reason.
The reason why they fence it is just because of immigrants. When the Russians and Belarus brought a lot of immigrants, they were trying to abuse that route, pushing them to European Union to destabilize the system. Then the Polish government said no. They fence it immediately. And they pump money there before you know it, they put barbed wire. And if you watch video where they tackle these guys, if they want to cross, you see people. And now they will stop them. Even Spain also has where they fence because of Morocco. Most of the island share with Morocco is fenced.
For me, security can never be expensive because there is no premium on human life. There is no way you make a financial argument over human life. The money that can be gotten.
I'm not saying they should fence or they should not fence, but it is possible. It's left for the government to evaluate it if that's what they need. Not that it is bad, or at the same time, not that it's bad, it's good. So that is my own submission. I'm not for it, I'm not part of it, but it's possible.
Let me tell you something. You understand? There are several fences around the border of China. In fact, that cover thousands of kilometers. You see the way the way you fence sometimes is it's not as if you are not going to get some area that will be open there. But the fence will allow you to control your border better instead of having thousands of entry into that country.
Yes, and monitoring
that you can monitor.
And leverage technology.
Sensors.
Yes, now
I'm telling you, I'm saying that countries do not fence their country. It's not true because there are several countries that have fences around their border. You understand? You see, knowledge is very cheap today, significantly cheap this day. Knowledge is very cheap. That you will see both picture and a word of it. Now, for Simba, for engineer Simba, because it's not a doctor tonight, because he's not a project engineer now. For project engineer Simba to tell you that it's not possible, at worst, the cost of fencing the entire Nigeria will be $10 billion. At worst scenario. And Nigeria is saving about 20 billion from even on subsidy alone. So
just look at our budget, our military budget now. How much have we spent in the last 15 years?
Exactly. So if we can,
change what we even need to fence the border.
Exactly, because the idea is this: those borders is not as if they are bulletproof or whatever, they are bomb-proof or whatever we want to call it. Even the fact that it's going to be monitored, by the time you are attacking one of those fences and you are monitoring, the security agency will know that, oh, someone is at the, and they can deploy and go there. But if you reduce thousands of entries into Nigeria to, let's say, 50, and you monitor all those things properly, we become better secured. So then I think that one will solve the problem of this wildlife that Babati talked about, because I know that wildlife, yeah, they want to get in, movement. I agree, but it's not as if you are going to block everywhere. There are some entrances, but will be better monitored. That's just the idea. So anybody cannot just take anywhere in the bush and just be coming to our country. So don't forget, part of our border we have Atlantic Ocean. So when we are looking at our land area, all those Atlantic Ocean, you understand, they will not be fenced. You understand? But in Southwest now, maybe we have like about 15 ways you can enter into the Southwest. You can reduce to, let's say, 5, and you monitor that 5 properly with electronics, with necessary gadgets. That's what we are talking about. So what's the big deal there? So Nigeria is not the only country that we. I mean, is a Donald Trump not doing things? You understand?
Well,
Was he not doing things?
effective. It's been proven with statistically that it's effective.
Oga Ola, let me add to your point. Imagine we do as Remy said, we get 2 million policemen extra, okay, and let's say averagely they are doing their work quite well, but the borders are still porous. So they will be dealing with the ones we have now and then continue dealing with the ones that will come later happen. But when we fence it off, by the time we finish with the ones that are inside, we are secure.
Exactly. So all this story of people coming from Futajalon, all those things, they at least we'll be able to contain them.
If you people permit, make I come in there. I want to reply Hassan. Mr. Sansa, even when you fence it and you don't manage it, the people will still come in. Just have that one in your mind.
No, that's what Oga Ola just said now. Leverage technology.
The idea of we just, because we have fence, automatically we are safe, people cannot move. It's like people always have a way of fighting those fences.
That's not the point. No, Miguel, that's not the point.
If the police, if they are not properly equipped to make sure they are effective, just the way they have neglected police for so many years, just pumping money to build it, and then we have saved. No, it cannot work.
That's not the point. No, let's assume we have 1,000 ways for people to enter into our country. But you now do fence, you now reduce it to, like, say, 100. Now, you know the resources of monitoring, it is easier to monitor 100 now, because you can easily ask for accountability for 100. But today, if people are coming to our country, the first story you will hear is that there are thousands of people in our country.
Ola, are we saying that the threats of insecurity are actually external? Is that what you are saying?
Both external and internal, yes, of course.
So if you want to put a percentage to it, how much of it is external, how much of it is internal?
Well, regarding bandits, regarding as it continues to ban, because
let Ola answer the question now, Jan. Wait now.
Okay.
Let me tell you one thing. Banditry was
foreign. It is a question of don't story now.
Don't give me leading question. I want to explain myself the percentage. Yeah. Now, the thing is this. Banditry was foreign to Nigeria. Boko Haram was foreign to Nigeria. Those were imported activities. So since they come to Nigeria, they've had a significant impact. So I will put that influence to more than 70%. Because they were foreign, all those things were foreign to us. They were not native to us. You understand? They couldn't come to us by bringing, maybe a country will be bringing their soldiers, but they used some kind of foreign indoctrination and some kind of foreign support to get into the country. So the external influence is actually huge. And don't forget that this banditry and all this Boko Haram thing is not limited to Nigeria. It's within the sub-Saharan Africa. So it's external. It's external. So the external influence is higher than the internal. If we are able to stop all those external, then we can deal with the internal brutally. That's just the point. Why were they not there during Abacha period? Why were they not there during Obasanjo period? You understand? How come that it was between 2012 and now that the thing became so prominent? So external threat is very huge, to be honest.
Okay, so in essence now, so if you wanted Nigeria to build fence, no
I support
problem.
what that defense person because I support him.
Ola, make I reply you small. You see, the problem has nothing to do with external. It was an internal problem. When Obasanjo, when we entered this democracy, places like Maiduguri, I think late Yusuf, so at least that's the guy that really actually introduced this Boko Haram. During his time, it was just like a normal preacher born in Nigeria, talking about the excess bad behavior of our northerners, so-called elites, who send their children abroad, why they allow many people to be beggars everywhere. So the guy got a momentum. He became a celebrity. People listening to him. And from there, they were now pushing for Sharia law. A Sharia law that carried discipline. I don't belong to their religion. But what they were portraying then is like that with a law that will check everybody. So they put pressure on the governor there. You understand me?
It's not internal. He was trained partly in Nigeria, and then he was also trained in Aljazair. That is where we call Algeria. There is a particular
Wait, let me quickly hit you point. Because even when you say somebody is trained, I don't know the kind of training. You can explain that later. Because even
that's one dimension. Second dimension, the fall of Libya, proliferation of assault rifles.
Let's remove Libya because I want to tell you what was an internal problem. Let me wrap up.
External problem. How can you say it's internal just like that out of your will?
Let's talk. We love to blame one outsider for our problem. Hassan, let me round up what I'm trying to present before you. When these guys were raising their voices, they never even threatened any life. I'm telling you the truth. They were challenging the elite in the northern part of Nigeria. And that didn't settle well with the politicians. So what they did is that at a point, they have to work with the governor, the man for Sharia law, and those laws, even the governor at the time, they wanted to use it to also play politics. So as time continued, they started permitting them, and as they were permitting them, but they focused on the elite, and that thing became a problem in the northern part.
Midwest, you are not getting it. The fall of Libya gave these people access to weapons. Let me tell you one thing.
I want to wait. You see, I agree with you.
Hold on. Wait. Before Obama, they used to carry. I'm just making an analogy. The type of bandit we used to have before, they used to carry, let's say, club. You understand? Let's say club, stick, all those stuff. But 1,000 men in a bandit force with stick cannot be as potent as even 10 men with guns. You understand? But when these people started having access to
you don't see where I'm talking about. No, wait, if you talk Gaddafi fall, I agree. He played a role in escalating the situation. But the genesis of the problem, what Nigerian government did during Jonathan time, arresting that Yusuf, no trial, and that is the end. That was when those people thinking of let's fight. That is when the motivation came out. Extrajudiciary killing of that Yusuf led to where we are today. We have to be honest. And when Gaddafi fall, it became like an opportunity to escalate the whole thing. It's because our borders are porous. So indeed, I agree. But even if you face it, you think with fence everything is okay. The answer is absolute zero. Because there are a lot of things that are going on.
You are not getting that concept of that fencing. As of today, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of ways of entering into Nigeria through the bush.
It doesn't mean all the whole European country you have way of going to any country. Nobody says you.
If you carry police now and you say custom, you say man the border now, they will tell you that there are areas they cannot man now, no matter the level of human capacity you have. Except maybe you want to employ 1,000 or a million of custom officers, you put them in border, and you put another million of immigration officers, you put them. around our border. You understand? And yet they can still compromise because they are difficult to monitor them. But if you reduce 1,000 border in Nigeria to, let's say, 100, and you put control, electronic control, there will be better accountability than where you cannot you cannot hold anybody accountable for someone that entered through Ekiti, Sokoto, and different areas. That's what we are saying. So, but you are reducing the number, the entries into the country. You have 1,000 where you are reducing to, let's say, 100. You'll be able to manage better.
I think I agree with you, but what I'm trying to say here is that there's the need for state police. I'm not against that.
No,
because
we all agree. We are just talking of formality.
This in Nigeria, as it is in Nigeria today, to recruit people
Guys,
to Nigeria army.
I'm going to go and get ready for work. Let me pray salad and go for work. God, it's been nice talking to all of you. All the best to us all. See you tomorrow.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. San. So, Ola, as I was saying, to recruit people to Nigeria army these days is becoming very difficult. The distrust is very big. People from the south, they are no longer willing to go in there, particularly when they see it's going to be of starting afresh, low rank, and all those kind of things. They are not interested. And when you look at the police themselves, almost the same thing. But when you come for these local vigilante, you see boys are willing because that is their land. I think that is the last hope. We need that state police. But what the government need to do is to look at the good, the positive aspect of it and the challenges that may occur so that they start putting measures in place to avoid it. You understand what I'm saying? So, but if they don't do, they just say they want to throw state police into it. Maybe at the beginning it will be good. Maybe on the long run, the way I'm seeing it, I don't know, it will be somehow as well. That is my own submission there. Una don't come out.
No, and I do me. I don't think anybody disagrees with state police, so, but it must be done properly. All this fireman approach to it, it wouldn't work. You know, we have to do it properly.
Disastrous.
It will be disastrous.
It will be
because
disastrous.
what's the point? And Mr. Allah is talking about prosecution. At the moment, if he commits murder is actually prosecuted at the state level in Nigeria at the moment.
The problem we do for Nigeria.
All the problem in Nigeria is that we don't even understand the laws that we have right now.
The problem we see the abuse we do for Nigeria as we speak now. Somebody will commit murder in Edo. Maybe the local vigilante caught that person. They will hand over that person to Nigeria police in Edo. If that person have a Abuja connection, somebody will call in Abuja and say, bring that case. And that is the end. It's a very big menace.
Yeah, but you know what? Yeah, see, the problem in Nigeria is this. Okay, there's abuse of laws. Okay, and there's abuse of authority. But we don't actually correct that. What we do then is we try to legislate another. At the moment, okay, according to Nigerian law, as is at the moment, there's nothing like transfer. The IGP cannot call for a transfer of a murder case or any criminal case. Criminal cases are meant to be prosecuted by the state prosecutor. Lagos State have a prosecution office of the public prosecutor. All the states have one, and all the states, if they want to put their foot down, they have the authority to put their foot down.
See, make I tell you something, this problem has been there for a very long time. Even when everything was in Lagos, those days I know of some boys who commit some crime for a do. They don't arrest them, they did for state CID. They happen to have somebody in Lagos where get high profile person. That case they root out from Benica investigation carry go Lagos. And on that side they go finish the whole thing. Everybody forget about that. Till today, now Abuja on icon the ring.
But
so
that is exactly what we are saying. When the National Assembly make their law, make those laws about state creation, they must draw a line, a clarity, so that some crime committed should be under state jurisdiction, and some crime should be committed under federal jurisdiction. That way, no problem. All of these thing arguments.
But you know something.
Hey,
let me say this. You know that creating state police does not stop the issue, okay, of an interested political, okay, party actually killing an investigation.
I think I understand you are wrong. But the problem we are having in Nigeria
You can, if you have state police, the state commissioner can have an interest in the case.
Do you believe that most state governors, they are, in fact, they are not willing to sign to somebody already sentenced to death? The religion has bastardized everything.
Yes, of course. None of the people sentenced to death have been killed. None. Except for
when the court sentence this kind of people to death, they are afraid to sign the death warrant. Then if we don't want death, let's use life imprisonment. If we don't want people, the governor should not sign to death warrant so that person should be hanged or blah, blah, blah.
Then we should talk about life imprisonment. One of the interior ministers that made that complaint about that.
Let me chime in. So,
because the governors are not signing the warrants.
Okay, you call me Prince Daddy. Let Aro finish. Okay, Prince Daddy, you can talk now.
Yeah, I was actually to you, Simba. So earlier you said they should localize the state police, but they should be getting their money, their pay from where?
No, it's Remy and Ola that raises the issue of salary. That if the states cannot pay their salary, you understand that it might cause another problem. And I said, since states are getting funds from the federal government, like presently, the basic education is actually being financed predominantly by the federal government. And the state will only put their own counterpart funding. So if to eliminate some of these problem of the state not paying salary, if certain percentage of the money accrued to the state can be used to finance it, that's what I'm saying.
But Silva,
I get your point. So
sorry, Prince, just a minute, you come. But you guys forgot one thing. All the 36 governors of Nigeria, they are getting what we call security vote. And the minimum in a month is more than 500 million naira. What are we talking here? Is it not enough to pay salary, buy vehicle, and the rest? This governor has been over pampered. Prince, that you can continue.
See.
Yeah. Okay. Now I understand. Well, just like everything else, not all fingers are equal. Not all states are equal. In the decentralized policing, obviously, some police officers will suffer greatly in some states. They're not gonna, even that condition will be worse than what it is today if they were to do that. Not all states will be capable of paying them and meeting their needs. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. But nonetheless, it doesn't stop. We shouldn't stop the states that are capable of, being independent from, pursuing their own, self-interest. I think, Nigeria can only develop and be a great nation, really, if we truly decentralize this power thing and let each state be responsible for their own citizens. And again, in doing that, they have to curb immigration. That's just the way it's going to go. The more you decentralize, the stronger the mobility of people should be restricted, quite frankly, because if states that get their acts together, get state policing, their state becomes safer, they're paying salary, all these things are going very well. People are going to migrate. You're not going to stop people from migrating, and again, it's going to overwhelm the system, those states. So.
Prince Daddy, please stop there. Are you in America? Yes.
I moved to Afghanistan. I moved to Afghanistan. Okay. Go ahead.
What stops you from packing
so
your bags?
So you're my neighbor now, eh?
Yes.
Wait, Prince Daddy. What stops you from packing your bags one day, throwing all your stuff in you all, and moving across the states, across the country? Nothing. So why would you propose that individuals should be prohibited from moving anywhere in Nigeria?
Well, because I don't speak in vacuum. I don't speak in vacuum. I speak to reality on grounds and how things are. What you're saying, yeah, you can move to a different state in America, but I think in most states, if not all, you require a 1-year residency in order to enjoy the benefits of that state.
Yeah, well, you can implement that law, but you can't
prohibit anyone from. You are talking about
I'm not saying in absolutism. What I said was that there has to be some mobility restrictions for people moving across moving to other states.
You don't need to restrict mobility. What you need to restrict is access. I agree with this as well. For instance, voting. I don't think anyone should be allowed to vote in a state unless they've been residents in that state for more than 5 years and pay taxes, okay, and fulfill their civic obligations in that state for a minimum of 5 years. You should not be able to vote. So all this transfer of votes, of voter registration from one state to the other, no, that should not be possible. If you want to vote in that state,
that too, but I don't see why, again, it always see, I'm speaking as a Nigerian because we have this mentality that, a smart part, this person smart past this person. Everybody get Agbari all the time. My point is that, there's some states that get that monthly allocation and this and that. You guys talk about security votes all the time. Fine. But they don't do nothing for their citizens because their citizens pack their damn bags and go to places where they can get opportunities. While they too can invest in their state, they don't do that. So why should I be collecting my own allocations and taking care of my own people? Then I have to take care of my own people. Is that the way it works in reality?
So that's
my problem.
Agree with Aro. That's why you should agree with Aro. You should agree with Aro that you should have a resident reside in that state for a minimum of 5 years. For you to vote there and pay your taxes.
What about schooling? What about the hospital? What about the roads? What about the pressure they put on the economy?
Remy, you look at the reality.
You don't get access to subsidized health. You don't get access to any subsidized services unless you
No, that's not a reality. That's not a reality. If people domicile in your space,
look at the reality of ground insecurity. People is becoming very difficult to police citizens. There should be a need of restriction as we speak today if we are serious, because the free movement is contributing to this insecurity more than 60%. Somebody striking Madiguri. The other day is heading to Oyo. He's striking Oyo. He's heading to Benin. Somebody striking Benin is heading to Imo. My brother,
I think you don't understand the socio-economic consequences of what you're saying. Because what's the point of building? What's the point of building a Lagos-Calabar road if you are then going to restrict movement of people?
Look,
are you going to have police on the road asking everybody what are you going to do? Is that what you're going to do?
There are countries that practice all these things.
We're not trying to restrict commerce. They can move freely and go anywhere.
See, if I may understand,
move freely and go anywhere, then so why are you restricting them?
No. See,
they can't reside and enjoy all the benefit of the place. That's the problem.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They cannot enjoy the benefits unless they've been resident and tax compliant and obligate and fulfill their civic obligations in that state for a period of 5 years.
Aro, you are missing. You see what Prince Daddy said is correct, and you are correct as well. Because the thing is this: when you want to restrict mobility, should be no be benefit made people they work out from Niger Republic or from the particular go Lagos. No be economic opportunity, no be opportunity. The question is this: if you don't have add any economic value, there should be a way that even
you will stay where you are. That's all.
To make it difficult for you to even come to Lagos. You know that you are going to get to Lagos, but life will be miserable for you. You stay where you are, so that you can mount pressure on that your rural governors that is failing to do the right thing. I totally agree, because in the United States today now, if you are living there, let's say one state and you want to go and screen another state, you pay in-state tuition in some area, and you pay so you pay higher than those people that are resident in those states. So there should be a way like that in Nigeria, because you see now Lagos now is spending money to build its infrastructure, and everybody running to Lagos. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be.
I agree with that. I agree with that totally.
And the whole plan collapse for nothing.
We have to have a national database, and we have to have a tax. Yes.
Midwest, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, please.
No, I said go ahead, Mr. Aro.
I'm saying for us to do all these things you are saying, okay, I agree with what Prince Daddy is saying, in essence. Okay, but for us to actually do it properly, there has to be a national database like we already have, and we can make it better, enforce the national database, and also enforce these new tax laws. Because one aspect of these tax laws that we are missing is the fact that every individual is obligated to make a tax declaration at the end of the year. And then you can enforce laws that make sure that individuals, like this, yes, I agree with what President is saying. Individuals can't just leave some backwaters where their governor is not underperforming, like Osun State, and then move to Lagos and go and be a burden to Sanwo-Olu and his people. Yes, so
Aro, sorry, what do you mean by like Osun State? What do you mean by like Osun State? What is your problem with Osun State? I beg, keep quiet, Joe. We are going to deal with you.
Is it Ekiti State or what?
Mr. Rogiri, see, if you look at Nigeria's situation today, there is the need for restriction. If people don't have economic need of moving, employment move of reading, legally well known to the government, my brother, stay where you are at the moment. That will curb the insecurity. Because this free movement, people just come in with cattle, you don't know where they are coming from. If you have cattle here that you know in your community, you can control them. Even when the other people are coming from distance, they are the one that will tell you, because they don't want trouble. They will tell you, these bad guys, they are already somewhere. Then you will switch into action. The one that are with you, wherever place they come from, protect those ones. The new one coming, they must report themselves. You will know that new ones have arrived. But this one, you just go wherever you like. The authority in that place don't know the people coming. They don't know the one going out. These are the things that are responsible for the insecurity in the country. I think either country, either Malaysia or Indonesia, if you are leaving your own region, you are going to another place, police stop you on the way, you must tell them what you are going there to do. If you are going for a visit, they will document it. You understand me?
No, let's even assume that will be even be difficult, right? Because we are playing with plenty. Let's assume that will even be difficult. Except we have AI, you can't even capture everything. It's going to be difficult. So the thing is this: me as a day here in Canada today, as a day Alberta now, if I move to Ontario, everything that I'm going to pay on health care for the next 3 months, we have to be out of my pocket. Insurance not going to even look at my face. So if I want, if I want to see there,
No. Hold on, Ola. I want to ask you two questions. Sorry, Midwest. Ola mentioned something that if you move from Ontario to Alberta, are you going to change your insurance, or what are you talking about? I don't get it.
No. You know that there is there's a provincial level of insurance arrangements, right? Health insurance arrangement. So if I move from Alberta now, you understand? If you land in Alberta now, from day one, health insurance covers you if you're a permanent resident or a citizen, right? You're from your day one. That's Alberta only. But if I move from here to Toronto to Ontario, I cannot access their health insurance for the next 3 months. Everything I do will be out of my pocket. It doesn't matter whether I'm Canadian or whatsoever I be.
The region where you live will not pay for it.
Oh,
the
wow.
Region
So they did that to deliberately keep you in Alberta or Ontario where you are living now.
That's just their policy. So
that you cannot take their money away. No. It will make that where you are residing to continue to grow. And most of this region will have a kind of incentive from various regions to keep you.
I cannot go to Ontario now and access the province student loan. No, because before I can access a student loan in Ontario, I must have resided in that province for at least a year. Now, before you can access Alberta student loan too, you must have resided. You must have lived in Alberta for a year. If you are from Alberta and you go live in the US for the next 2 years and you come back, because you've not lived in Alberta for the past 1 year, you are not qualified. You have to.
But what about if you are remitting your taxes back to Alberta from the work you are doing in the US?
So if you are remitting, then that means you are claiming that you're a resident of Alberta, because it's a criteria for you before you can pay tax in Alberta.
Yeah, tax residency is what matters. Tax residency is really what matters.
So if I'm in Nigeria and I'm remitting taxes, so now my tax is saying that I'm the resident. So it doesn't matter, but the fact that I'm contributing to the economy of Alberta, I'm a resident, because I must have a physical address before I can pay tax. See, as you are remit today now, you can't just come from Finland and come and pay tax in Canada. Government no go even accept that. You understand? Because you must explain why must you pay tax to where you do not belong. Nobody will take that from you. So
that means that our system for here, anywhere you address the community where they now there you pay tax. If I'm working in commune A, or maybe working in a different state, I go and work in the capital city, and my address is in one small commune. My commune tax will go there. My healthcare expenses will go there. That regional government. So if I'm sick in the other place, they will treat me. The bill they go give them, and they will surely pay. Because I think that will work in Nigeria.
Are you saying
Hold on,
that
hold on, hold on,
over there?
hold on. Yeah, see, I didn't know that, but I made that proposal before. Say, if you come to Lagos State, you're coming from wherever you're coming from, Ebonyi or Sokoto State. If you can't get healthcare in Lagos State, then they send you the bill to Sokoto State for the governor to pay. That's where you should go.
Because look at what they are doing in Nigeria. They will go and catch people. They will say population of
Prince Daddy.
Prince must
Daddy,
give them more money.
If you don't have my province health card, nobody go attend for you for free care, or you go pay your money because I have a better health card. So what Lagos should do is this: you should have Lagos health card. They should be doing all those things in that country now. When you have Lagos State health card now, when you have insurance within the Lagos State, so when you go to the hospital, the priority should be the Lagosian. They will attend to others, but you will pay out of your pocket.
Mr. Ola, there's nothing that stops someone from Sokoto or Enugu or anywhere from coming to Lagos and apply for a Lagos health card. How do they prove that the person is resident in Lagos or not?
No, you have to produce your tax clearance. Tax clearance.
Ola, make
tax clearance that they forge. Tax clearance they forge. If you want them to make you tax clearance for tomorrow,
Midwest, hold on. You will forge health clearance in Lagos State. Good luck to you. Go and do it, and I come and
tax clearance. Then they do tax clearance everywhere for Nigeria now.
I said go and forge it in Lagos State and come and feed me back. The thing that they are producing on the alphabet infrastructure, go and forge it. And come
I want to ask you a question. What of person will come on, you know, can't deal with her for inside that Canada? I can't be sick. They go let her make it die.
You will pay we're talking your about money out of your pocket.
No, and they ask what of if you not go get money anyway.
No,
if it's social.
See. When there's a problem, it's not as if they are not going to treat you. You have access to some level of, you understand, facility. Maybe someone that, maybe a man now that have a very critical thing that he can pay in the next 1 minute. Of course, they will treat you immediately. That's not the problem. But they will pass the bill to you. You understand? But what we are saying is this: there are some kind of sickness that once the doctor assesses you that you know if you pay for the next 1 month, they will just leave you there.
All those guys, all those guys can help you with the carry, yeah.
Exactly. They go. So the thing is this: if we don't stop that, there are some states we keep sponsoring mass wedding, mass burial, and all those stuff, and they will not do normal social infrastructure like healthcare.
They celebrate mass party, and then the people will come to be bought into another people's state. So you have to stop, man. That I agree with you.
The thing has to stop.
They have to, because these are things they need to look into. Because people are taking advantage of others in that country, and it has been so. And some of the problem we are having today, these are the genesis of it, where everybody thought they are smart. You know,
look at all this.
Whereas when you
look at all this stupidity that is flying around now that Tinubu is contracting on Lagos and Southwest. Very idiotic. The question is this: when you are saying the Lagos is getting the largest part of the allocation, is Lagos even getting enough? You understand? When you are having like what the percentage of the VAT they make in Lagos? You understand? You have Murtala Mohammed that is generating heavy money for custom in Lagos. You have Nigerian Seaport that is generating heavy money. You have the VAT. You have a lot of things coming from Lagos. You understand? And you are still contesting. So if you are generating, let's say you are generating, 10 trillion in Lagos, right? So your state is generating, let's say 100 million. So you are expecting yourself to share the same amount of money with Lagos. I can't find the logic.
See,
Just
Ola, no,
Lagos.
you see this. See, Ola, why we have problem in Nigeria, I just want to tell you. You see the federal government trying to take charge of everything and later giving governors money is the genesis of our problem. If we should, give power to to generate money, and why because when you are generating money, there is a due accounting procedures that follow them. It make the federal to see. Like example where I live now, there are community that when they bankrupt, the central have to assist them. But there are conditions to do that. That means all their finance book will be subject to scrutiny. There are national law and there are regional law. There are also communal laws. Take for example, in some commune here, they will tell you if you have 3 kids because they need children, there's an amount of money they will be paying. And if you go to another place in the country, you don't enjoy that. This is just their own. So if you are running those kind of incentive will not be standard of the national one, you have to stop all. And they will put a cap whenever you say so amount of money, or you can't even bring that again. That is when they will start bringing federal money. Why? To make sure they don't create a situation where people feel that the other part is cheating them. Like in Nigeria case, everybody is not complaining of cheating. Because I don't blame those people that will say Tinubu is concentrating. Sometimes we don't even know how the government is generating money. The other day they want to borrow.
Do you know that I would not have even had problem if assuming, look at it this way. If you are giving Kano State, no, let me use another state. If you are giving another state in the northwest or the northeast, if you are giving them, let's say, 1 trillion naira, and you see that 1 trillion naira, you are now seeing model hospitals. You are now seeing some kind of a model security infrastructure. You won't have problem because sometimes the best way to take wahala away from your region is to develop that region that is bringing wahala to you. For example, if you are having, let's say, 1 million people coming from the northeast, and you are able to spend your money there to let them stay within the northeast there and do well for themselves, you don't have a problem. But the problem is when you now give them that money, and the first thing the governor will do is to sponsor for pilgrimage, it will sponsor for mass burial, it will sponsor mass wedding, and all those stuff. You do not send all those people to school, you do not train them. That's where the problem comes in. You understand?
Yeah, but no. See where the problem lies. If that state governor is to generate money by themselves, everybody will know exactly what they are generating, even the federal level. So if we have any need to go and add money to it, it will be transparent. And nobody will quarrel about that. Because as time progresses, you will surprise that region will become one of the richest regions if it is properly managed.
The problem we have is that those states they don't have means. They don't have means of generating money. That's the problem. When you now give them allocation, instead of them developing the what will bring them revenue, they put the money on what will never make revenue. Okay, let me give an example. Nigerians at a particular point in time, they started looking for foreign degree to the point that they went to Cotonou, they went to Ghana. You understand what you can do in Nigeria?
Foreign what?
Stop that? Okay. There was a time that Nigeria was going to Cotonou to go and get degree. They were going to Ghana to go and get degree. Because they know that was the time. Because like maybe diploma or whatever we want to, you understand? Because now the thing now is this: what stop when they give you, let's say, 1 trillion of naira in a state, instead of using that into sponsor Hajj, to sponsor let me just say pilgrim, or to sponsor mass wedding, mass burial. If you use that money to build world-class education facility, it's just a matter of time. Within the next 10 decades, people will start recognizing you, and they will even you start making foreign money from your schools. No.
Yeah,
they are not doing that. They won't do that.
Yeah, I think that is why
they will rather buy RAM. They will rather buy RAM, Christmas, all those things for people. But they will not develop people to even be able to make all those stuff. That's the problem.
But for me, I think the major problem we have in Nigeria is that we have cultural differences, reasoning differences, trying to put us together through this centralized system. It's part of the genesis of our problem. And if we decentralize everything, if they lie, let them go to Hajj. Let them do whatever they want. If the Hajj
you
is
see one thing, anybody can correct me. Oh, Sir Ahmadu Bello took different approach from these current rural politicians in the north. Sir Ahmadu Bello was very competitive. He was building school, he was building university, he was building the economy.
Free education.
He was performing very well. But all these crooks we have today in those areas, they are the ones that triumph in creating crisis.
And that it's what I was trying to explain to you. That is how they, when Yusuf came in, the way he was exposing them, it gets to a point he did not settle well with all of them.
Midwest. You know? What that guy don't portray that guy as if what he was preaching was actually good. The way you are portraying him as if he was just exposing the elite is not true. That's not the good. That was what he's doing. So don't you've been promoting this guy like as if he was doing something great.
He was not promoting the elite, to be honest.
Not promoting. Let me tell you.
You know, he was not fighting against the elite. He was actually fighting against Western education. I want to fight against Western education.
That is the narration they gave to us.
Because what's the meaning of Boko Haram?
Wait, language is very complex.
When you say you are saying it's not the narration. The question is what's the meaning of Boko Haram?
Don't ask me those sheep. We are online. Don't ask me those sheep questions. Language is one of the most complicated something. Let me give you an example. If you see a Spanish,
no. Midwest, what is your point now? Are you saying what you are saying is wrong? That the guy was actually doing what was right?
You speak for me. You speak for me. Speak what you feel is in my mind. If that's the case, we have to listen to one another. The truth of the matter is that language is one of the most complicated something in this world. When you want to do something, you want to interpret somebody's language wrongly, and you say this is what it meant, so that people can, journalists, everybody will just carry it. The guy is wearing foreign clothes. They were not condemning America because we have a bus, or America is in our country, or the Europeans are in our country. They were not condemning them because they are helping us to mine resources or building industry. They never even condemn that European ideology. And in summary, when they talk, they will harm at what their leaders are doing. That is a shit into their region. In summary, they always point to it. But because we want to interpret language literally and capture the audience,
your point now? What's your point?
We condemn them. I'm just trying to tell you. You want me to tell you what it means?
Let me tell you the name of the organization or vision. If they say I don't know much about Islamic.
You know
hold on. Wait,
if you want to introduce it.
Just wait, so that in case Simba is listening to this thing, because I'm not going to pronounce it correctly. So let Simba correct me. So when they form Boko Haram, the name is Jamatu Aile Suna Lidawati wa Jihad. Simply translate that people committed to the propagation of the prophet's teaching and jihad. Look at that word. People committed to the propagation of prophet's teaching and jihad.
Are they not still pushing it today as their faith?
Hold on now. You said they are fighting against the LET. You know what the word jihad means?
Wait.
You understand? Now,
wait now. See, my brother. Wait. That faith. I'm not defending that faith.
Wait now.
I don't even understand that faith.
Part of the indoctrination was that Western education is forbidden. That was why Hausa now use the phrase.
That is your own. That is your own. That is where we created the Boko Haram. I said that is your own interpretation, not them.
Sorry, excuse me, guys.
We always deceive people with when we interpret another language literally.
Sorry, excuse me, guys. To be honest, I'm kind of confused with this conversation. I don't know, like the whole thing is just, it's not. I don't know, like what are you guys talking about?
See, let me explain it to you.
Let me tell you. Wait now.
Wait, I was the one that brought that something. See what I said. You see, we were trying to reflect to the crisis we have in our country. All these Boko Harams and all of them coming out as we enter this democracy.
No, because it was like 2 minutes ago, I was hearing people talking about hospitals issues, and within the minute, the whole thing I'm hearing Boko Haram.
Yeah, why we switch is because of the problem of insecurity. If you want us to drop that, we don't agree. We can.
No,
drop
I don't understand. How did that conversation from the hospital?
Let's say everything centered around the insecurity. We started from state police.
Insecurity.
You understand? Wait now. Let me give you the background. So people are now talking, okay, what are the merits and demerits? What are the mitigating factors? So people talk about finance. So that's what led to how, okay, they are not giving an example of how states in some countries, how they operate their own. And that was how some people are using the example of even health insurance. Some people are saying, okay, let the state even be generating their own fund so that they can determine how they will spend their own fund, since the federal is the one distributing. So that is how you hear all those things. It's not so they are related. Maybe they are just waking up. That's why you cannot follow the trend of the discussion. But the one that we are talking about now, Midwest just brought this issue of the Boko Haram, and he has been promoting the guy since morning that the guy is a good guy, is the only fighting elite, is the government that made him to.
My brother,
So
I did not say he's a good person. Nigeria government were the one that created that problem. When they arrested him, they're supposed to try him. Why the extrajudiciary claim? When you know someone is a popular person, you arrested him and that's all. Then the guys that he has been preaching to for years, he has been leading. They were not even harming anybody. They don't have much record. Like, just take this thing, go and attack church or attack mosque.
Did you forget what they did to the army staff, to the army general, to the chief of army general? They blocked the road.
No, that one is a different case, though.
Don't bring that one in yet, because when that guy, when they cut it,
Midwest, ask this
when
question.
When they remove that guy,
Midwest,
was when we know what we have today.
Midwest, answer this question. Are you telling me that Ken Saro-Wiwa are the we call extrajudiciary murdering of Ken Saro-Wiwa was what led to, although we know that Abacha tried him anyway, led to the South-South agitation? Then is that what you are saying?
No, I think what I know about Saro.
No. I'm just asking. I know.
If I may understand your question, you know, when you take somebody to court, the person will bring his own evidence. If he like sentence the person to death, then the law has taken his own part. But when you arrest somebody that is popular, you know this guy is leading group, he's preaching to them, and you just take that person away without trial. Sometimes you put your people into confusion, and that confusion, people will exploit it. That is what I'm trying to point to you.
We have a way. We are the one that will come here and be sermonizing. This is the problem that we have, but we like promoting criminals. You understand?
Okay,
we just
how
like
do I not promote? How do I not promote criminals?
Western country lower.
Because I don't understand your argument since you joined the platform today about this guy saying that the government that made him to be criminal. He was not a criminal ab initio. He's just this. I don't know. I don't understand.
See, you don't listen. That is why you don't understand.
I swear, you don't
why
have a
don't I have a point? Somebody is bad. Somebody you said is leading people astray. His behavior is not good. If you arrest the person, you try the person.
There is no way you can explain criminality, irrespective of whatever. So just because the way the police deal with their people, the next thing is that his group should not commit crime. Abba, that's the kind of justification they were giving to the silly amnesty, because I call it silly amnesty because how will you even be negotiating and you were now looking for at how you were going to pardon a group of terrorists? So are you surprised that the thing graduated to banditry, kidnapping, to the point that the government was even
listen, my brother, you are talking about different things, because I agree with you. Ola, I condemn giving people amnesty. If you want to give amnesty, take them to court. Go and prove your case. People will now
Mr. Ola,
wait
Mr.
now.
Ola, Midwest, Mr. Ola, can I ask you a question?
Okay.
Yeah.
So you people are talking about amnesty. Are you opposed to the amnesty that was given to the militants?
You see, anything honest. Wait, anything honest. If the government wants to do, they should create a committee.
Wait, Midwest. I blame Yaradua that is set a very bad precedent. Because some people saw economic value in what Yaradua did. You know Nigeria now, when you just give bad precedent today, people create value around it. The kidnapping we are talking about today, you understand, were started by the Fulani militia, all those foreign or whatever they want to call them. But what do we have today now? They have some people now that see economic benefit.
Ola, you can when you talk about kidnapping in Nigeria, it was not started by the Fulani. Don't change story.
Don't go there. Don't go. I understand what you are talking about. I know that the South media, I know they do that. I know exactly what I'm saying.
So why are you not saying it started? Why did you say it started by the Fulani militia?
Hold on. We are talking of the recent one. When the militants in the South were doing kidnapping, they targeted, you understand, because their own was defined around the oil and gas infrastructure. The target were those
don't talk that one though. The people that go do that they're don't let us rationalize what they did though.
Who is rationalizing? Hold on, don't put words in my mouth. They were kidnapping all those expatriates, all those stuff. They have definition around the agitation, irrespective of whether they have the definition. For Yaradua to go and give them, you understand, to go and pay them like you are giving amnesty. No, I disagree with that, because after that, the thing escalated to kidnapping in the Southeast. It was terrible. It escalated. People saw the economic value in that kidnap that was happening in the South. So the thing escalated to the Southeast. Now, when the like of Peter Obi tried to solve the problem, because they got to say they started demolishing building that they used for that, you understand, the thing looked like it was dying down, right? Until 2015, until towards 2015 election, when all these criminals, they go bring me foreign militia, they're thinking that Jonathan will not hand over. And so what happened there? The thing escalated. That is, those are the stages. You understand? The current trend is what I'm saying. You understand? We know the one that happened in the past. The current trend is the one that is terrible. It was terrible because even the government was looking away to the point that these kidnappers now, they now extended to try to be hijacking train. You understand? To the point that the government was not even paying ransom to all those people. It was that bad. So Yaradua said that bad precedent, and people see economic value, criminals see economic value, and they started doing all those stuff. So to me, no matter how you want to justify that of Mohammed Yusuf, you understand, the police didn't do the right thing. Agreed. But now be giving a job because the police pine their blood. That's why they are doing all those things. There's no amount of excuses you can give to justify criminality. A criminal is a criminal and it's a criminal. Nothing to justify. So to me, if we don't have
Ola, the cause is not a cause of revenge. The cause is an ideological cause. So you cannot say because the police buy that guy, that was why they became what they became. That is not because they have an idea.
Midwest is saying now. That's what
No,
saying.
because it is based on an ideology of being against anything that is westernized, Western education and Western ways of life. So the idea is to implement Sharia's ways of life. That Boko Haram is an ideological driven stupidness. So it's not like it's not like they buy our leader, so we're going to revenge his death. No, that was not what happened. That is not.
No, it's Midwest that is justifying that now. What we are saying exactly is what I'm saying. Because Midwest is now saying that we are the one giving that Boko Haram name that is a misinterpretation of language. I'm saying it's not misinterpretation.
No. The name itself. The name itself stands. That is what it means.
No, the name. The name, you didn't give those people to really explain themselves. The name
That
was
is what
to
we are.
set them
You,
like
you
that.
see now, Midwest. No, this thing you are doing is not
Wait,
good.
it's good.
Midwest,
Listen,
this
my
thing
brother.
you are
Wait,
doing is
wait,
not
wait.
good.
You see, wait. You see this country where we did Nigeria. When something is happening at the infant level, the way we rush over it, believing when we use that.
You don't understand the Hausa now.
Let me round up now.
You don't
When
understand the
we
Hausa.
believe,
How can you be telling an Hausa man that we be misinterpreting the language?
Wait,
Well,
it depends.
you are not an Hausa man. An Hausa
Let me
man
tell you.
came out and told you what the thing means. And you are
Wait,
saying
I mean,
we misinterpreted.
no, wait. If I give myself a name, for example, you tell me the meaning, I can explain. You say this word mean. You can explain it because maybe you have the media, you are the authority, and that one we sell over what we try to explain. That's why I'm trying to give it that language is very complex, not the way you are seeing.
Okay, what's the meaning of Boko Haram?
Midwest.
Oh, yeah, tell me the meaning of
You
Boko Haram.
understand me?
Tell me the meaning.
Wait, that's why the name they gave to themselves. I gave you an example. Were those people hurting any white man, any Western people? The answer is no. Were they burning your investors there? The answer is no. They never even
Midwest.
attack any investors.
Midwest.
To be
Hold
honest,
on. Midwest. Wait,
huh?
did they kidnap children from schools?
Did they bomb? Did
they kidnap children from schools?
Before just the death of that guy, they never went to any school to go and take any child. Go back to
you
your
don't. You're also look. You are not looking at the gradual expansion. You're not looking at the grad. Look, hold on now, Midwest. Hold on 1 second. Let me explain something to you. This incident of Mohammed Yusuf. Do you know what year it happened?
And that was the genesis. We just at that 99.
No, do you know what year? Do you know what? Do you know what? Do you know what year
I
it
can't
happened?
remember the year. His disappearance. Wait.
So
End.
So
it was
do you
during,
not understand?
He started during ambassador. He started during
Hold on
ambassador.
now. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Hold on. So this is an organization that was set up, right, for that same purpose, for that same very purpose. So what happened was governors in that region wanted to use that sect as kind of a paramilitary to like talks to kind of help with election rigging and stuff like that.
I want to do something.
So hold on. So when that's finished, then these people become a bone in the neck of this elite in governors' houses. So they arranged for that guy to be arrested. While in custody, he was by. So the idea was already there. It just wasn't violent. It became violent where they have enough resources to carry out their violent whatever they want to carry out.
I don't even know what Midwest is even fighting for, because even right from their name, interpreted that people committed to the propagation of the prophet's teachings and jihad. That was jihad. We all know what jihad means.
Wait. Even from the faith.
Hold on. Don't publish. Don't publish now.
That Ola,
don't publish. I'm explaining
okay,
to Akim, because at least I've explained this thing to you before. Now the question is this: this guy was preaching against the law of Nigeria. You know, we are a federal republic. Do you know what it means? You just go out tomorrow and start preaching against the law of your country. That is anarchy to start with. Even by that proclamation alone, you're already committing treason. You understand? Then, when you are now saying, okay, you didn't even stop at that. You even buy people, including the police officers. You understand? And you are now telling me now that this man was a gentle soul, just doing his own thing. Ask yourself a question. Why didn't they do that to Adam Oshiomhole when he was leading the Nigerian Labour Congress? Why didn't they do that to people like Wole Soyinka and Femi Falana when they were joining the trade union people and were doing that? You understand? How many people can you connect to Adam Oshiomhole, Wole Soyinka, and Femi Falana when they buy there? And you are saying people misunderstand this guy. How will you misunderstand someone that buy policemen? You understand? Look at what Obasanjo did in OD already. Just attacking a soldier of a country is like you are declaring a war against the country. Someone buy Nigerian police, and you are saying the man was just they own jeje. and Nigeria, this thing. We are not saying what police did to him in the custody was okay. That's extrajudicial. You understand? But the question remains is this thing. This guy was a criminal. He was not preaching anything that will promote peace in that country. He was promoting things that will create anarchy, a thing that will create rebellions, that will create anarchy. You understand? That by that pronouncement alone, that one was even a crime on its own. What are we talking about here? You understand? Nigeria is where, what's the name of this guy, this former military man that was a doctor, that was even saying they know where all those militants are, that was talking Gumi, that was talking freely, all those kind of things. In a serious country, those guys should be behind it, they should be in prison. Tomorrow now, if police now find a way to deal with that guy, now they will say, the guy Gumi dey in jeje, he no do anything, no. Now Nigerian government go find him in trouble. Not be so, my brother. Not be so. So
in addition to what you have been saying, no country will allow fanatics, whether on the side of Islam or Christianity, to let them overrun your country. Those people, they have already started doing their expansionist policy, not obeying to the law of Nigerians. And you could ask yourself a question, even when by the time they buy that guy, how do they get enough resources as quickly as that and mobilize? And before you know it, they started expanding, collecting community easily. How?
I'm even happy that Azan is there. I'm even happy that Azan is there. Azan, they said Mohammed Yusuf was an innocent man, that he did nothing. That's what someone has been preaching there.
It just wasn't violent. It became violent when they had it. Hello, guys.
Yeah, welcome, Azan. Welcome back.
I came back specifically for Midwest. Midwest. Augusta. I am born and bred in Borno. I was there when the insurgency started. I have had family members that were victims. I have had friends that were victims. I have myself narrowly escaped death several times. Let me tell you this. In 2002, that was when Boko Haram actually started. And in that 2002, it is not even that they were calling themselves. Just do a quick Google search. You find that in 2002, they blocked a route, a way between Bama and Goza, and they stopped travelers, and then they segregated any person that, Agut, they call it Agut. If you associate with Western education or you do anything Western, they call you Agut. And there is this way that people say that they are trying to bring Sharia law. What Sharia law? Their type of Sharia law is not the Sharia law that you people know. It is an extreme version of Sharia law. In fact, these people, even in the time of the Prophet, they are called Hawarijites. The Prophet of Islam actually condemned them because they have history. And what the Prophet said about them specifically is that when you see them praying, you will underrate your own type of prayer. When you see them conducting themselves, you will underrate your own method of conducting yourself. But these people, they leave the religion and are not part of the religion as easily as an arrow, faster than the split seconds that an arrow leaves a bow. Okay. Mohammed Yusuf was trained in Aljazair. Aljazair is Algeria. He was trained around the 1990s, late 1990s. Actually, Mohammed Yusuf's father is an adherent of Metetine. If you guys know the history of northern Nigeria, there was a time that a religious group too, like that, they called them Metetine, had a run-in with the military government at that time. they were also crushed.
It was Buhari that crossed them that time. Azan. It was Buhari.
Yes,
It was
yes,
Buhari.
yes. It could be him. I was not born, but
it was even under Shagari. It was under Shagari, but Buhari was the one in that command that.
Okay. So Mohammed Yusuf has right from his early bringing in the home he grew up with. His father is an extremist. He is an extremist, but his own type of extremism changed when he went in the 90s to Al Jazair. Now, Al Jazair is Al Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb. Akim. He was trained there, in this version of Islam. This version of Islam has no middle ground. Like, if they catch you, okay, there are pockets of places where Boko Haram used to control, okay? And they have what they call Khalifa. Now, the Khalifa is like the spiritual leader. They just imagine themselves as being the right and doing the right thing, and nobody else knows Islam or is going to go to heaven than them. That they are the only Muslims. Any other Muslim deserves to die. Like, there's no middle ground in their interpretation of, so there's no small crime. They catch you smoking, gone. They catch you fornicating, gone. They catch you in the wrong place at the wrong time, kill. Yeah, your children, your young daughters, they kidnap them, rape them, impregnate them. No. Please, Oga Midwest, go and understand this thing. There are a lot of resources out there.
Azan Anola, what baffles me?
And please don't make that
is the
mistake
way,
again.
Can you hear me, Azan?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
What baffles me about Nigerians is, I don't know why we have sympathy for criminals. We'll be the one shouting.
Our elites have wronged us. Truly.
Simba.
Our elites have wronged us. Like, it's true.
Simba. It's not that. Sorry, 1 second. It's not that.
And that is the entry point for criminality. People who have other agendas to bring people to their cause. Yeah, you get it.
Ola, Simba, it's not fully.
And thank you very much, guys. I'm going. I will send you a link and an ebook too, regarding the history of Boko Haram. I'll send it to one man so that he can give everybody who is interested.
All right, thank you.
We'll talk later. Bye bye.
So Simba, so like that question you ask now, it's not that they kind of fully sympathizing with the people that are doing wrong. It's just to find a fault with the government. It's always to find a fault with the system. It's always to find a fault with the country. It's always to find something wrong. Like something have to be wrong with our country for somebody to do something bad. Something have to be wrong with our society, with our government, for somebody to commit crime. So like we push. It's just that hatred, that anger towards the country, because we come to a country to live in a country that we don't even know how they built their country. We did not know what they went through before. Nobody in this platform now that live in the Western world saw the development of these nations. None of us. And them being developed, none of us knew what they went through. None of us know the kind of sacrifices that this country have to go through for them to get to where they are today. Before they become nations that have 24 hours electricity, that have all these beautiful buildings, beautiful roads, good education. Nobody knows what society it was then. If you read back history, you will see that a lot of this country, it was not uhuru for them at the beginning. They went through difficulties. They went through challenges.
No, I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. That is how an average Nigerian behave these days.
Yeah, because we've come here, we've
we
seen.
find excuses for anything but government. We just want to put everything. And when you are talking, they will say, yeah, you are not following the masses, you are not sympathizing with the people. Is that the way we're supposed to continue?
So the situation is like people come, oh, you that live in UK, you are speaking like this, but do you know what the UK went through? You that live in Germany, do you know what they went through before they get to where they are today? You just got there, you saw all the shiny road, all the beautiful building, and you thought maybe it's always been like that. No, it was not always like that. At a time in their own history, they were going through the same challenges that you are going through today. But what they didn't do is what you are doing now. That's the difference.
No,
Allah, you want to say something?
I agree with you. I agree with you because, and this is the purpose of a forum like this, because I know that there was a time that we never had opportunity to learn all these things. And the reason I said knowledge is cheap today, because what we could not learn, like even like as early as 10 years ago, we learned that thing within a week today. It's just for us to open our mind. If you open our mind, like all these things you just said now, for example, they are there on the internet for us to see. You know, even as early as as at 20s, 30s, you know, this Ospu, dunk, and all these things, they were littering the street of United States of America, and that part of those things caused a lot of disease. The way the street they clean today, no be like so it in the 20s and 30s. So you understand that even the rich men are the one using horses, that horses will just be shitting everywhere. You see the way they are today now. They have to go through a lot of process. You know, one thing is this: when Nigerians even see the processes that will build the country, they don't even recognize it. By the time you want to explain to them, to benchmark with what some people did in the past to do, everybody want to sound politically correct just because we have our own agenda. You understand? That is why someone will come and be telling me, meeting us that Lagos Coastal Road make no sense, like the Lagos Sokoto Highway make no sense. That is why some people will be taking the idea that, oh, Lagos State is sharing money more than the remaining part of the state. So you will be seeing all those some kind of justification and something that will make
Chifola. Do you this is my thing. People are, like you said, that Lagos part, they are worried that Lagos is taking a lot of chunk of the investment, right? But nobody talks about when it comes to sharing. You hear the noises and the complaints, but when it comes to production and generating funds, crickets. So when it's time to generate the funds, nobody's complaining then. But when it's time to share the money, all of a sudden, there's no one Nigeria anymore. How much are those areas contributing to the pause?
Why are they complaining? The Northwest alone get about 5.6 trillion of all the total projects in Nigeria.
You don't
no. You know, Remy, what BT is saying, when you look at the revenue, even what Oyo State alone is generating is more than the entire North. You understand? For someone, so talk less of now Lagos. So talk less of Lagos. Now, when they are sharing the money, they don't see the way they are sharing the money. It's only when they want to do projects that they complain. When they are making the money for other people to share.
Simba, when they started making noise, sorry, Babati, you will talk. When they started making noise that Tinubu did not do anything for them in the northern part of the country, when they now brought out the project, you can see the Northwest have the lion's share of the project, 5.6 trillion. The Southwest alone, only about, oh God, yeah, quiet.
So the argument that this region have this money, they put some money in Lagos and put some money. I think for me, you have to see it as political conversation, political argument. It doesn't make sense. Okay, so if you have institution or you have infrastructure of government in any part of Nigeria, constitutionally, that money is spent for all Nigerians. Nothing stop a northerner or a easterner or a westerner or anybody from any part of Nigeria to relocate to any other part of Nigeria. You can go anywhere.
We
But
understand the
Remy,
point of
hold on one second.
contention
Remy, hold on
here
one
is
second now, 1 second. But these same people were alive when a president was building railway to another country with our own taxpayers' money. And it was okay then. Nobody come to complain that they were using our money to build railway to another man's country. But today they are complaining that we are spending the money to develop our own constitutionally geographical space, right?
Yeah.
For me, it's just political talk. If the government today is building anything in Kano, I don't have anything against it. If you build anything in Benin or on Igbo or Anambra, I don't have anything against it.
Midus, I have a problem. Let me tell you why. The progressive. Let me tell you why. Lagos is getting shafted by everybody. That state needs more, and everybody knows that. If I'm giving the country 400 billion and I'm barely getting 120 billion, that is armed robbery. We are robbing that state. Let's be honest. And people keep trooping to the, like, this is my point. You are giving the country 400
especially
billion.
from every part of the
Yeah,
country.
you're giving the country 400 billion every year. You're barely getting. Hold on, please. You're barely getting 100 million, and people are trooping into your state every year, and you must take care of them on the streets. Security is getting worse every day, and people keep taking from your state. And when I say they should give them at least half of what they're generating, you tell me, "Oh, I'm from that part of the country. I'm the one making the money in Lagos." Do you live in the east? You barely spent two weeks over there, and yet you want to spend money over there. You live in Lagos, for God's sake. If you live in Lagos, you should fight for Lagos. How can you
Babati, you know why I will agree with you. Even 400 billion you just said, to be honest with you, you under evaluate.
It's too low, Abi. Okay.
Don't forget that Lagos is where Murtala Mohammed Airport is.
Stop.
Hold on, let me hold on. Let me.
Now. It's me, and then you just continue to mute me. Why?
Oh, sorry. Because we're hearing siren, that's why we try to see where siren is coming from. Sorry.
So I just want to quickly ask what
you think say the dog carry Remy this morning? I'm waiting.
No. I quickly want to say this. Ola, please let me say this.
Let me land my point. You will come.
Okay,
sorry.
Go ahead.
So the thing is this: 400 billion is, to be honest, is undervalued because that is size of Lagos internal revenue. If you look at it, or I think even Lagos internal revenue is even more than that. Now the VAT we are generating. Don't forget that it's in Lagos. We have Nigeria and Murtala Mohammed Airport, because what custom is generating there alone from that Lagos airport, you should be talking of something close to 200 billion annually. Then that's where we have Nigerian Port Authority, Apapa there, is generating a lot too. So don't forget that that's where we have the headquarters of the banks when they are paying corporate tax. You know, when you look at all those stuff and the number of people you have there, the activities, the impact, the impact of the vehicular movement, the impact of the industry in Lagos, and a lot of things that is happening in that Lagos. You understand? You know, all those things cannot be quantified. So Lagos, I would say Lagos is giving the federal government over $1 trillion in a year. Over $1 trillion. So people may say, "Oh, Murtala Mohammed belong to the federal government." Lies. But the location is Lagos.
Ola, has the country been fair to Lagos? Let's be honest.
Not at all.
That's my point.
You guys are taking this argument to one side. Ola, Lagos has been benefiting from the federal government. It's unfortunate that the formula sharing, they did not debate it very well, plan it very well. Most of those federal government investments or taking the entire corporate headquarters to that place, it favored them. So when government favor you,
I don't agree with that. It's because of the insecurity in the south that those people move into Lagos.
You have to look at what is Lagos to us. It was once a capital city. Today I can call it the commercial city.
What
should
about Calabar? Is it not a former capital as well too?
So
Remy,
hold on.
let him explain what he's saying now. Because me, I'm not getting what Midwest is saying.
Yeah. So when you make a place the commercial city of a country, you should expect more body and you will generate more money. But however, it's very unfortunate where I will support you. In a country like ours, when we want to do something, people, either because of religion, tribe, or whatever, they will be using it to find a balance. And at the end, they mess up everything. They should agree, because wherever you have seaport, there are levels of percentage because of this responsibility and burden that have to be given to them. Whether it's federal money, it's just for them locating that place. But in Nigeria case, I don't know. They don't really arrange this thing very well. It's federal. They pack everything. Sometimes you will be believing that Lagos is taking much and they are not taking. But they have really favored them. But they did not favor them when it comes to arrangement of collecting of money. This is my submission. Because they don't define it properly. If they define it properly, we don't argue.
So Midwest,
Yeah.
the government is going to spend 712 billion naira to renovate the airport, right? The airport, I use the airport, you use the airport, everybody here will use the airport. Okay, it's not a Lagos airport. But for somebody to come and tell you,
no. When you inject that money, you inject it to Lagos economy.
Yeah, but look, Midwest, that from when they built, hold on, from when that airport was built there many years ago, that already created that movement into Lagos. It creates that corridor into Lagos already. So what should we do? Just let it rot?
You see the argument. That's why we discuss. You just bring another topic, you throw it inside. I don't understand you. I'm not telling them not to spend money. I just go to the effect.
Midwest, let me
talk. Sorry, Midwest, let me contribute. Actually, what you are doing here is not fair at all. Because when you build an international airport in Lagos, it's not only in Lagos, you also have in Kano and the rest. And remember, before you get to the airport, there will be some inter-road or interland road that you have to ply or you have to drive on before you get to the airport. And most of the revenue collected through that airport go to the federal post. It does not go to Lagos State post. It goes directly to the federal post first before they now distribute among all the states of the federation. Although you can say maybe Lagos have a good plan to attract more investment to come to Lagos. And I don't like you people who always talk about because it was the former capital. My conclusion will now be, look at Lagos before it was a Nigerian state capital, which is about more than 30 years ago now, and compare it to what is Lagos today. Which one would you prefer?
The issue. Let me say this before Midwest will come in. When the investment that the federal government has made in Lagos, you understand, who's benefiting from it more?
The entire Nigeria.
Okay, the entire Nigeria, you get it. Now, this money, if they invested 700 and something billion in Lagos airport, the money that that airport is going to generate by improvement in facility and everything that they have, who is going to benefit from it more?
Will it be shared by Lagos only?
Come again and make I understand that question. I cannot get out.
The money that they are going to generate when they invest this 712 billion in Lagos airport, the money that they are going to be generating from that airport
is only put this under normal circumstances.
I can't hear what you are saying. In fact, let me tell you, in the revenue sharing formula of Nigeria, how much do you think Lagos gets?
I don't even know.
And Midwest, you need to find out. So if I tell you that getting robbed, go look it up. If my here's my logic here. Midwest, Lagos is my number one money maker. It's a sure banker. If I put money in Lagos, it makes more money. I can share with everybody. Logic says that place should be taken care of more. That you have that status compared to everybody else. you should not be depriving that state of what they need to make, because if they make more money, because if they make more money, you get more money. So I don't get, they don't know, hold on. There is this Lagos hate that I don't like from Nigerians. If Lagos get A, just 10 naira, they say, Lagos get so
Babati, it's politics. It's
annoying
politics.
now. It's annoying.
No, Akim, it doesn't matter if it's politics. Hold on, Midwest. It doesn't matter if it's politics. The fact that common people are buying into it, it makes that thing annoying. Especially, you can't be living your life in Lagos. Lagos is where you are making your activities. Lagos is what makes you a multi-millionaire. But when they are now investing in Lagos, all of a sudden you remember your village that is not even giving you 100,000 a month.
Even common, even the top mainland bridge that say it's in danger. So we should wait until that place collapse, Abi, until we fix it.
Don't see. Let me tell you something. Midwest, hold on. Just hold on. You people that you are saying federal government invest in Lagos, thank you. You said it, but let's be realistic. You understand? There's a difference between Eco Federal, and Lagos State. We get that thing. Before that time, the Western region had 14 industrial estates in Lagos. That's where you have all those Oregon, you have Oshodi, you have Surulere, you have Yaba, you have Ilupeju and all those stuff. Developed by the Western region government. Activities in the Southwestern region attracted people to the Western region. So what you have with Lagos we are talking about was administrative.
Hello.
We should understand the difference between administrative and industrial activity.
Now they hear me?
We they hear you.
We can hear you now.
Now, let me tell you one thing. When Babangida asked all the corporate bodies to move to Abuja, including the headquarters of bank, it did not take them 2 years before all of them ran back to Lagos. Why were they not going to Abuja? Why Abuja is not being made the state of the entire money that they've invested in Abuja, the Nigeria the Lagos did not get 1/200 of it in the history of development.
Ola, I'm telling you, Abuja, people still forget that Abuja is a completely new city that did not exist before. People still forget that.
I know, but look at the money they spent on Abuja.
There was nothing like Abuja before.
I know. You understand? See the money they put on Abuja. Lagos did not see 1/200 of that money in 100 years.
Do you know, Ola, do you know how much of the federal allocation, a percentage of the whole allocation of Nigeria, money Nigeria generates that Abuja gets every month?
1%.
1%. You can imagine for a town, just a town, just a city, 1%.
And it's just about billions of naira every month.
We're not talking about the money they used to build Abuja.
The question I want to ask Ola is this: all those industrial estates in Oshodi, go to Ikeja now. They are already turning to art of buying and selling. No more industrial estates. They have collapsed everything. Is that good for a state? Because they say it's the former capital of Nigeria.
Remy, I'm saying I don't want us to encourage Oladisuru. I don't want this attitude of encouraging laziness from other states.
Exactly.
You are barely contributing 0.5% to the COP, but they are giving you almost times 25 of what you're doing. Only now.
And you still have the effort to be you still have the effort to be complaining.
Wait, Mona, make I put my own.
Hold on. You barely contribute 100 million. Go and look at it. You see Imo. Barely 1 million every month, but they get almost 3.5 billion every month. But what do you contribute? And you have folks from that place that will complain that Lagos the money.
Babati, some of these states still contribute local government money into federal allocation.
How much? How much are they putting there? How much?
No, I said they are contributing local government money like 300 million, 400 million every month to federal, like some nonsense money, some states generate.
So you barely don't contribute. you don't make noise, some will even come and say, oh, we have a population. So they will brag about population when it's time to share. But when time to produce, what is the value of that number? Nothing. Just have people for no
you are not producing, you are also not consuming, and then you want more of the VAT. I never understand this kind of country.
The thing is this, if we want a solution to all this complaint, there is the need we have to look into our tax system, because the way we tax the country and the way we structure most of these tax, whether VAT and all of them, sometimes it doesn't
even Lagos will still be the most taxed. This is the point we are talking about. Okay, look at this thing now. Look at it.
Wait
Dangote now. Hold on. Dangote, he has his office in Lagos, right? And then his workers, they are in Lagos. By the time they are paying this tax, who is going to pay tax? It's still going to be in that Lagos. Those people living in that Lagos. The pressure on the land surface in Lagos, a lot of things. See, let me tell you one thing. When you call some kind of is it ecologist or all these kind of biologists, by the time they look at the impacts of all activities in Lagos, you will see that what they are allocating to Lagos is BS. And
now, Ola, in what you just said now, I just want to quickly answer to midwife. If you are in Nigeria, you think that debate about the tax system, and you see most of these lazy states talking about they want more of the VAT money. They don't want to be shared among consuming or consumption states. So that is why when they now share it, they share 50% of the quality, which is not supposed to be, and just merely 30% on consumption. It's not supposed to be like that. That means you are encouraging laziness, as Obate put it. If you don't want to spend your money, but you want to get more of the VAT money, what kind of country is this?
No, the truth of the matter is that this Greek oil is the problem that we have in the country. And that is the genesis of all this complaint. Because people believe money is coming from somewhere, not actually the tax. And whosoever is the president, it's like you are in charge of that money. You can decide to build railway to neglect Nigeria and build it to Sokoto, Sudan, for any reason, like what Buhari did. And nobody will talk. So that's why I think people are complaining.
This has changed in Nigeria now. For the last 2 or 3 quarters now,
I don't buy. I don't buy. See, Midwest. I don't buy this idea of oil. Let me tell you what I don't buy this idea.
We are even getting more money from non-oil nowadays than even
this
oil
is
that we are talking about. Yeah.
Look at Sir Ahmadu Bello, Awolowo, and who is this man from the FMA? Is it Opara, or what's the name of this from the?
It's Opara now.
They were competing fairly during their own period. You understand? You see, you know, I've been saying this thing. If they're supposed to be the Midwest now, you just a call person. The thing is this: if they're supposed to be, I've said this in over time. The northern part of that country is supposed to be the richest in Nigeria. It's supposed to be the richest, not even southwest, not even the south. Now, why did I say this? Those days they used to plant cotton. By now they should be responsible for our garment industry. Look at Ogun State there, that I didn't have no land now. Ogun State now will now be responsible for garment industry. Now, Kano should be responding to anything leather that will be doing in that country today. Maybe you are doing your shoes, you are doing your cars, leather, shoes, everything. They were supposed to bag. They were supposed to be responsible. A lot of resources there, and these people, they have enormous human capacity. Because when you boast of your population, you are supposed to use that to guard us in terms of production.
Ola, be careful. Ola, you have to be careful. What of the population that are not skilled in nothing? You just go and be doing Boko Haram and banditry and the rest. Forget it, Jerry.
The question is, how kind of population is that?
You can't force them to. They don't want to learn any skill. They don't want to go to school. They don't want to do nothing.
The question,
how
was Ahmadu Bello training them?
See, the reason why Sam Ahmadu Bello, all this Awolo, we were able to do what we were. The Queen was still the one in charge of the country, almost 100%. They just tested us on a regional level. Then we have got independent, and when we got independent, yes, the structures was there. What you produce in your region, that's why everybody still said, let us go back to region if it's possible, or structure the state. Whatever you produce, the government have a chain system for accountability because they are expecting a percentage to the federal. So they work to make sure you don't cheat when you are giving record. So whatever percentage they are having, they use it to run the federal. Why you take care for your people? But in Nigeria case today, because we were selling free oil, they centralize it and use tribal hegemony to silence everybody. They got this money, you don't even know what they are sponsoring your land, but they are giving the figure, we are spending so billion. But if the federal were to be getting those money, if the federal government were to be getting money for region, there will be true accountability. Even how to spend it, there will still be an accountability.
I
Because even
disagree
if
with
your
you.
region,
I disagree with you, Midwest. I disagree with you because
this man from Benin Republic, why are you defending this guy? What's going on?
I disagree because of many people.
If you disagree with me, you can tell me the area where you
The
disagree.
people from Seme border.
Because you know that because of this creation of states, local government more, the money can then people, many states, many local governments are not benefiting from it. If order becomes regional, that's what brought the civil war now. Because some people
My
are
brother,
just
Alex, all these things you are just talking about is different from what we are saying.
I disagree with you because it's up to go down.
Wait, if they created states, since they created, we are referring to the past now, the good days. Since they have created state,
When was the good days? When was the good days?
The good days was the early stage of this country and getting to the independence of this country.
When was that? When was that?
I think the bad day, I can actually say the bad day of Nigeria started with Shagari.
When was the good days you are talking about? When was the good days?
A good days when I don't know what you meant. Good days I'm talking about is when Nigeria was happy with their country. If they go to abroad to go and study, after school they go back. Farmers can even buy a car. They can send their children to abroad. I'm talking about local farmers now.
So you was alive. You was there. You was there then. You was there.
I don't. This Midwest. The way you talk about things as if you are there.
Midwest, you was there. You was there during the good days.
To me, a lot of people in Benin those days that went to UK to study, raised their children in our midst. We grow up together. Those children were born United Kingdom. It was this early stage of Babangida. All of them started moving. Nobody processed those documents, but they were just registered as a citizens. So I am telling you, if you don't know that those days once exist, I don't know where you are coming from.
Okay, yeah, but you're talking about Midwest. Listen.
I don't go leave that one alone. We're not going that far.
It was not even an achievement of. It was not even an achievement of the First Republic. These were Nigerians who had the opportunity when Britain was still open door, who were able to travel, who came back and they immersed themselves into the civil service. Listen, Midwest, a lot of those people that came back, how many of them were working in private companies then?
I met villagers, my own village, 2 or 3 people bought car, new chassis, and they were local ones.
That's not true. Midwest, that's not true. Midwest, that is not true.
Where are you born?
Midwest, that is not true. In that your village, I can guarantee you. In that your village, I can guarantee you, nobody had televisions there. Not a single person had television in that your village.
Wait. I did not tell you television. My village there was no light.
Okay, so and then three farmers went to buy new cars. Come on, man, what are we doing here?
1960 car, you come to meet it.
See, let me explain what I'm trying to tell you. Before me, I grew up to know something. They have already bought this car, and inside that independent after the Civil War, they bought them. But as time progressed, nobody.
You cannot be shifting these things, man. You're just moving the goalpost every time. What are we doing here?
Talking with people like you who like throw questions and you don't have a person to explain to you. If you did not see it in your
Hakeem,
village,
Hakeem,
if you did not,
I like
if you did not see
Midwest.
it,
You know what?
if you
He
if you
will
did not
talk.
see it in
He
your
will
town,
talk loudly on something that he's not sure of, and he will say it boldly and calmly. That is good
so
with
The
confidence.
let
boss
me
car
tell
is 1960, and you were born in
let me tell
1940.
wait. I am not talking about Amadu Bello time. When Ogbemudia ruled our time, that is when they bought these vehicles.
That's not true.
And
No, that is not true.
okay, why is it not true?
Because you have to go and I just ask you a question. How many people were able to buy television? Ask yourself. How many
No.
people were able to buy
Hakim, ask
television?
me, when did the Bermudia rule? Ask me, which year Bermudia rule? Which year?
Wait. Ogbemudia ruled 1970 something.
70 something. Which year?
He ruled,
70 something.
yeah,
Is that a year?
he ruled after the Civil War. They appointed him as the governor, and they built industry. They make us proud. Villagers were living good. I'm telling you from my two naked eyes. So you let me land my point. Not be say you go to throw question. If you did not see it,
Oh,
you just
Bermudia
think it's
was
so red
not there
there.
after Civil
This
War. Okay?
that's what
It
I'm
was
saying
during the
now.
Civil War.
After Civil War, yes. After the Civil War, the economy was good. It was okay for the people. They don't migrate. It's just
I'm
that
telling you, people that could not afford TV, television. How many people were able to buy television? What are you talking about? In the full Benin City, how many people hold television?
You
TV.
don't know when I'm talking about. Maybe you grow up in 80s. That's when you should let me land my point. When I was growing up, those people in my village don't have television. Number one, they don't have
So, but
electricity.
they had cars. They
How
bought
old are you?
cars.
How old are you?
They bought
How old are you,
cars.
Midwest? Midwest, how old are you? How old are you, Midwest?
This your question, and make I tell you.
I
For
beg,
Nigeria,
how
what
old
you
you
see.
be? How old
Wait,
you be?
make
I
I
beg.
know my point. No,
That's
I don't
simple
want to answer your
question.
question. Wait, make I ask you. Say,
Raouf,
make I tell you
leave Midwest
where car
alone
came
now.
from. This car, they bought it new. You can still go and find out. They were managing it. When before Babangida came or during Shagari, the economy collapsed.
No,
Even
who
where
should
the
have managed?
center.
Who should have managed it?
No, I say when this what I'm talking about. If you don't want to listen, say him a problem
Mr.
with
Tara,
it
good morning.
today.
Oh.
No, who should
The
have
real
managed the
problem
car?
is
Now, who should have managed the car? Me.
I beg,
Good
Midwest, you
morning,
don't
my
know what they talk.
brother.
I
Good
beg, you just
morning.
know the talk.
Can we
Abeg.
move on from this thing? Just
I
move
feel
on.
you.
Leave it alone.
nonsense what I do.
Midwest. Just
Oh.
Midwest, calm down. Okay,
Midwest. Abandon
Midwest.
what kind
ship.
of thing is this?
Abandon ship. Let's move on. It's okay. Let's abandon ship.
Midwest, hold on. Midwest, hold on.
Baba T, guys,
No,
listen.
no.
You see,
Let me
people
tell
that
you
were,
one thing.
you see those
United
high
States,
level civil servants, those top civil servants, the permanent secretaries, right? Those were the people that were driving cars back then. Oh. You're saying farmers, in your
you see,
your
And they
village,
gave them,
they bought
they
new
gave them,
cars.
it's a mortgage, oh.
I
They
know.
got them on mortgage, oh.
let me just land my point. You will listen very well and you will understand what I'm talking about. Even when Babangida came into power after that Shagari era, when Babangida don't enter, nobody can even afford a car in that country anymore. No single person. Now those
How old
governors
are
where
you
they buy
now? Let us know you
No
and say
single
the truth.
person. You talk, and you go too extreme when you are talking Midwest. How
Babangida
can you say
era
no
was the
single
one
person
killing all
in Nigeria
military.
cannot buy a
Car,
car?
bicycle,
No single
machine.
person.
Babangida era.
Okay,
Oh my God.
Babangida era, if we enter taxi, he go tear shirt when I grow up. If they put me for taxi,
No,
I go
no,
school.
no. That was Abacha.
Now
That was
when
during
people
Abacha. That was during Abacha.
Let's say you are just 30, almost 40 years, but you want to claim like I said 80 years.
No, that is during Abacha. That is during Abacha, not Babangida.
say the first inflation where you enter Nigeria, the Babangida time start.
How
Where
can you say
really
that
come
Babangida time is start now?
Midwest,
the
for
Midwest.
inflation.
God's sake. Don't be
Midwest.
saying
What
all
are you
this
talking
thing
about?
now.
What are you
All
talking
this
about?
You know,
Dangote,
when
Babangida
you
make
are
all of them
talking,
millionaires.
always give room. Wait. Don't
I
talk
told
as if
you,
you have a fact. Always give room for people to let you.
Midwest.
Yes.
Do you even know when they did Ghana must go?
I told him earlier to jump, abandon ship, move on. It don't.
See, the problem. See, experience. I'm talking about my own experience. I cannot be in all Nigeria. prior to the ending of Babangida administration, people started traveling in Benin, and they started bringing vehicle we call Bejon today. Before, till that time, we don't drive Bejon in our country. It's new chassis car. Go and find out. When they start bringing in, people started.
It was Benin people that start to bring used car to Nigeria, right?
You see where I come from, where always love to your comment is something. The way people know where to listen.
So 504 pound, then 504 pound, then was in every household. Oh God, God bless you.
See,
he said no single Nigeria. He said no single Nigeria can afford the vehicle. No single Nigeria can afford the vehicle.
No, you see one thing, Midwest, hold on, Midwest. Wait in our Midwest, wait. Babati, don't say, may you forget this thing. Babati say, may
we forget that. Yeah, may we forget. You know, better when Nigeria is good, may we continue like this. But you are the one who referred to these guys in the past. Why were you referring to them?
Me?
Yes.
I said, Babati say, may you forget this.
You are referring a wall of what to something that was not good, Abby?
No.
What is your point of argument?
Hold on. Okay, I got you. See, you move away from my own argument. I started by saying, instead for some people to sit down and be manipulating people that the money going to Lagos is too much, I now refer to how Sir Ahmadu Bello, Awolowo, and Opara were not lazy. They were developing their region, right? So it was as a result of that development that Awolowo created up to 4 industrial estates alone around Lagos. Because the Lagos state we see today is not the Lagos all of you just want to believe that Eko Federal. Eko Federal was just an administrative center. You understand? Eko Federal was not the one that brought Leventi, so Eko Federal was not the one that brought hold on. Guy, just hold on. Eko Federal was not the one that built Ilupeju Estate. Eko Federal was not the one that built Oshodi Solo. Eko Federal was not the one that brought Sonny Ade and Obey that were singing. And all those people that were creating around entertainment. Yeah, Lagos has an advantage, we know. But despite the fact that everybody was competing in their own region that time, Lagos was still attracting. Small time now, they would see all those Ikeja, all those Ogba, they were part of Western region, not part of Lagos. Ilupeju, they were part. So all those areas of Eko Federal that everybody is talking at Lagos, it's not that significant in this thing we were talking about. People just like lying to themselves today. You understand? How much federal presence do you have in Ikeja? How much federal presence do you have in Ilupeju?
Let me ask
you talk more than 10 minutes now. I'm just talking. I never speak for more than a minute.
You didn't even want to talk. You were asking me with different kind of questions, unnecessary questions.
I'm changing you from
that question now. You said no. Am I not the one that brought you back?
The question now is this: it is not Ogun State that is supposed to be leading in garments, in apparel manufacturing. It's supposed to even be the northern Nigeria where you have vast land, you can plant cotton. The government should be thinking of how they can have irrigation system to do 365 days of farming. They are not doing that. Instead, they allow some manipulated people to use religions to create banditry, to create Boko Haram in their state, in their area. All those areas that, despite the religion, does something that's Ahmadu Bello airtight, that the economic activities of that place was booming those days. So we should be telling all these governors that you go back. Okay, don't look at Lagos now. Take example from Ogun State. Even take example from Anambra. Let me just say Anambra now because of this guy that's a manufacturing guy there. Go and look at the example of what people are doing in their own state. Instead of you crying that they are spending in Lagos, just go and talk to Italian.
See, you have to point to genesis of a problem. The resources in that land. The resources in the land, the federal government.
Okay. According to you, hold on.
So let Midwest make his point. Let him make a point. Let us see what
he's telling us that oil caused the problem and he's keep moving around the circle. Let's move to the solution. We are talking. We are saying the oil. I told you that oil is not an excuse. Before the military government damaged Odua investment.
It is the that destroy those structures for region to make their money.
That's
the federal government.
Investment.
To a place.
Investment.
Wait, Delta State produced for Nigerian government more than Lagos.
Was created in 1976. Oh, that investment was created in 1976 when federal government was stylishly the.
The resources that is leaving Delta State and what they are giving federal is more than what Lagos is giving.
Guy, they have oil in United Arab Emirates, and oil is not the major contributor to the GDP today.
Let's relate to Nigeria. It is the federal government that is responsible for this complaint. If a northern man is there tomorrow, when they start shifting things to their region, you in the West, you will be the one to complain.
Is it the federal government that
if Igbo man is there, I will complain. Let everybody go back and manage their resources.
Listen. Is it the federal government that is signing partnership of rice padding? That you go to northern, is it Nasarawa? Is it the federal
Niger State.
Lagos State? You understand?
See what I'm saying. There is no state that is not producing.
I leave the state for you.
Every state in Nigeria today are still producing to their capacity.
What is missing for state resource control now?
What is missing is just the actual record. Because what is bringing confusion is this: one state will tell you our crude oil, our gas is so million.
Now we are going into data.
You see it now. Then the federal government cannot actually tell people what they are getting from their land.
Because they don't have the correct database. Because they don't have the correct database.
Midwest.
Let us share the money across the state.
Midwest.
They share the money across the state, and some people complain.
Midwest. Let us address this issue. Let us address this issue. Just listen and let us address it. When Odua Investment was funded in 1976, we used to have Fashola Farm. There was oil in all those that we are talking. We used to have Fashola Farm. We used to have Odua Textile. We used to have all this Nigeria tower, aluminium, and everything as part. We have many cattle ranch. Part of them is Ikuderi Farm, the one in Ekiti today. Ire, Bond Big is there. Igokoda, Oluwa Glass, all those things. They were there. All this Lagos hotel we see today, they were
Nigerian Wire and Cable was there too.
Nigerian Wire and Cable.
You understand? All of them. We have everything.
No. Don't say you have everything. That is a lie, total lie. But also you have
everything. Say that's metaphor now. Don't let's just get too much of that. The question is this: there were oil there. Oil was there that time, but the Western region economy was performing until this group military took over in 1983. To the extent that even the cattle they were using to breed in a Fashola farm, they kill them to go and sell it, to go and do party. The military officers. Then we have some military officers that started cutting our trees in the Western region. That guy from Kogi, that guy that just put that fought lion with his face. You understand? See, it was not the oil. It is the incursion of the military that actually damaged us, even right from that 1966 we are talking about. Now, as Tomori, Mr. Tomori told us now, we used to have regional police that everybody is afraid of having today. We used to have it before that 1966 decree, 1 year decree, something. Was it decree, whatever decree that was it that abolished the regional police?
34.
Decree. So when you look at all those stuff, we cannot. When Odua Investment, who get Wema Bank? Odua Investment.
Ola want ask you, why are those things no longer there?
The question,
why are they no longer there?
Make it land now.
You understand? That is what we are saying now today. That hold on.
No longer there.
I said wait. Ogun State is progressing. Lagos State is moving forward. We are saying why are they no longer there? Now, without revenue, when Obasanjo just put leg stamp on Lagos State revenue, Lagos State came out of that problem and they manage properly. Today, Lagos State is a model state for anybody. In fact, it's beyond Nigeria. Like I keep saying that Princeton University made a case study for the students on Lagos State. Go and get to Princeton University, you see part that as the academic asset material is there. You understand? So it simply means Lagos State is doing something right. Today they have railway, they have everything. Things. In fact, where federal government is not moving, they were forcing federal government to join Lekki Deep Sea. The Lagos is building its own airport now. So by tomorrow now, by the time they start collecting VAT now, someone will be telling that Lagos is taking more money, but they are not looking at the infrastructure in Lagos. Lagos, we are talking about, solve the problem of Atlantic Ocean.
No, let it come in. No, wait. Let somebody else come in and let it come in.
Quick response to Ola. I want to do something. Ola, look, if we want to solve this problem of complaint, let people manage their resources and give percentage to federal. Everything will settle.
Noted. Ola, you don't. Yes, noted.
And I think that is the number one solution. So anything outside that, everybody will complain. If
Can we have
move to north?
Can we have a Niger man?
Okay, noted.
Okay, Ola, you said many things that what the Western region was having, but I want to ask you, which money did they use to build the Ikeja and Dodon Barrack? Which money did they use to build what's the name? This TBS. Which money did they use to build stadium, theater? This thing in Lagos. Can you tell us that one?
Okay, you mean National Theatre?
National Theatre.
Let me tell you something.
And the things are about passports.
Hold on now. Which money did they use to build Nigeria house in United Kingdom? If I may ask you a question.
I don't know. You are educating us now. I'm asking the question. You're asking the question.
The Western region government built Nigeria house, the one you use as our embassy in United Kingdom today. Nigeria State House, you see there. They use Western state money.
Simba, the region was having a representative there now. No.
Simba, correct me if wrong. Or Bafem Awolowo University, they use the Western state money to build it. That was when derivative really worked. Cocoa House, money from the Western region. You understand? All those Western region industrial estate, including Ikeja, including the up to Lupeju and Ikeja, Ogba, Oshodi, everything. All those money came from
mother
Western
worked
region.
for Cocoa Board those days.
Wait, hold on. Then you know that government will collect tax from all those things. From that tax, it was going to the federal government. I just want you to know the genesis. Now, the region were contributing money to the federal government. Basically, the region were developing the central as at that particular time. They were sending money to the central. And I keep telling you that it's this central we are talking about. When you say Eco Federal, it's just a small area in the entire Lagos state, too. Not the entire Lagos state. So that's where people are making. So now, when you talk of those Murtala Mohammed Airport now that you are talking about, it was not oil money they used to build Murtala Mohammed Airport. Don't get it twisted. Murtala Mohammed Airport existed before oil money. You understand? And all those Awapa ports you see there, you understand? They were
Murtala Mohammed was commissioned by Abasojo in 1977 now. It's still there. The placard is there. Is the airport there. So that is not debatable. It's 77. Go and look at it. It's there for Abasojo.
What I'm saying generally is this state were contributing to the development. Even as at that time we were talking about, even when oil was still coming, even the Western region was still contributing because we manufacture what we eat locally.
So which money now? This is that name now. Which money? Just be specific. Let us know.
I said the region contributed. The region were contributed to the federal purse. The region were contributing to the federal purse.
So in a nutshell, what you are saying that it's all Nigerian money that they used to build those parts of.
I know that's where you are going to.
It's a question. If I'm not wrong, you say I'm wrong. But what you said now, that is what you mean.
What money did they use to build the Port Harcourt airports? All those federal airports. Which money did they use to build them? Which money did they use to build Abuja? Which money?
It's all here. They used to build Abuja and they give Julius Berger all here now. It's all here. It's crude oil here. It's straight by barter. So it was not cash. Abuja was not built by cash. It was crude oil. So everybody know that one.
The thing we are talking about is it's not even the kind of thing you talk in the morning, because I was listening to you guys even in the morning yesterday when you were talking of when you want to hijack Lagos. You understand? Good luck to you. If you want to hijack
Lagos. That's why I want to know the money. That's why I know the part that we hijack now.
Because what I don't know is this. How it's just like saying Abuja is no man's land, for goodness sake. As if Abuja came from some people, Abuja was just a virgin land and nobody was living in Abuja. How can you? Because when you talk of Lagos,
But the Southwest. Wait, let me see. Ask you one question now. If you are saying this thing again, so what? Before people come to Lagos or to Lagos, did that place demarcated the right in Southwest land?
Guy, let me ask you.
Everybody have border with each other, my brother. So
hold on. Was Ikeja part of Lagos? I mean,
no,
Lagos.
Ikeja was not part of Lagos. Everybody know that one. So I don't.
Okay,
I know
was
that one.
Ilopeju part of Lagos?
No, those are former Midwest. Later, when they come together, they brought all those things to it.
So now, how did the federal government build Ikeja? How did the federal government build Festac? How did the federal government build the Ilopeju?
The federal government have built Festac now during when they hosted 28 countries. They want to do some.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, not even that. I was going to say, how did the federal government?
You see, Festac is still our own money.
You know, Mr. Niger. You see, this is interesting about Lagos. And you wonder what are the other 35 states doing? Just sleeping and nobody built you, nobody put their money there.
Lagos has been favored.
Nobody
Lagos has been favored.
See the problem there. Thank God
infrastructure is in Lagos.
Boala. It's person from Northern that said this thing 2 days ago now.
You see, Mr. Hold on, guys, please. Favored, justifiably so.
The other place has been deprived also.
No.
Do you understand?
No.
Deprived.
Can you let me finish so I can make my point here. I'm saying that Lagos is our #1 money maker, right? Do we agree with that as a country? It's our money maker. So whatever they're getting right now, they should be getting more, as a matter of fact. Now, if you say other places have been deprived, it's not because Lagos sucked them up or they moved resources. It's because of the failure of how they managed what they got and how to grow that resource. It's not because Lagos did anything wrong. My point to you is that when we discuss Lagos, there's this animosity, unfair animosity towards Lagos for even getting any dime right now.
Yes, I must be there now.
For 100 years, at least, minimum.
100 years. How old is Nigeria?
No, for the next 100 years, the investment that they've done.
Okay, let's remove international airport in Lagos. No more airport in Lagos.
Yes.
No, wait. That airport you said. Let me debunk your lies. No.
What do you mean remove?
Babati. A second, Babati. You said Lagos was only renamed Murtala Muhammed Airport in 1976. Don't tell me that kind of story again. Sorry, I was caught unaware. Lagos.
Look at it now. Check it now.
No. Murtala Muhammed was initially founded in 1947. What are you talking about? I just talked this kind of misinformation.
It was founded in 19, but wait now. Go out. The placard there, right?
You told me that oil money was used to build Murtala Muhammed Airport, and I was telling you that Murtala Muhammed was funded.
I didn't say oil money. No.
Are you talking about renovation?
I didn't talk about oil money for Lagos.
Are you talking about renovation? Are you talking about renovation?
77, yeah. It's there. The placard is there.
That is renovation, but it's not built. It's not built by Obasanjo.
It's not built by Obasanjo. It was funded in 1947. That could not be oil money
because the question you're supposed to ask yourself: okay, which airport were we now using before 1977? Are you saying that we don't have an airport before 1977?
We have Kano now.
So it's Kano that they are anyway. All the when they are the British Queen, all those people when they are coming that time, Kano they came through.
Simba.
That is what if you want to say that. If you want to say that. That means the Northern we said is their granite money that they used to pay.
Hold on. You see, this oil money build Lagos excuse is to absolve your own death of failure, of their own failure that you don't want to face. That is the honest truth.
Just common licensing of airlines.
Port Harcourt, we are there hearing of Lagos in anything.
Exactly.
Who is the man with Arosuya? I can't see your name, so I can't hear you.
The question is this: Calabar.
No, answer the question before we are hearing of Warri and the Port Harcourt. We are then hearing anything about Lagos.
Sorry, who is Prosuya? Who is the guy? I can't say anybody's name. Who is the guy with the picture?
Let's remove this thing. Remove this thing.
Who is the Buffett guy?
I'm just trying to look at who you are talking about. I'm not seeing
the Nigerian man. Who is the guy?
Where's the guy? Where's the guy? Is in the
Suya.
comment
I'm discussing
section.
Suya.
It's below.
Barbecue this thing.
I don't
I
know
can't
who that
find his
is.
name here. Maybe someone don't
Remove
remember.
this thing you put in the front so we see the name very well.
I can't say anybody.
This comments.
I don't know who is talking when
I'm seeing the comment, but I can't really see the person. I can see.
No, remove the comment in the screen now so that you can see the name very well.
Okay. Just hold on. Let me see. Let me remove the comment.
So, my point to you, Nigerian man, is this. Let me calm down.
Suya, okay. Is it me that you are calling Suya? It's Simba now. There's nobody Suya.
No, it's not you. It's not you. It's Mr. D. Sorry, Mr. D. And you kept quiet. You know, I was trying to find. It's Mr. D. Don't mind Mr. D. My point to you guys is on the more serious. It's my point. We should be ashamed as a country that there's so much pressure on Lagos. We should be ashamed of ourselves.
We should be ashamed of our leaders.
No. Where they come from? From the moon?
From the southwest and north.
Yeah, sit down. Let me finish that. Talk about this.
Who's been leading us?
Once again, stop
for the past 60 years.
Mr. D, you are landlord. Now, why are you talking the way you are talking?
I don't understand.
He's saying we should do. Who are you going to blame? The ordinary people?
I said no. Are we not all Nigerians? I said everybody.
We are all Nigerian now. Everybody should blame them.
Are you a Mexican? I mean, what are you doing?
He's not okay. I'm
finish.
listening, boss.
Let me finish. My point is this: as a country, there's so much pressure on those one state in our country. Not because we can't do anything in other states, but because we fail to do those things in other states. And they are Lagos, to me, is the failure of everybody else. That's the point I'm making. So it's not a tribal argument or original argument. I'm saying that I'm making a Nigerian argument that we are failed as a people. That Lagos then had to bear the burden for everybody else. That's my point. Mr. D, I hope you get where I'm coming from with my argument. So it's not.
Yeah, I do understand.
That's
but
the point.
Sometimes
Mr.
D,
it's good to narrow it down. You. You have a mindset. Mr. D can never understand you.
Okay, no. Mr. D, let me tell you something. You know,
yes,
cocoa. You know, cocoa was the largest non-export thing in the 60s. Are you aware of that? And you know where cocoa was coming from?
Yes.
You know where cocoa was coming from?
Yes.
So when you were talking of what earned us foreign forex those days, it was cocoa. And cocoa
but at that time there was
not only coming from Western region. Cocoa was coming from Midwest too.
Yeah, there was palm oil from Midwest as well.
Midwest. Where you call it talk about Midwest?
How many
years?
Guy.
How many years?
Delta State was part of.
What are you talking about 50 now?
So they just
no, not 50. Midwest region was created in 1962, 1963 now.
1963 was created 63 now. I said Allah is talking about from 60. That is what I said it now. But Midwest was part of Western region before now. Before you So what are you talking?
So when you say Western region, you are the one that says only Midwest.
Even when they create Midwest, did the Western regions share liability with them?
Western region was the most prosperous that time. Now we know.
So the one you have collected for me all these years, we not share boundary. So let you go with everything.
Guy, let's talk about the geographical location according to the constitution. At least up to 1963, before they created that, Midwest was part of Western region. Even when they still took Midwest away from Western region.
Let me ask you, Niger man. Well, everything that you have in that Midwest today was actually started when they were even in Western region. Go to Nightford, the Sapele plantations and all those things. They were all but they were not neglected. So I don't know which property do you want them to share when they literally come out.
Palm, what do they call it? Palm kernel, all these things. When they are together, everybody bring it together. When they're one region. When they share, they're supposed to share assets and liability together.
Yeah.
But the
Like
Western region never did that.
Like airports.
Like what?
and
Like
all
what?
those things.
Like what?
Like
How
Like
are you
airports.
what?
asking me like what? Don't you know what before when they are together? Okay, me and you put we are doing the same business. Then you say you want to go, I should go and start my life. You will not be telling me like how much is my money there.
So
Is
there
that a
was no
question?
investment. No, when they were together, there was no investment in the Midwest. Is that what you are telling me?
There was not substantial investment.
Where was the capital?
Mr. D,
Where was the
leave your own
capital?
because you don't know
Where was the
anything about
capital?
it.
Wait now, where was the capital?
The
Ibadan.
capital was Ibadan. Yes. Ibadan.
No, it was Ibadan. No, when they are together, it was Ibadan. Eh? Okay, the way they were building cocoa house with the cocoa body, building everything, giving everything. Did they do to the other side? Is it not exactly what we are crying for in Nigeria?
So all the investment, let me tell you, the investment. Are you saying now that they have more investment in the southwest in the?
It's not what a share grant. Wait, we should not be deceiving ourselves, please. Once you are in a country, there is a place which was the capital, and that place is more focused than any other state. Let's be realistic, even abroad. So you cannot tell me now.
So if that's the norm, so what's the argument now?
Let me even tell Mr. Dean and
the argument.
What is all this now?
Let me even tell you. Let me tell you this candidate, this DO. Abi, how you call your name? You call your name like all this, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I don't know. I can't pronounce your name. Sorry. The thing is this. According to the statistic coming from even the 60s, now you understand. Even what was coming from the Midwest was even rubber and timber. So tell me, where were the cocoa plantation in the Midwest then? Maybe.
So when they send the money, they bring it. Okay, when they send the money, when they send the rubber and timber, they take the money to Midwest
I'm looking at
Midwest
the
alone.
No, I just asked you a question because I have the data now. If you want me to just break everything,
No, that's what I'm asking because when they send, where did the money go? Is it not the same copper?
When they sell the timber,
not be central copper. Go.
Let me listen to Babati. I beg. Let me listen to
Babati.
Babati.
Change topic because Mr. D and
I came here for something.
They
I
are
came here
still
for help.
They are still stuck in the 70s. Can we change topic and find something else?
No, Babati, don't tell me we are talking. He's the one going to 60. Then I follow him there.
Okay, please, Ejo, Professor. I'm hearing you guys have been laughing and everything was fine. I came for something because of I'm doing development in my area. I want to know if somebody can send me address. The money is not the problem. Address of a learning center. I can send people down any part of Nigeria to go and learn productivity, either farming, anything, mechanism, anything. Just for me, then I send them back. Just to later, I will help them just to develop their tools. That's why I came in. I've been hearing you guys since yesterday.
Go your village.
Send people to my farm now. Pay me now.
Wait, just go to your local government chairman.
Midwest Oberenia. Hold on. Before you contribute, because I will soon run now, let me just break the bottle before I go. In the old Western, now we have 4 regions in the old system. Look at this now. The Western region contributed 40 to 50% to the GDP of Nigeria, right? The Northern region contributes 20 to 25%. Eastern region contributes 15 to 20%, and the remaining small share came from Midwest region. Honestly, Midwest region was not really contributing so much in those early days.
Jesus Christ.
Your data now, you see the problem we have. That is fake data. He was contributing very well.
See,
he said it was not really. He didn't say the percentage again. Maybe 0.1. He said it was not really. So if I'm bringing 10,000,
okay, don't let me look. Okay, let me talk it fully.
Midwest region lasted how long?
Let me be accurate. Okay, hold on. Let me be accurate now. You will laugh tire now. Okay, in the reality, be adding them together and not tell me it's a lie. Southwest, Western region contributed 50%. Northern region contributed 25%. Add it together, 75. Eastern region contributed 20%. Add it together, 95. Midwest contributed 5%.
Okay, that's
okay.
That's 5%. No, bro.
I was covering you. I was covering you, but you forced me to expose you.
No. You have to say it. No, wait now.
Be very careful.
You have to say it, Ola. No, you have to say it. I want to tell you now. Wait. You say 5%. That 5%. How much was it? You didn't say that one. And it was 2 states that make that Midwest, Abi. It's 2 states ahead, which is Delta and Edote today.
One state at that time, Bengal.
No, Bende was Bende and Benin Delta. That is why they call it Bende.
I cover you, but you try. You try.
No, you cannot say that. Yes, 5%. No, it's like the Southeast today. You will not be saying, Southeast was not contributing nothing. The money that they are bringing, we are there bringing money or no? If there is that money going to, it's going to the central copper.
That you know why I brought that thing out before they started explaining oil. That's what because you were saying that oil, and now to wait now. It was that because oil
which year are you talking about? And how old was that region then? Because what they did last year belongs to the West, not for them. When they were still with West. You claim me bringing fake data.
Wait.
No, the regional government even lasted for 9 years now. 9 years.
You people have worked in Midwest now.
Don't go there. When I give you data, don't say fake because you even want me to even expose this thing more. Don't just hold on there. Don't even talk too much.
See,
because if you vex me, wait. If you vex me, maybe you will even go sue. Wait now. You will have to sue World Bank. You will have to sue some university, United States of America for exposing. See,
we don't need
all those stories. Don't go there. The question is
you are not answering the question. You just dodge the question and just bring something here. That 5% that was going to the Western region, which copper was it going?
You look at the size, you look at the people, then you look at what they contribute.
And you are not saying the return that was going to them.
That's not the issue. Someone was talking.
It's not the issue now.
Someone was talking as if the entire issue of Nigeria was based on oil. As if, as at when they were building University of Ibadan, oil. When they were building Obafemi University, oil. When they were building University of Lagos, oil. When they
if you not give a chance again to say anything, only you. Waiting.
Okay, continue.
The question to you, how old was that region when you got this data?
Forget about the region. You say I should break it down further, and I help you break it further. You know, I didn't want to mention the percentage.
You see problem.
That's the problem. See, let me tell you one thing.
Let me tell you. You are not. This is the problem we have. When it comes to
with you sometimes.
When it comes to individual interest, we always try to champion ourselves as the leading people. Why you don't want to explain the factors? You don't want to explain the you don't want to explain the factors why it is like that.
You know Delta State was part of Western region because when someone was telling me here that it was oil, I'm not naive, I'm not a kid. There's a way you just say something implicitly just to tell you that we develop you. And I now push that in back because when you think you were talking to a 2-year kid, and I will tell you that I'm intelligent enough to deduce what you were trying to say by telling me that oil built Western region. Wait.
Midwestern region maybe was the first year it was created. So you cannot.
Nigeria was existing before oil. Facts. Don't go there. Dry investment was not built based on oil. Cocoa House was not built based on oil. Obafemi was not built based on oil. University of Ibadan was not built based on oil. Ahmadu Bello University was not built based on oil. A University of Nigeria, Nsukka, was not built based on oil. See, this idea
was not based
on Unilag. Even Unilag was not built based on oil. Lagos Seaport Airport was not built because of oil.
It was maintained. It was maintained. If not, you would have been dilapidated.
It looked like a woman.
The region of that
I didn't want to talk. Someone forced me to talk.
This thing we need to start championing this now.
Exactly.
The way the Southwest is trying to make.
Everybody looks like they don't know what they do.
Stop. I've seen sense now. Why they want to you cover you cover things. When they want to say, okay, open it, brother, you want to say, no, let's forget that one. No, you can't forget that one. That 60 you are
So
saying,
what,
that 60, that money, where was that money going? How much was returning back to that Midwest? You didn't bring that one out. You say you are not bringing 5%. No,
What is your
that
point now?
2%
What is
is
your
money.
point? What is your point?
No, you should not be. No, what is what you want to say?
No, Mr. I'm asking Niger man, not you Midwest. Not you Midwest. I want to listen to Niger man now.
No, but he's trying to make it like as if the other the region was not contributing anything. They don't deserve something because they are contributing. No, the money that was coming, what are you doing with it?
The question you are asking,
together,
Niger man, the question you are asking, when they were together, Midwest and the Western region, they have assets and they were building things across both Midwest and the Western region. Everybody they have their, once they created something in the Western region, they have their own. Like even the cocoa that you are talking about, they have cocoa board in the Midwest. Everything is not as if they neglected all the things that they built. It's not as if when they created the Western region, they now took them away. That is their own share. So I don't even know what you are now saying that, okay, what else do you want them to now bring back? Because most of the schools, the roads, the industries, they were still there. Were still there in the Midwest. It's not as if they took them away when they created the Western region. I mean, the Midwest out of the Western region. So what is your point now?
No, what if they take them away? If you cut boundary, how will you take what is there away? Is that possible? Or what do you take? So my point is that wait, you asked me a question. Let me answer now. You understand? When we are contributing in central cover together, when we now share boundary, there must be we must share asset and liability. How? One, maybe you can say something is built here, you have this one, it's there already, it's done, we do it. But there must be some cash that will be there. That you can say, okay, now you just created you just started take this thing, go and develop your side. Is anything happen like that? Nothing. So you should know what we are saying.
No, I don't know what you are talking. So you mean that they should share money that they've contributed or what? Are they keeping the money somewhere? They are not using it for development, or what are you talking about?
You see now.
No, I'm just asking a question. I'm just asking a question.
No, because you are telling me. No, the guy.
Like this.
Ola is
if me and you build a 3-story building,
just tired about these people.
We build a 3-story building, and we now say, okay, we want to share it. And now say, okay, look, okay, this 3-story building is in your village. Okay, what we'll do now, how much does it cost to build 3-story building? We might as well, okay, we're sharing, we're breaking. Okay, let's take this next money. Let's go and build your own 3-story building in my own village.
The example, Mr. D, the example that you are giving, it was not as if when they let me give you what is happening.
They should beat
It could have been
no, wait now.
Because
Let
our
us
leaders,
we are not fighting. Wait,
elders.
Mr. D. Mr. D, wait. That time when they were together, they were doing things all over the place. You understand? It's not as if a part of that region was neglected. Whatever money that everybody is contributing, they were developing every area the same way. You understand? When by the time you're not separated, what do you expect the other part to do for you? It's not as if they are not doing it. In this story building that you are talking, if they build a story building in the West, they build in the Midwest also. So it wasn't as if everything was concentrated in a place. So I don't even know what you are now saying that you should share again.
Up to 63, up to the year 1963, before Midwest was created.
Let me say
before
something.
Midwest was created. Wait.
Sorry.
God, let me finish now. Okay, please.
Okay.
You will talk, please. Just 1 second. You see, before
I've
the
already
1960,
said this, they should allow you to talk now. So
before the Midwest was created in 1963, Warri and Delta and those states was that Midwest region. You understand? That 2 states. The later came to that. All those
and Anyoma, bros, Anyoma had a joy though.
No,
I
I know.
beg you, which
Not
one be
no, it was
Adianoma
12. It
that
was
time?
12
You
tribes
they
now.
talk about
That is
Adianoma.
where to
Delta, okay,
It
that's
was
true.
12
That's
tribes.
true,
It was 12
Delta,
tribes.
that's true. That's true.
It was 12 tribes. It was 12 tribes. Yeah. You see, all those worry port, all of them are already be existing. They are collecting some VAT. All of them is going to the central coffer. And they are telling you that we are making money for cocoa. They build all those things. You see, we know where this thing is going. No problem. Time will
But
come.
everybody is
Everybody will collect.
contributing
So
now. Don't
Simba,
make it
can I
as
say
if
something now?
no. Let me. Sorry, I will allow you to talk. But is not. Why are you making to look as if the only money that they are getting that time it was only the Midwest that are contributing it?
No, that is what Ola is trying to tell us. That is where my argument come from since now. That is what he's trying to portray to tell me now.
Everybody is every area is making their own contribution. So
No,
why
Simba,
is it
Simba,
now that now?
Simba,
Okay, as they build cocoa, as they why they don't you
Simba.
come and build vendor
My
house
friend,
there?
listen to me.
Let me come in here. I
Remy,
think you guys
wait.
are just.
I'm responding to accusation.
I'm
Remy,
not
wait.
waiting. Let me say what
Midwest,
you have
wait.
been talking for a long time
Midwest
now.
and
I
Remy,
think
wait
we should
now.
allow
I'm
Remy to
responding to
talk.
someone.
I think
Okay,
Ola, please let's
I've
Remy
been
talk,
quiet for
please.
more than enough time now. I think what you guys
Talkie.
are doing. Okay, what you guys are talking about is unnecessary and it's irrelevant. Because when you float a business, listen, let me finish now. Let me finish. When you float a business and you guys contributed to the same pool, and then you want to opt out from that business, the assets and liabilities must be shared. That is the end of it. When you get out from the western region, the assets and liabilities have been shared to you guys. You cannot now come forth after so many years that you are still laying claim. You cannot
Every class, let me tell you, there was no access and liability was not yet.
Let me ask you this. Najama. How did you know it was not shared?
It was not shared.
How did you know that it was not shared? How did you know?
Information? You tell us where it was shared.
Every class, the late by every class, they sold recipes. You understand? He said this thing before he died.
That what?
That they never share when they hop out from the
let me
western
ask you
region.
this: who opted? Is it the western region that asked the Midwest to leave, or is the Midwest that said they wanted to leave?
Me and you, we are not there. We only read 1963.
It was clear that everybody knows that it was Midwest that agitated for separation. Now,
asked for the referendum and they went away.
Yes,
and they share assets and liabilities. It's over.
Yes, because you have referendum in your
okay. Let us
you
hear
have right.
from Patoski. Najama, let us hear from Patoski. Patoski, wait. Patoski, wait now. I'm the one in charge today. I can remove you if you don't cooperate.
My name.
Are you not surprised that I came in, even when you have ended?
We have not ended now. We are still live.
Patoski, Alpha, my guy.
I know.
So, Patoski, behave yourself. If before I will remove you now.
Okay.
I want to ask Mr. D something.
So
later.
what I'm trying to say is,
The next voice I want to hear now is Patoski, please.
Actually,
I have not spoken.
To be fair to Southwest, it was Midwest that opted out, but I think they had their own reason, and the reason was because they felt marginalized too. You understand? They felt marginalized. That the concentration was to the Southwest in terms of benefits, in terms of scholarships, in terms of, you understand. And if you look at it in the real sense, Awolowo tried to balance it. Most of the things that Awolowo did, he didn't do in his own side. The cocoa house was in Ibadan, the university was in Ife. That university in Ife could have put it in Ijebu now. You understand? So, but they just felt
even the present University of Benin was an extension of University of Ife now.
No, it was Ugwemudia that started University of Benin.
I think they have a satellite campus there.
No, it was Midwest that created University of Benin. It was Midwest region themselves.
It was Ugwemudia. So the point is that the Midwest felt marginalized, and they have that reason. Because even Midwest, if you remember, even the few scholarships that were coming to the Midwest were mostly going to Asian people, going to Asian and Isekiri, not even the whole of Delta. It was going to Esan because of Enahoro, and more to Isekiri because of Rewani.
So that is why you have many Yoruba name in Benin
exactly.
today.
If you see that Rewani,
because people have to be getting Yoruba name before they will give you scholarship.
No,
Niger man.
Let me finish. Because the Yorubas believe that Ishekiris were.
It's true. And I'm not lying,
the
honestly.
Yorubas believe that Ishekiris are Ijebu people. And if you see the Ijekiri, their names, it sounds like Yoruba. And if you remember when the Jaws were fighting Shekiri, OPC wanted to go and defend them because they believe that those Shekirias are Ijebu and Yoruba. So that's the thing. So the guy, if you as big as Delta is, Ishekiri is a very minute group. Yet the re-educated Deltas are from Ishekiri and Aniocha. You will not see. There are more Ishekiri technocrats than Yoruba and this thing, and they are just very small, very few.
And Dennis which ethnic group is it? Patoski.
Which one?
Dennis Osadebe.
Dennis Osadebe.
It's also by from Asaba now. It's all these car people now.
All those car people, yeah.
Okay, Patoski. Let me ask now.
But I'm not sure whether
don't go to that looking for someone though. Let's stay with the topic.
Please, let me ask him now. Let me just ask him. He was saying, later I'll come to Mr. D. He said the Anyocha are the intelligent people. How come? For the past 6 months, I've been doing my research on them.
This is what I'm saying. Hold on.
Oh God! Everybody will declare wahala for this country.
This is what I'm saying is that the Igbo speaking part also in Delta today, the prominent
I just keep quiet.
The prominent technocrats in Delta today are
I just kept quiet. Everybody was cashing out now. What do you want to say?
Hey, Mr. Taob. Let me mute him.
I say that one of the, when you ask the question, you see that I say the real technocrats from Delta today are people from the Delta Igbo. So you talk about people like all these Okonjo who are like them. You talk about people like Patutomi. You talk about people like. Let me finish now.
Hold on. No, because they keep blaming Lagos for the failures of their region.
No. Let us even finish this one, BT, before we move to Lagos.
So
let's finish with this one.
To let my brother know, the technocrats, they talk about Okonjo Iweala group people.
What is responsible for that?
You talk about people like Patutomi. You talk about people. I think the scholarship also still favored them too.
How? Why are they favored? They are not Yorubas also.
I think that group play their politics right. You see, in all of these too, that's why the Northerners are saying we are being marginalized, because if you play your politics right and you have a leader among your caucus that has the interest of your people, you will be okay. Look at Edo State today. The Esan people, for a long time, they were the professors, the Ambrose Ali, even this former professor will be governor temporarily. They have a lot of professors from Esan. Whereas as Benin Day, big rich, they're not too compared to Esan people. You get it? Even the university is sited in Ekpoma, which is an Esan land. You get it? Because of Enahoro. You see all of them, Tony Enahoro, Anthony Enahoro, and the rest. You understand? You know that Anthony Enahoro was Tony Enahoro.
Let me ask you, Ato Press. Where is Ato Press from?
Ato Press. Which name is that one?
I don't know. Why you that label?
Is one of the leaders, political leaders, Dennis Osadebe or Enahoro, Ato Press. They were the prominent Midwestern political leaders in the 60s.
Is it not Tony Elumelu? Is it not from Delta also?
Tony Elumelu, yeah. No, but you won't even say Tony is a Delta Igbo now. It's from the same
That is
Delta
also from
Igbo.
the side from those of Okenje well aside and the rest, right?
Yeah, Tony, Patutomi and the rest, yeah, they're in that place. But if you see it, and if you look at even in terms of scholarships too, I think Ogun people, I would also favor the Ogun people too. They benefited more. And if you look at it, they are more technocrats than most
Okay,
of
Patoski,
No,
that is exactly what I want to
I
say.
disagree.
Remy, hold on now.
With you on that.
Which people are more technocrats? Tell
We
me which.
favored all these
Tell me
favored
which people are more
Not because of
technocrats.
scholarship. Not because of
Remy,
Tell
jẹ́
me
kémi náà
which
sọ̀rọ̀
people
now.
are
Gbogbo
They
aláwọ̀
they
sọ̀rọ̀.
favor they
no,
favor on
okay,
your state too.
Remy,
Patoski.
hold on for Olana.
So Patoski, you see all this marginalization they were talking, you understand? You know, I came from Ekiti, and let's say Old Ondo State, and we contributed, in fact, the major cocoa, because when you say
And
cocoa
you people were
contributed 50%.
marginalized now.
So, but we were not complaining.
Who marginalized it?
Remy, hold on.
marginalized them now.
Remy, hold on now.
No marginalized it.
This thing, wait now. This thing is not by your thinking now. That is a fact. Is a fact. Let me tell you, even if we are talking about
them? You are talking
wait
about
now, Remy,
them,
hold on. We are talking about history here. I think we should learn. It's not about, we are not playing. Let me give Patoski, you raised that issue of, okay, the Midwest feel marginal, that's why they allowed them to go. But if you remember, there were agitation not only even in the Western region, in the North, even in the Eastern region. Yeah. You remember that even the people that could call themselves the South part of the Eastern region that time, they felt marginalized. In fact, there was a war
as the borough.
That time when they were to secede.
Yeah.
You remember even in the North, the North Central people, especially the thief, they also wanted to leave. So, you know, it's a normal thing for people to feel minority, to feel marginalized when they are in the midst of the majority.
No, not
you
just that
understand?
now. I think it depends on representation. If you have even if you are a majority, like in Ondo, in the Yoruba group, the people from the Ondo sect, like the Ekiti and the Akure and the Owo, they are not small. They are large, but their political representation was threatened because Olagbegi was at loggerhead with Awolowo, and the only person that could be strong and speak in that place is Adjacent, who is obviously, like, I think Adjacent is even almost older than Awolowo, about the same.
No, he's older than Awolowo. Adjacent is senior Awolowo by 4 years.
Yeah, so people like Adjacent are the people that could have been able to argue for his people, but I'm not sure he did it very well. The way Nahoro did for his people. So Ondo State is was marginalized actually.
Now you know why I was not even fighting so much, even despite that the fact that we were marginalized, because we have to be logical to some certain extent. Now we were getting cocoa from Ondo State, right? That's Ekiti and Ondo side together, and the record says cocoa contributed. The Western region contributed 50% to the GDP as at that time. And cocoa was the major. But when you look at it logically, when you look at the location of those industrial estates, they were actually closer to the Atlantic. Because the only argument there is this: why didn't they develop Atlantic side of Ilaje? That's Okitipupa. But when you look at the economic, the economical sense, it favored Lagos better, and Lagos was closer to the administrative center. So when you now cite most of those industries that were supposed to come to Ekiti or Ondo State to process,
no, it was not even cited by Western region. Now those are federal government projects.
No, yeah, Ikeja industrial estate, Lupeju industrial estate, or Oshodi. They went. No, I'm not talking of port now. I'm talking of locating all those industrial estates closer to the sea.
Yeah, as a marginalization, you could have put an industrial estate in Akure, if only to process.
But that would need that. Wait now, that would need you using rail, we need you using a lot of things to
Why should
transport.
they
And
think
we
about
will
Akure
cost.
when Ibadan is there? Why should
Wait
they think
now,
as far
Baba,
away?
wait.
Where's the
Baba,
cocoa?
wait.
They were not marginalized. I think
The
what they were
cocoa?
given to
No. Wait, Remy, wait. Let us explain to all this marginalization martian. Those are the people I'm addressing now. Because as an Ekiti person, I can be shouting marginalization as an excuse. I don't want to use that. That's what I'm trying to explain.
They were actually marginalized, but they didn't complain.
Yeah, we were marginalized, but we don't complain. That is exactly what I'm saying.
It doesn't remove the fact that you were marginalized.
It doesn't remove the fact, but you understand. But when you look at the economic,
let me give you a good example. No,
Patoski, you may say it's not fair, but we were educated.
What is the reason why
through the
process is not cited in Akure?
No, but if a two was just a normal, just a normal Yoruba person, they can say, okay,
no, why can't they cite it in Akure? Considering
they can say if is our source. No, there could be a lot of reasons. We are not complaining. That's what I'm saying.
We're just telling you the marginalization.
I'm just trying to teach all these people that are shouting marginalization, including those people that contributed just 5% to the GDP, that they are now saying that they should have started.
And you didn't return that side, and you didn't return it to.
You understand? That they are saying they should have cited the cocoa house in their this thing. Look, even though they were taking the thing to Lagos, but we still benefited from free education. We still benefited from
Ola, there is one thing you are not taking to
and people have to change their name to get scholarship to Yoruba name.
Most of the cocoa merchants, very rich people, they are all from Ondo.
Ola, let me say something here. Look, that free education you said, there was a concentration of school in some particular places while the other places were neglected.
But there are too many.
You want to be a Yoruba name before you get it.
Yeah, wait now.
Hold on. Midwest.
That's why you have Faju in Benin today. Benin man,
even make one sentence.
Let me correct that.
Go your full grant. I know that thing they get us.
Midwest. Sorry, you said there were concentration of schools in certain places.
Yes, in certain places.
Hold on. A number of schools that Awolowo met. Maybe if you are looking at the free education of in the 60s or the 70s, which one were you talking about?
There was no free education in the 70s. We are talking about the free education of the 80s.
No, 7980 now. 7980. The free education of 7980 now.
Wait now. I did not even
those schools. I
think
the governors.
And they come now. I don't even know whether a wall of war even ruled after the independence in history. Because before the independence, when the British want to try this African leadership, that's when they gave them chance. We were still 100% like a colony.
You are going off now.
So I don't know when because the only time I know in history. Wait now.
Okay, let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you what you don't know. Let me tell you. Wait now. Awolowo was the
premier.
Was the
premier under Nigeria or under still colony after the independence? That's what I want.
Wait now. By 1957, Eastern region. Wait now. Eastern region and Western region. They in quotes they have their independence and they allowed them to function on their own as a test before giving independence in 1860. So they have full autonomy of control from 1957 to 1960.
Why the country was still under Queen completely?
I don't know what you just want to what you have to Midwest. What you need to wait now.
I don't understand you.
The
I just
issue
asked
is
for you to enlighten me a little bit.
I'm giving you, but you still want to stick to your argument. And if you want to get enlightened, you have to open your mind. We have 3 regions. The only region that were even saying that they were not ready for independence was the northern region. As at 1957, they gave them full control. Full. So what do you want as a country? It might not be, but they gave them full control of their region. In
devoid of any interference from the British colony. From 1957 to 1960, that's what I'm saying.
And let me even
Tell Midwest to go and
you know,
study
in
history.
some
That's all no.
countries, in some countries in the Caribbean, before now, they had prime minister that were their people, full independence, but the governor general is appointed by the British, even till in the 80s. So the governor general is just ceremonial. So the Western region had something like that. They had their own premier, which is like prime
In fact,
minister.
Patrick,
the British
our own
general.
house, the Western region house in the Britain was even what they are using as the Nigerian embassy.
Okay. Up to now, sir.
So I think I think we when we come on this platform, I think what we need to do, we are not here to do any competition or to win an argument. I've learned a lot from this platform. So and the only reason why I learned is by opening my mind, and that's why sometimes when people are talking, I will keep quiet, because I if I don't have full information about certain things, I don't talk about it. So it's not here for you to come and shout and try and win an argument.
I'm even saying Midwest. No, hold on. Let me answer the question that you raised. You talk about concentration of schools. That argument is not valid, because in the 79, the free education of 79 to 83, the schools were built by the various governors. In Benin, you remember that time in Bende, we had Ambosali schools. You understand?
Yeah, I know. I agree.
So this has not to do with Aloha. In Lagos, we had Jakonde school. In Oyo State, we had Bolaige school. We had Ajasi school.
I gotta go. Pato, it's been 40 plus years. We can't keep blaming something that happened in the 60s or the 70s, is my point.
Exactly.
When say,
but for me,
we're not blaming.
Wait.
Yes.
I did not blame what happened. Wait, I did not blame what happened.
Please.
No, Babati, these people, hold on, Midwest, though, these people, they push us to bring out the history today, because all this marginalization, I keep telling people, say na excuse, they say no be excuse.
No, it's not an excuse. It's not an excuse at all. It's not.
Midwest, hold on. You are just saying it's not an excuse now, which is good. At least when I don't tell you now, saying that 5% that your region is because
what about after 1970?
Someone was telling me that.
It's not an excuse. It won't be. Hold on. Ola, let me tell you something.
Patoski, I'm not even referring to you. I'm talking to Mr. D.
It will not be an excuse if it is still present.
You say it now. Thank you, my brother.
If it is happening now, then that's no excuse. Which means it still has effect.
What I'm even saying is this: we're talking of
I feel the East is a bit marginalized.
No, Patoski, hold on, sir.
Marginalized.
Hold on, sir. I was talking of how Aula form Odua investment, but now Mr. D.
Even the Midwest is still marginalized tomorrow.
Tomorrow now. They even partially cancel it.
See, look, now the thing you talk where you don't hear the history of your region now, you see they do now.
Wait, Ola, can you give me a minute? Because
me, you saying now you are just covering up for you to blame. For you to blame your leader, say what they did was bad. You are still covering for them.
Guy, this is Midwest. Hold on.
You give other person make you challenge your own opinion.
Midwest, let us hold on. I'm not talking about my opinion. I started by saying it is not Ogun State that is supposed to be championing garment factory. Why we have those people in the north that are supposed to be leading. Now, all those things we're talking that all these excuses we are giving that we are concentrating on, say they are allocating to Lagos. We are now saying what they are allocating to your governors now, let them go and be creative. I mean, now the allocation make Lagos State go they work with Taraba. They think of
every governor creative.
They are creative. Hey, good morning, everybody. Continue. You don't win argument. If the argument is what you want to win, continue. I'm just telling you.
Me, if I make one sentence, you go cut me off, or you go talk. I go wait. If you go see make I give you that.
Okay, let me hear both of you.
Ola and Midwest.
Let's hear Midwest. Yeah, let's hear Midwest.
Let me say something.
We are not hearing Midwest.
We
are not hearing Midwest. We are not hearing
let
Midwest.
me say something.
From day one of this country, that magic, even before the independence,
Midwest are not hearing you. I will mute you. I will mute you. I'm telling you saying by now, I will mute you.
Okay, let me talk now.
Okay, you can even remove me. There's no problem because now you the control.
Nobody.
I won't mute you. I won't mute you. That one I sacrifice you. Understand me?
What Ola is trying to say you is that forget all those pre-independence or after independence. Now, what we are talking about is that states have to move ahead by themselves. What makes Lagos State to go and sign memorandum? Get 100,000 acres of land from Borno, from Niger State, so that they can help them produce
memorandum. It's not in.
It's true.
Remy, let me respond to you. Let me respond to you. The reason why
is that Hakim, right?
No, it's Midwest.
How many acres
Midwest, are you not tired of talking? Are you not tired?
Remy?
He hasn't said anything now. He hasn't said anything.
How many acres of land did they sign for?
You see the way they behave. They will never allow you to even say anything. They will bring question. They cancel if they say you have said something. What have I said?
How many acres of land did they sign for? How many acres of land?
The one cover Midwest. What Midwest do to? What Western region do to Midwest?
Can you go strong well?
Can you guys just
no? They don't still say Midwest don't open now. So they want cover them.
We are talking about the organization that is at this platform now.
Hold on. Pato, here's the point. It's not about the land, but it's about Lagos is being proactive. Is the point Remy is making. We should be advocating for governors in order to be proactive as well.
Yeah,
that
you're right.
Be made here.
I agree with you. I agree with Babati.
Make a move.
A state like Delta, they don't have nothing to do with poverty. That state,
be proactive is
they are not proactive at all. They are just
they didn't get enough money. They got to get all the money.
No, they're getting a lot of money now. But what are they
Babati, let me even give you one thing. You know, during the those days before this,
we should also censor Ola.
We're contributing more than we're contributing more than we're receiving.
Contribute more, goddammit.
What are you contributing?
We're contributing 300% and we're receiving 10%.
And we are receiving.
What are you feeding? They are hungry. Any power? They are
feeding the old nation.
No, let me ask Mr. D and Midwest. Can I ask you one question?
How much is it?
Can you tell me, Mr. D and Midwest, I want to ask you a question. Can you go and check the last fourth quarter of Nigeria economy? Which produces more revenue? Is it oil or non-oil?
This one, quarter since 1959, you are talking about
the state contributes to Nigeria in the last 100 years.
Very poor quarter.
Question.
No, if you talk that way,
waiting Ogun State contributes to Nigeria in the last 100 years.
Let's make it one by one. If you talk that way, then let me say this and you come. I'll be quick. If you talk that way, then the western regions also have a right, and also the northern regions have a right to talk to you that before the advent of oil in Nigeria, they have also used their money to also make Nigeria a better country. And that time, I will say that people born in the 1950 to like 1966 or to 1970, after the war, maybe they really enjoyed the country. So, and we have not discovered oil that time. So if you are claiming right,
okay, you shifted back to that area again. We move you forward. You shift back.
It's because of what you
keep shifting goalposts.
That's why I said that.
Okay, Mr. D and Remy, please hear me out. Please hear me out. You see what I'm telling you, Mr. Adil, is this. Okay, Ekiti now, we know what Ekiti is, right? We don't have all this oil, we don't have anything. But someone built Ikogosi Resource Center. Someone revamped Ikudiri Farm.
But what is Ekiti donating to Nigeria as a country?
Just hear me. Hear me. When you hear me very well, you will understand what I'm saying. Now, Ekiti is reviving bond breaks industry. So the point is this. It is not even what you are earning that matters now. But what are you doing with what you earn?
But it is what you're donating. Listen, my own state.
Guy,
Since
what are you bringing to the
1967.
center,
Listen,
Oga?
no. Let me say, my own state since 1967 has been donating oil to the general country.
Let's stop this
And it's still
lie.
deprived.
Stop
Okay,
this
so
lie.
no,
So look, listen.
no, Ola, we
Ekiti
agree,
State
we
has not
agree.
donated to the
Mr.
country.
D, wait
It's been
now,
receiving from the country. That's
Mr.
what I
D,
mean.
wait now. You know, the impression that you have that is only oil that is sustaining that country. One.
Until this last quarter,
Yes,
where you
yes,
just
now.
name
Wait
until your last quarter.
Wait now, I'm not finished now.
Can you just meet your mind?
Now,
God.
you are looking at it like because your state has been contributing all to the country, that is what is responsible for your backwardness or your non-development. But the little money that you have been getting, how efficient have you been
Which
spending
money
that
have
money?
we been getting? We're not talking about what we're getting. What we're donating, what have you donated as your Ogun State or your Ekiti
The little
State?
money.
What have you
Please, let me come in.
donated to Nigeria as a country?
Mr.
Please,
T, let me
that's where we're going now. We're not going to what we're receiving.
Let me ask you now.
Yes, sir.
Oyo State donated almost 300 billion from VAT alone.
From VAT, compared to what Delta State is donating for
Delta State is not
Nigeria.
even from the VAT from Delta State is not up to that.
No VAT.
No
So
VAT.
what I'm saying,
Resources, brother. Like what you
the issue is this. Wait now, why are you shouting? The issue is this.
What?
If okay, so what do you, for the fact that you are donating, let's say you are even donating all the oil from that Nigeria is surviving on, what do you want from Nigeria?
We don't want anything. Just tell us thank you and don't make us think
Nigeria
that
should leave their
we're
resources for the
useless.
state.
Simple. We don't even want
Let me tell you what
anything.
I want. Let me tell
We
you.
don't even really want
Let me tell.
anything. But don't
Mr.
make
T,
us
let me talk. No.
feel like we're useless people. They don't have anything. We need to not drop anything.
You know the problem.
Let me answer Simba. What I want, federal government. Let me tell you what I want, please. Sorry, federal government should leave each state resources for them to manage. Finish.
Let me tell you something, Mr. D and Ijo. Let me tell you what you don't know. The GDP of the country is not about oil alone. You should know. Lagos alone is contributing close to 40% of the entire GDP of Nigeria. Deal with that. When you now add it to the entire Southwest, you can quantify what it means. So
no, even Olali Southwest. What is the contribution of oil? What is the contribution of oil? What percentage did oil contributed to Nigerian GDP? No. Leave don't be particular about Western region. I mean Southwest. What is the contribution of oil to the what percentage?
Do you know how many
oil
stations in
contributed to
Lagos?
Nigerian GDP?
Do you know how many gas stations in Lagos?
No, Simba.
You don't understand the question I'm asking. Wait now. Leave Lagos alone. I'm asking. The oil that you say everybody should be worshiping you that because you are the one feeding the whole Nigeria.
Look at Abuja.
Wait now, Mr. D. We are talking about Nigeria GDP. I'm asking you now. Do you know what is the percentage of oil contributing to Nigerian GDP?
Oil contribute more than 60% to Nigerian GDP.
It's not true.
It's not true. So how many cocoa are you selling? How many or don't know yet?
Forget about how many cocoa.
2.4 billion.
We just
listen, Gary. Don't yelling. Just listen and learn.
You won't listen. Let me tell you one thing. Do you know why I avoided that oil? Because
it's why you should say listen and learn. You are not learning. You are telling me to learn. You want your distance to suppress what I'm saying. Why are you saying that one? Listen and learn.
You are misinformed now.
Why am I misinformed? I'm saying what I know. You are telling me what I don't know. So what do you say that is right?
Babati, let him enjoy his ignorance.
What are you talking? You say you are misinformed.
See, okay, anytime we come here, you're supposed to be like,
Some people say, listen,
thank
I don't
you,
want
the
you to
people
shout
that
on
bring
me.
us money. Like, you're supposed to even worship us and even tell us
My
thank
God.
you.
The arrogance is too much.
You understand? We don't want to take anything bad. God knows.
Let me worship you now. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Everybody lead down for
Thank you. Drum roll for us. But don't treat us like, you
But
did not do
Mr. D,
nothing.
Mr.
Yes,
D,
sir.
I just don't want to say something from my brain. Wait, that's what I want to tell them. It's about 5 to 6%. That is what oil contributed to Nigeria GDP. 5 to 6%. Are you
In the
surprised?
last
They use everything
50
to borrow
years.
money already now.
Is it in the last 50 years, in the
For
last
40
60
years,
years?
30 years,
It has,
20 years.
so it has always been below 10% right from time.
In the last
They use
60
everything
years.
to borrow money.
Go and check. You know, Mr. D, I've been telling you every time when we say, even the last time we talked here, I said, try and be checking things. Don't let people be feeding you with lies.
No, but see, I'm not talking now. We're talking before.
Wait,
Please, I'm not even
go and
trying.
check.
I don't want to talk
This thing
now.
that we're
We
talking,
built, listen,
don't
it's
talk
like you
about
build a
it
business.
again.
You build a
Nigerian
business with somebody.
budget is
You put
today,
investments. You borrow
You are
money.
telling me.
You pay civil servants. You pay all those things. Now, it's
Nigerian
now
budget
that
is fair or not yet?
you're
Why
saying,
the
it's
budget
now
of the
what is
country?
it generating? When we put the investment.
In Nigeria, without crude oil, no economy. Everybody that wants to
No, they
sideline
let them
that
talk now. They want to finish it.
No. I disagree with you now. I disagree with you now.
used to
What
feed
is
people, and without there's no economy in Nigeria. Everything will collapse.
Midwest, hold on, don't go there. Just let us do this thing. Now the question is this: in Lagos State, are to see the driver on the road, the mama that sell mama puts, and all those people that are manufacturing. Is this oil they are drinking? So all those manufacture, all those products they manufacture.
Look at the question you are asking me. Once there is no oil money in circulation, those things will
try to learn. Everything is not argument. This is simple economics. How can something that contributes less than 5% of the GDP of the country will make Nigeria collapse?
Do you agree that 60% of people in Lagos, they're not Yorubas, they're not Southwesterners? So you agree that those bus drivers, market people...
Mr. D, don't come here and be giving us... The last time we discussed this, we discovered that the Yorubas in Lagos contributed 65 to 70%. So don't
in
just be coming and be telling
I
us
don't
things
believe that.
Yes, population.
No, that is a total fallacy.
Go and check. Go and check.
See,
go and check.
Make me make my own contribution.
Go and verify. Just give me 20 seconds. Stop missing up forex earning from the total revenue. We have total revenue that dwarf whatever we are earning. We are talking of the major forex earning, that is oil, but it's not the major contributor to the GDP because it is less than 5%. The oil economy is less than the entire less than 5% of this thing.
5.57.
You may find out that our telecom is even bigger than the entire oil industry. Agriculture, I don't need to mention that. It's one of the largest contributors. Agriculture is one of manufacturing. Hold on. Manufacturing in Nigeria, as we are saying, Nigeria is not a manufacturing country. Manufacturing contributed more than double of what oil and gas contribute to that economy of Nigeria. Guys, what are we talking about?
Let me wait a little bit. Look, all these data you are reading, they are all manufactured by the so-called whites in order to deceive people. They don't have basis to really come into existence.
Can you imagine argument?
Nigeria that couldn't generate money, that you sold the oil up front.
One second, please.
They sell the oil up front to
what
pay
Ola
their
is saying.
civil servant.
No, sorry, what Ola is saying. Ola is right. If he says contribute, what is contribute to the GDP? That is fine. But the budget of the country, why is it not pegged on this Nigeria revenue? or Nigeria
It's pegged
tax
on
money,
oil price.
payer money.
Okay.
No VAT.
Exactly.
And it's pegged on
Exactly.
oil. So
Okay.
they take the oil for
I
all
want to. I think, Patoski, what is your own contribution to this?
I feel
You're just an
that
economist.
oil is still this statistics Ola is giving is recent statistics.
No, when you talk about GDP, when it has
Oil
always
is
been like that.
Oil is
No,
contributing just
Patoski,
5%.
Patoski, right from the one, hold on. People confuse forex with
No,
GDP.
because if it's oil will be part of your GDP too now.
GDP now.
Because the
But
oil
even right from day one, it has always been less than 10%.
No, I don't trust
it's
that
up to date.
statistics.
No,
From five to
Patoski.
6, from 6 to 10. We
No,
audition that today.
I don't
guys,
trust that
hold on now.
statistics.
No,
But
this is
you said 65% now, so that's not one too much.
No. This thing is even easier. How much barrel? Wait now. How much barrel does Nigeria produce daily? We can start from there. How much barrel does Nigeria?
But now it's on 1.8 now.
Now, how much is the price of a crude oil in the international
So,
market?
about $70.
So, do you know that that $70 Nigerian government may not even get more than around 35-40 out of it? Are you
We're
aware?
talking about recently. That's what I'm saying.
No. Oil does not contribute more than 5% to the GDP of Nigeria, and I'm saying I want you to
Wait.
It's 5.9 GDP. I can give
Yes,
it to
no,
you.
we understand what you are saying, no, lad. That is not. But what about why is the budget? Where is the budget pegged? Is it not pegged on crude oil?
See, let me tell you one thing. When they peg it on crude oil,
If they remove crude oil, Nigeria will not even borrow
How
one
will they
kobo.
fund the budget?
No country will give them 1 kobo, 1 naira. Say,
What is telling me you're bringing 300,000? Is that what fund the budget? That is money here to the states.
Niger man, if we have not, that country has not existed before the oil was discovered, we will have been seeing all these things and we accept. I will even think that discovery of that oil is a major problem to that country.
Even before the oil, there was still something now. There
Because
was
let me tell you, the people make even things that you don't even lay emphasis on. They make more money from it than oil. But all of us, we have this mentality that oil is the only thing that can make you money. There are so many countries that they don't even have oil, and they are making money from even ordinary cassava, ordinary rice, and all those things, more than what people are making from oil.
But Nigeria is not there. Nigeria is not there yet now. We just have to diversify our economy now. Nigeria is not there yet.
So no, because what people are saying is that you are saying as if the oil is not there, Nigeria will not survive. We'll look for other sources of income, and we might even be doing better.
Simba, make I reply you. There is a problem with the oil. Una they hear me? Simba, look, my dear brother, without oil today, Nigeria is nothing. Those days you used to talk about
Midwest.
the resources.
No, before the oil, there was something. Cocoa was there. There was. It's oil that even run the country down, that make people to leave the family.
Sorry, can I say something?
These things were in abundance. We were giving money.
No,
Midwest, stop shouting, Joe. Let another person talk, Joe.
Let's come up with some statistics. I've even gone to check historical figures. That's in percentage of oil, or the proportion of oil in terms of contribution to national GDP, to our GDP. You see, it has always been less than 15%, though.
Thank you very much.
And you know the challenge, oil could have even be 60% or 70%. The reason why it is that low now are people. The way we bust pipeline, now they contribute. Eventually, we were progressively losing our relevance. All those investors are carrying their infrastructures and just going away.
They will not blame the people now. They will blame
selling off.
All of them get oil well. So they are not both. They don't both pipeline.
As I speak with you, Shell does not have onshore operation in Warri again. in Delta.
I know
Now
they
offshore.
sold everything.
Yeah. So how do you
But
expect? So now we.
I think it's Nigeria because even share Europe, they sold everything. I can't even see share anymore. So I don't know what's going on.
Now we.
Yeah.
Now we.
You know, when you have people with strong head like Midwest that doesn't want to listen, how would they progress?
People that have a sense of entitlement that
But you see, Patoski, if that's what those times when they did do yeah, if that those times when they doing it, yeah, they now do for those people, then all these things not go happen.
But at least they don't stop.
Do you
now.
understand?
So
if that those times you're doing it, you're not training the people, you're creating employment for the people. People will be hungry enough to go and bust
everywhere is polluted, they can't fish again, no water.
My brother,
do you understand?
ICT is contributing about 18% to our GDP. 18%. So telecom is contributing more than
you know
oil
where our people
to the GDP.
Where our people no use brain. Okay, we say we are the one producing the oil. We are saying
if
they do
manage it for Nigeria. If it's not important,
Midwest,
why not give them autonomous right?
Midwest, hold on. You see, we they shout say now we get oil. Now we they feed Nigeria. Now our oil no they contribute anything. Nigeria don't fall.
Who say so? Who say Nigeria? No, who say Nigeria? Who say Nigeria? Who say our oil no they do anything?
Now you say they fund budget. Now you say they fund budget. You say not they contribute anything.
What you say? They're still getting 1.8 million from the oil, 1.8 million barrels every day.
That 1.8 million, they 6 million. Not the come up.
They say for the last 12 months, non-oil export is more than oil export.
Listen, this boss, I don't even believe that statistics. Let's go to the last 50 years.
The one that Tinubu is working on.
You know, Mr. D, when you know you are a lazy fellow. I just told you now. Patrick went and checked.
Attacking me.
Don't judge now.
Patrick went and checked now, and he gave you
no. Look at this investment.
No.
Look at, we have an this is what I'm saying. Don't think you can just bring us, maybe our elder people, they don't understand. Yeah. We say make we bring money to do business together. We invest inside the business. Now you're telling us you invested inside the business. We've invested in this business.
You want to take it to the background, Simba?
Let me tell you, I must be your inside.
We invested in this business. You did not put £1 though. Now you can't tell us, say you put everything for your place. I know, say our old
Mr.
leaders.
Hold on. We want to go to the background so that we can talk freely. It's already 8 hours, past 8 hours. Okay. So let me take us to the background.
So you don't want the world to hear the truth. Now for that background, we can't talk the background. You think you can control narrative?
Do you know what is sad? Do you know what's sad about this conversation?
Mr. BT.
Do you know what is sad about